Good morning, Rob Browne, Brendan Martin here with you on a crowded Monday. It's going to be a lot of stuff happening. It is Monday, October 13th, 2025. Take a picture, get your coffee cup ready. Take a picture with your QR phone of the QR codes. We're live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Got a lot to cover today. Look, if you watched any of the games this weekend or went to them, love to hear your comments in the chat room. We do this every day. This channel is growing. It's booming. There's a lot to cover. We got Dave Bartu, College Football Matrix, Coach Ellis Johnson over in South Carolina. He has been coaching a while. He's got a national championship ring. Coach Pete Cordelli, Fighting Irish. He will be here. He's got a national championship ring. And Dave, Coach Johnson, Coach Cordelli, Brendan, we're going to have a lot of fun today. I'm just glad I'm not Ken Williamson, the head referee in the Auburn-Oklahoma game and the Auburn-Georgia game. I don't know what's going on, but there's a lot happening. And I'm going to tell you right now, let's
there's a lot happening for sure. And the Gators, I told you, we're not going to win that football game.
Yeah.
No one listens. I think everyone just stop thinking that you know what's going on and stop believing the hype. He does it every year. It happens every single year.
Yeah, it's a mess, man. And James Franklin gone at Penn State. We'll talk about it now. The Hour of Power underway, SEC Sidelines Sports Network. Gentlemen, welcome aboard. Tonight, y'all give me any questions you want me to ask. Touchdown Club in Memphis. I'm fasting till 1:30 for my physical today, so I'm a little bit lightheaded. But I will be seeing Rich Clark, Executive Director, College Football Playoff Committee, tonight at the Touchdown Club in Memphis at the Hilton on Ridgeway Loop. If you're going or you want to go. It's going to be great. So y'all have questions, just let me know, and I will ask the general. So how's everybody doing this morning?
Great.
All right. Doing great. Doing great. Not as good as James Franklin counting 50 million, but I'm doing great, buddy.
59 million. I mean, wait, Dave, first off, from your perspective, we're driving back from, we did the Atlanta Auburn, a night game at Auburn. We got back to our daughter in Atlanta in Sandy Springs at 3:23 Sunday morning. Man, I'm telling you, it's brutal. You know, if I was going duck hunting, I'd have about an hour and 7 minutes of sleep. All right, Coach Cordelli, and it's just like a law firm, Cordelli, Johnson, and Bartu. We're going to get started here. Ellis Johnson, were you this weekend, what were your takeaways from what you saw? You watched a lot of games, and we're going through Atlanta Saturday, traffic packed on Interstate 85 for the Georgia Tech, Virginia Tech game. But what were your takeaways from the SEC games that you watched?
Well, I think what Dave mentioned last time we were all on, there's not a lot of balance. But I did think that Texas kind of showed up, and I was a little surprised at that one. I thought Oklahoma would win that football game, especially when Mateer got to play. But you could tell Mateer has not practiced, and that he just made some terrible decisions with the football. But both of them defensively, they're pretty damn good. And I think, I noticed, but coming into this weekend, what SEC quarterback led the conference in being responsible for points?
You told me this sitting in the Nelson Club Saturday night watching the Auburn game, and I'm not going to say it because I know, but I'm curious if
It's Arch Manning, who
Yeah.
everybody thinks is a dog. And
Yeah.
I think he probably proved the other day he's not. So
Yeah.
he hasn't been playing as well as everybody thought he should. But that's because everybody thought he was a Heisman Trophy winner before he was ready. But he's done a little better than people realize, and he hadn't had some help sometimes from his offensive line protection. Other than that, I thought some of them went the way I thought they would. I really thought Florida would play better at A&M. I still not sure Marcel Reed can take a football team to a national championship. But that's the way they manhandled Florida inside with their running game. I was surprised and very impressed.
Yeah. Pete, and then then after that, I'm going to go back up to Dave and get 40,000-foot infrared view.
Let's start with the first game, Alabama at Missouri. Missouri gave them everything they wanted. Ty Simpson, he got beat up a little bit. That Missouri defense can get after you, but Simpson hung in there. Some great play calls on offense. The fourth down call where the linebacker lets the guy release to the left corner of the end zone, and Simpson hangs in there with a free runner and throws it right to him. The first touchdown where they take Isaiah Horton, put him to like angle release, and then bring him back on the post. They're in a tight bunch right there, and Simpson just drives the football in there. Probula made some really good throws at the end, but the one thing I was disappointed in, when Alabama was getting pressure with their four-man line, Probula kept retreating and trying to run outside the tackles rather than let the rush go by you and step up at a 45 to the inside hip of that tackle. When you teach quarterbacks, you want them as they climb the pocket, come to a 45, whether it's left, whether it's right. Probula with his legs, I thought he could have done more damage if he would have taken the right angle. But for Alabama to go in there, get that win on the road, the black hoodie again, that's going to become a prop bet in Vegas for to see Kalen DeBoer wear that black hoodie the rest of the year. Alabama's defense really played well. The question coming into the season was how they were going to handle the running quarterback. Obviously, losing to Castellanos and Florida State, there was still some question, but they got it done. And, they got Tennessee next week. I'm like Ellis with Arch. Arch has been trying to get better every week. He hasn't had much support, but when he scrambled left and he turned his shoulders and threw that ball back inside with velocity and accuracy, it was like, wow, that was one of the wow throws. And then when they're in 3-by-1, I don't know what in the heck Oklahoma the free safety was doing. They don't communicate. And number 3 just runs a vertical and he's wide open in the back of the end zone. And it's like, young man, you're keying 3-2 and 3-by-1. 3 goes vertical. You got to carry him. Yeah. Arch read it, put the ball on him. Then I thought the big run of the game was on the 3rd and 2, and Arch keeping it going to left and doing the smart thing, sliding. Yeah. Not letting the ball get punched out from behind. They win the game. Yeah. My question about the Texas-Oklahoma game, if all scoring plays are reviewable, why was that punt return not reviewed? Because there was a clear block in the back, right in front, or right about the 45-yard line. So if all scoring plays are reviewable, how do you miss that one? Yeah. Because from that point on, the body language changed. Yeah. I just thought that when you looked at Florida and A&M, Moss and that offensive line for A&M, they can wear you down. Yeah. And then they got Craver and Concepcion on the outside. Yeah. And then the defensive end. Now, that second half, they turn it up to 11 over there on defense at A&M. That was impressive, the way they pulled away from Florida. The Georgia-Auburn game, look, I know we're going to talk a lot about it. I know you already mentioned the referee's name, and I'm sure that he has been under duress.
God,
all day yesterday.
I got to tell you, and watching, I've never seen a crowd of 90,000 people. It was like, I've never seen it. I have never seen that. It's like Auburn people, Dave, you saw a game. You were at the Oregon Indiana game. I mean, Dave, take the ball and run with it, man. I want to hear you because Pete, this is incredible analysis. Ellis, Pete, Dave, God, I love this.
Well, how am I supposed to follow that up? I'm not an X's and O's guys, man. I don't watch film. I don't pretend to watch film. So if we're talking Oregon,
that elk camera you have, you watch film. You just watching them in different species.
Exactly. Yeah, but it doesn't tell me anything. Only what I can't shoot. Damn it. If we're talking Oregon, Indiana, I think there's only one story here, and that is Curt Cignetti is one bad mother effer.
Yeah,
that's it. There's nothing else. What he has done with James Madison in Indiana so far is unequivocally on paper. And hell, I could sit down with everybody listening and watching this right now and show you what he has done is unequivocally the most amazing run of head coaching that I have seen in my lifetime.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, and he's doing this with Indiana, a formerly good basketball school that still can't play basketball. I mean, who's backing the truck up to this guy, right? I mean, does he? I hate to say it. Does he not even consider a Penn State? That's too below him, right? I mean, I want a top 10 brand. I want a top 10 recruiter. Can you imagine? Can you imagine a Cignetti and all of his coaching prowess at an LSU, an Oklahoma? I mean, it's what he's doing right now is amazing. He has on paper, he's got the number one strength of record in college football right now. He's got a top 3 offensive scoring efficiency. He has top 10 defensive scoring efficiency. And if the playoffs started today, the playoff committee would make Indiana the number 1 team in the country.
Well, what's amazing, the roster, Coach Johnson, 0 5-stars on the Indiana roster, 6 4-stars, and the rest, somebody's done a great job of evaluating, Ellis.
Yeah, and developing.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of not a lot, but there's several coaches who have had some big time success at JMU. When Curt left there to take that Indiana job, I thought that's not a good move. That's a money move. He's gone over there and just turned the place around, and he took a bunch of his players from JMU with him because they knew what his culture was. And he took them, although they were 1AA players at the time, he took them because he knew they had his culture, and that's the way he's turned it around. And I still just have to sit there and read the numbers before I can believe it. I mean, we've all watched Indiana for 40 years, and there may have been 4 good football teams in those 40 years. I mean, it's amazing. And I'll say this, just the eye test, when you watch them play against Oregon, you keep thinking it's getting ready to explode, and these kids are not good enough athletes to make those plays, but they're making them on effort and discipline, and don't screw up a lot of stuff. They don't do stupid things. You don't ever see a lazy step on that football field. I mean, it's just that's how they're winning. They're not winning with talent.
Curt is a lot like his dad. I knew his dad. His dad was the head coach at Indiana, University of Pennsylvania. And his dad had a steel workers mentality.
Yeah.
Hey, here we are. The only adjustment I'm making is with my chin strap because I'm going to whip your ass. And Curt and his brother Frank are of the same mindset. People don't know this about Curt Cignetti. He coached for Chuck Amato at NC State, and he coached Phillip Rivers, and he recruited Russell Wilson to NC State.
Wow.
And the guy has always been, I love Curt and the way he develops quarterbacks. Everywhere he's been, he's had a productive quarterback. Now he goes through and he gets Mendoza to come in, and all that kid does is make great decisions and shows the toughness. But Cignetti, he was on Nick's staff at Alabama, and he was pretty blunt with Nick, and he and Nick, let's just say it was oil and water, baby. It didn't mix a whole lot. And Nick didn't like being questioned, and Signetti didn't really give a rat's tail because that's the way his father is. You know,
Yeah.
like, hey, you know what, boys? I'm going to flip you the bird and go, you don't like it, here I go. And Sig is that way.
Yeah.
But guess what? He believes in his principles himself, and it carries over to his football team. And I'm like Ellis, at critical times when you think, uh-oh, somebody comes up with a play. When they got Dante Moore to throw the 2 interceptions there late, you could tell those kids, I mean, they're flying around and they are playing hard. But Signetti, I'm like Dave. And I sent you a text, Rob, the other night.
Mm-hmm.
If Auburn's going to make a change, back that truck up, baby. I think Sig's going to end up, if Florida makes a change, it's my understanding that Signetti's their number 1 guy in Gainesville if they make a change. So I think Signetti's going to set the bar for a new payout with college coaches. I think he's going to be the highest paid coach because of what Dave said, his track record at JMU and now at Indiana.
Yeah, Dave, thinking about that and looking at this big picture. And by the way, Dave, is there technology, you or Brendan can answer this, where you could put a laser tag, something on the tip of the football so that if it goes over, crosses the plane, just like we have all this other stuff, there's a marker, there's a tracer, and there's no question that some ref who is, you know, I don't know who he's working for, goes, well, that ball didn't go over there, you know. No, it didn't get over there. And the call from the, you know, Birmingham Country Club, you know, hey, I'm telling you, people are so upset over what's been going on with the officiating. So what can we do about that, Dave? Foghorn Leghorn is coming on.
The first thing that I would recommend is you get some chill gummies and relax, dude. I mean, it's just football. Okay, you gotta let it go. All right. And sure, they could put a chip in front of the football, but you know something? There's a great remedy to all of this. Don't fumble.
Yeah. That's the key.
Plus, even if the ball's crossing the plane, was it moving? I mean, I looked at that thing like you did a dozen times, and it wasn't conclusive to me. I honestly thought the ball was moving out of his control before he crossed the plane.
Yeah,
you know, but on the flip side of that, good God, you want to talk about judgment calls? I mean, the judgment calls that came streaming in against Auburn, I even tweeted it out while I'm watching the game. And yes, I actually watched games this weekend, folks. I know, shocking. I even tweeted it out. I'm like, if Hugh Freeze wins this game, does he get double coach effect? Because he beat Georgia and the refs this weekend. Yeah. You know, that touchdown one notwithstanding, that's just Jackson Arnold, you know, not holding on to the football, the defense making a great play. And I'm not an X's and O's guys, but man, Jackson Arnold, dude, I watched that game because it was interesting and close. And I'm like, do you know where you're at, son? Yeah. It was not good quarterbacking. Hugh has not found a quarterback yet at Auburn at all.
Yeah. Well, Dave, to everybody here, what I'm just of this old school mentality, whatever you want to call it. I've heard this from every good coach. You know, like football is a 60-minute game. You cannot let the refs take it away from you on 2 or 3 plays here and there or at the last seconds. You got to get out there and play your ass off. And if you play the victim role as a head coach, that carries down to your damn team. And I've seen a lot of interviews with Auburn players that said, yeah, that affected our heads after the game. So look, yeah, the ball was wobbling. You're just hoping it was wobbling in touching part of his skin when it crossed the plane. But you're right. Don't fumble the ball. And Ellis, what would you have said to the team to avoid letting them? And hey, 42 yards of total offense in the second half, that doesn't help Auburn.
No, I thought protection was average. Of course, Georgia's gotten into a lot of teams with their pass rush. But I agree with Dave. The decision-making by Arnold was terrible as in consistency. Yeah. And he's just not a really good passer. He may be a good passer on the run and maybe a playmaker and sort of that. But, I mean, it's a shame with the receiver room they got.
Yeah.
Those kids almost being wasted. And it's just a shame. And it's not only his fault. I mean, they're not really protecting that well. And Hugh and Gus Malzahn are a lot alike. They spend so much time in the running game because of all the eye candy and the motions and the timing up the shifts and all that. It takes a lot of practice time to run that style of running game. And you look up and you've spent about 10% of your practice on pass protection. So when you get an obvious passing situation on third and long, they don't really know what they're doing every time. Backs are not picking up the right guy, or either they're getting whipped. Maybe there's a bad step by an offensive lineman and may get the assignment right, but fundamentally, they can't protect the quarterback consistently in obvious throwing situations. And like I said, it's a shame because they got some kids out there in the receiver corps that could really burn some people, but they're not consistently getting them the ball.
Rob, to go along with Ellis, when we were at Notre Dame our first 3 years, we didn't have a drop back pass in the playbook. We did not have a drop back pass. And here's why. We were a belly option play action team. We were a trap option. And then we were power run. And the only protection we had was turn back, where the right tackle would lock on, the guard would block down, and tailback could go through check one, the fullback could check the edge. I had 15 minutes of individual with the receivers while the quarterbacks went over and loosened up.
Yeah.
12 of the 15 was based stock block, crack block, stock block, crack block, arc, and then play action off it. When Al Davis came in to take Timmy Brown, I said, Mr. Davis, I said, Coach, Timmy's not going to be the best receiver in his first year and then when we go to the perimeter drill, we're pitching the football 15 out of 20 minutes. So we are spending an individual 12, 15, 27. Then we go to team, and 80% of team is run. And that's what Gus and Hugh do. Those receivers are blockers first. And then once you come off the RPO and do all that stuff, but you're not developing those receivers. And that's why when those kids get to the NFL, they're going to be breakout stars. But I got three things for you. The command center for the SEC is not in Birmingham. It's in Vegas. The second thing is I agree with Dave. Take a chill pill. The second thing is I'm watching Arnold's left hand, and his hand is moving away from his body as the ball's going forward. And if you're going over, you tell that guy, press the ball to your body so you don't get it punched out.
Yeah. That's
ball security for the quarterback. Jackson Arnold, go back and watch it. His hand was moving out, and there was there was space between his hand, the ball, and his body. Third thing, you asked Dave a great question. Is there a way you could put something in the ball where it crosses the tip? It's already in the ball. Wilson makes a ball with a chip in it that tests the revolutions when you throw it. We had it at Lipscomb Academy with the former coach at UAB, Trent Dilfer. Wilson sent us a dozen footballs with the chip in it. And that, because he was doing the Elite 11, you can measure the rotations and the velocity of the football through this tracking system. So there's already a chip in the ball. You have room for another chip. That's a great question, but it's already out there.
Yeah.
And we used it every day in practice. And the folks from Wilson, every Thursday, they wanted to report because we'd use it in practice Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
And they have studied this thing. But again, it's for revolutions and velocity. Yeah. I think you could put one in there that coincides with the goal line, but the goal line is going to have to light up to bright yellow or maybe bright orange, like for Auburn, because they got burned by it.
Yeah, I'm keep going back to that meme, Dave Bartu, that you see about James Gandolfo and The Sopranos, the replay room, what Tommy Two Times and Sides and all those guys in there going, hey, who's got the best chance to make the playoffs? Okay.
Santarelli's Deli in New Jersey. Hey, come on, over here, over there.
How many of Ewans is coming in? That's Pennsylvania talk, isn't it, Pete?
Yeah, that's Yuns. That's the Pittsburgh guys.
Yuns.
Yeah, the Yuns are.
I love it, Yuns. And you go to Permane Brothers and get a sandwich in the Warehouse District in Pittsburgh. That's Nirvana. Dave Bartu, this is brilliant discussion. You're right. My wife she stayed behind with our daughter and granddaughter. I went down to the game with Billy Roberts, my roommate. And she said she was even commenting about Jackson Arnold hitting the people's feet there at the end of the game. I tell you what, Dave, you look at quarterback play, look at offensive line play. Matt Stinscombe was on the show a couple of weeks ago, great offensive lineman at Georgia on SEC Network. I said, do you think maybe we don't have enough offensive linemen because of 7-on-7? He goes, yeah, it's pajama football. I mean, that's what we're doing. Oh, those 5 guys on the other side of the line of scrimmage, don't worry about them. But in a real game, they're going to try and take your head off. Dave, looking at big picture, you saw Oregon go down in person, and they've got a loaded roster. What are your thoughts on what's happening? The coaching jobs being done. There we go. The coaching jobs being done right now in college football. And what do you think is the trend in coaching?
The trend in coaching, if I've been standing here and listening to everybody, and I've been saying this for years once the pay-for-play opened up, is I felt that college football, elite college football, was dead. It's gone. Okay. We're going to get inconsistency. We are going to get quarterback play that is not as good as it used to be. We're going to get offensive line play that's not as good as it used to be. Defenses aren't going to. There's no continuity anymore, and so these coaches are having to survive in an era in which their roster is getting turned over 20 to 40% every year. And we want to blame the coaches. We want to, blame James Franklin. We want to blame Venables. We want to blame these guys. We want to blame Hugh Freeze for these massive turnovers and these veteran coaches in some cases that are still trying to get their footing in this new world of paying the players. And with the paying the players, they move around. There's less continuity. There's also the psychology of, look, I don't have to try as hard. I don't have to work as hard. If I don't like it here, I'll go get paid somebody else. If they're good enough, they're going to get, look at Jeff Sims is on his 18th year. He was, starting for Arizona State this weekend, right? I mean, he'll make more money in his career as a backup quarterback in college. So I think the theme is simply that the quality of football is far worse in all aspects. And that being a coach in this is, in my opinion, much tougher under probably more difficult scrutiny with all of the moving around than ever before.
Well, what I say about Kirby Smart is, I really like him. If I was a coach, my personality would be like a Peter and Ellis, or Boom, Will Muschamp, or Kirby. Get after their ass, play the full 60. Georgia, it's not a pretty sight to see them play. But they've won 2 road games at Tennessee and at Auburn that easily could have gotten away from them. But I always was told by people that Jeremy Pruitt was great at adjusting in real time as a defensive coordinator. Kirby was better at halftime. Well, Kirby proved that. The defense, and you call him an elite coordinator, the best in the last 15 years. Auburn, you got to get better than 42 yards of offense. You got to give Georgia credit, because they didn't lay down and die. So, Dave, that is I go back and watch all these shows like coaches and y'all do, watch and just listen to what you hear, because sometimes it's going fast. But that is right. It's Coach Johnson, the era of inconsistency. And I think the only way to remedy that is to be as tough as you can be and get everything you can out of them instead of waiting on them to develop, because they're probably not going to hang around as much as they used to.
No, they're not. And I've said it many times. The NIL stuff doesn't bother me. That's been going on for about 60 years. They didn't call it NIL when I coached it, but we won't say what they called it. But money's always been there. Okay. And when you got kids that don't have money and you got boosters that got money and they want the kids, you're going to have that happen, whether it's the legal rule with NIL or whether it's the way it used to happen. The portal is ruining college football. And I think we're going to find out in about 5 or 10 years, it's damaging kids. You're going to see kids get to the NFL, and NFL coaches are going to find a bunch of kids that can't focus, they can't commit, they can't stay on a damn tough situation long enough to see it through, because they're used to just walking away. And I think the money kind of pours a little gasoline on the tampering and everything, but the money's always been involved in it, and it always will be, as long as kids ain't got any money and there's a bunch of big rich boosters that want their football team to win. But they got to do something about this damn portal. It's hurting kids. They don't think it is, but they'll find out later on it's hurting the kids and it's hurting the teams.
Well, and Pete, what I would give, because, Dave and Brendan, all of us, to have a coach like you or Ellis rip your ass. I mean, that's just what we grew up with. And also we got it from me with my mother. My dad was as laid back as Willie Nelson on Valium. But, you've got to have a sense of urgency. Dave nailed it. It's like having Bob Newhart in the room. It's inconsistency. And how do you develop continuity if guys are just coming and going and really they've been coddled is what's happened, Pete?
Rob, I'm going to say this. The transfer portal, the kids aren't bothered by it. And let me tell you why. We've had kids being recruited by other schools since they've been in 7th grade. In South Florida, you look at rosters and they change. And when you recruit Dayton Broward County, there is 93 schools that play football in those 2 counties. And then you got Pahokee, then you got Glades. Those kids move around. So they've grown up knowing that in Memphis they do it for basketball. Memphis does it for football. Yes. Nashville, I've seen it here in Nashville. A kid, they're out scouting flag football and youth league football with these guys and so all of a sudden the kid's at one school, he goes to another. Now it's not the numbers, the mass of 15, 20. I laugh at these guys that say, well, we brought in 70 new players. Guess what? You can only play 11 on one side of the ball, and you can only play 11 on the other side of the ball. That isn't a badge of honor or badge of courage, bringing in 70 new players. That's not very good. That's not smart. You got to have balance in building your roster like you have to have balance in your offense and your defense. But kids have been being recruited since the 7th grade to go. So that's not a big deal for the kids. Where it's a big deal, it's like Ellis said, they're getting paid.
Yeah.
But they're getting paid more money now. How do you keep them hungry? We used to always say, here's the standard. Tuesday, if it's not good enough, we're going back to 0. Piss on that NCAA rule that says, well, you can only practice. Guess what? We're going to, some people used to call it the dark period. Start over, run it again. You don't have that going on where you can teach kids it's not acceptable to have all these damn penalties.
Yeah.
They're free yardage. You're giving up. Discipline is not there anymore. And the kids that don't like disciplines, like Ellis said, they leave because, hey, man, nobody's ever talked to me like that. I can't tell you how many kids have said, Coach, I said, what's the matter? You don't like me. I said, what do you mean I don't like you? You raised your voice at me. You yelled. I said, son, I asked you to do it right for 3 times. I got to do something to get your attention. And the last thing I'm going to do is put my hands on you. But, man, yeah, I'm loud. But it's to get my point across.
Yeah.
And this goes back to how soft kids are being raised today for the most part.
Yeah. And I can tell you, having gone to Christian Brothers High School, been in Memphis since 1871, I wouldn't swap what I went through for all the money in the world, because I knew those teachers cared about me, Brother Adrian, Brother Stephen. And sometimes they would, boy, but I'm going to tell you what, you knew what their commitment was. Dave, you were raising your hand. It's like class.
No, but it reminds me when I do that, it's like, okay, I got something to say about this, for the listeners, and this is a kind of a little nugget of wisdom inside the numbers, that I started passing on to assistant NFL GMs years ago. And I took it and I started passing it on to director player personnel and GMs in college as well. And there's something inside the numbers about transfers that's very, very important. Okay. And I probably mentioned this on the show before, but I'm old, so I'm going to repeat myself, just like everybody else on this show. When a player transfers up or down, okay, if the player is good enough to go from Georgia State to Georgia Tech, Georgia State to Georgia, okay, that's a transfer up. The player that can't hack it at Georgia that transfers down, okay, that's a transfer up, transfer down. At the NFL level, to date, guys that have on their resume in college a transfer down that are drafted, okay, they end up starting per player 750%, rounded up from 743%. So 750%, they start 750% fewer games per player than the guy that has a transfer up. Okay. So that is, to me, if I'm a GM in the NFL, a guy that has a transfer down, he's off my board. Okay. That guy can't make it. He doesn't have the mental stamina to get it done. Okay. So on the collegiate level, coach made a great point about all these guys. They're used to transferring around. And I tell this to college GMs and director player personnel all the time too. See where they transfer to. If they're transferring up, okay, they're transferring up in level 2A to 3A to 4A to 5A and they're moving up because they're so damn good mentally and physically. Look for those guys. The guy that is at a 6A school that transfers somewhere else because he can't start, transfers somewhere else because he really doesn't have the overall mental capacity to compete. Stay away from the transfers down. That's the rule of thumb. Transfer up, transfer down. You got to look at that. It helps with the subjectivity. And yeah, you're going to maybe miss on a few guys, but you're not going to waste your time on a bunch of them that don't have it right here to begin with. You can't train this. It's there before they get into your program.
Brilliant.
Rob, going back to to Dave's point, in South Florida, if you go to a public school, you have to pass what they call the FCAT to graduate from a public high school in Florida. I went to a high school one day and the students are walking out. And I said to somebody, "What's going on? You got a fire drill?" They said, "No, our valedictorian just found out he's not going to graduate." In Florida, if you go to a private school, you don't have to take the FCAT. So when a kid's in 9th and 10th grade and he's not doing well in his classes at the public school, guess where he's going? Private school. And that's why Plantation Heritage, St. Thomas Aquinas, those private schools, you don't have to pass the FCAT to graduate in South Florida or in the state of Florida, excuse me. So as a junior, I'd go watch a kid in spring practice, and then I go back in the fall. And it's like, where did Jimmy Joe go? And they're like, "Coach, he transferred to Christopher Columbus or some private school." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" "Well, he wasn't doing great academically, so he doesn't have to take the FCAT to try to graduate." I mean, people have been scamming this system for a long time, brother.
Yeah, well, we remember it in Memphis. There was a school which shall remain nameless, across the DeSoto County line, and guys would be pulled over for a speeding ticket and couldn't come up with the address. And but I digress. But
that happened. That happened on the kids' way from Memphis to Olive Branch.
Hey!
State Line Road, And the guys at Olive Branch said, "Oh, he was just spending the night with his mom, who's divorced and living in Memphis." And they asked the kid, "Where do you live?" He said, "I live in Memphis, but I go to school at Olive Branch."
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
cops had to get involved. That would,
Yeah.
oh boy.
Don't even get me started.
Hey,
I'll tell
and
you
it's
what.
still going on. It don't
Yeah.
matter. South Haven, Olive Branch, it doesn't matter.
It's insane. Hey, let me read some of these comments, man. I like. Okay, Kelly Leak, smart guy. Yes, and amazingly, they say every play with all the money in the SEC, you think it would be better. That's why folks say it's fixed. Not sure about that, but bad calls made. It's not all SEC fans, but most feel like the officiating is atrocious. And Bama said, and has been said, Bama was NIL. Well, all that being said, and I love these comments from our viewers. We all know that shenanigans and tomfoolery, I love these old words, have been going on for a long time. But looking at the SEC right now, in this conference, we got big games coming up this weekend. Alabama is playing Tennessee. That's in Tuscaloosa. We've got Arkansas, Texas A&M, Auburn hosting Missouri, Florida hosting Mississippi State, Georgia hosting Ole Miss, Kentucky hosting Texas. Wow. LSU hosting Vanderbilt. And so you go down the list, and it's just the other half. I'm trying not to leave anybody out, but Oklahoma and South Carolina. What a weekend. I mean, this is full blown conference games. The league, guys, the Big Ten, the SEC, the ACC, the Big 12, the American Conference, the Sun Belt, who really, guys, somebody come up here and tell me, is there any league where all the football is just better than it was last year? Can anybody make a case for that? Ellis, I mean, from what you've seen, because this SEC, it's getting like Dave and Pete and you all have said, it's getting like the NFL. It's every weekend, It's wide open.
Well, one thing, just from the mathematical standpoint of it, the standings and who's going to get in the playoff, who's going to win the SEC, the team that's really in a precarious situation in this situation is Texas, because they've already got 2 losses.
Yeah.
And if they have got to win out, or either they got to win the SEC, well, they might not get in. But, they've got 2 losses already. And only one of them's a conference loss. But they're playing well enough that you say, well, they're not going to have a problem. But numerically, they better watch it. They're going to be on the outside looking in. And right now, they look like one of the best teams in America. But the other thing is, it's getting to where there's a lot of wounded dogs in the league right now.
Yeah.
Already got 1 loss, and they're really, really good teams. And I think that you're going to see a crazy finish with all these tied situations. And there's only 3. You see right there what Brendan put up. There are only 3 undefeated teams in the conference. There are only 2, I think, when you look at it overall. So it's going to be a really, I think, more chaotic situation finishing out than we've ever seen before in the conference.
Yeah, and Pete, I'm sticking by, which I can't change it because I made the prediction. I don't know what the background noise, I don't know if that was me or what, but Pete, I predicted Georgia to play Alabama in Atlanta. And maybe the people in Vegas, I mean, or wherever the SEC, officiating is, have taken that to heart, because it looks like that might very well happen. Of course, Ole Miss is going to have a lot to say about that. So is Texas A&M. Pete, Ole Miss goes to Georgia Saturday. Now, Lane Kiffin's record, and Dave looks at these numbers, and man, they are everything. His record against top 5, top 10 teams isn't the best. It wasn't like as bad as James Franklin's was, but what do you think happens over in Athens?
Oh, that's because James Franklin was there 12 years. Lane hasn't been there quite as long, and that has something to do with it. But I was absolutely shocked at how bad Ole Miss played against Washington State.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable. I got to believe, knowing Lane, they've been working on Georgia last week, trying to get ready for 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there are some coaches I've run across in my past. I think Ellis may have too. Oh, it's just Washington State. But we got to put a period in here to work on Georgia. And all of a sudden, the players, one group you don't fool are the players, man.
Yeah.
They're here in Georgia in 2 weeks, and they're going, Washington State coming from, and Lane has made, the Pac-2 or whatever. I mean, he's made some comments. Those players understand that. They had no more focus on Washington State than a man in the moon. Trinidad Chambliss, that was as bad as he's played all year.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you, Washington State got after him pretty good.
Yep.
I think Georgia at home. Kirby's been looking at this. They're going to find a way to win it. But again, I think it's going to be in a close one. We were looking at the numbers. I looked this up last night. There are 10 undefeated teams at 6-0 in the country right now, and one at 5-0. Miami's 5-0. Navy, Memphis, Georgia Tech, BYU with a heck of a win in overtime. Bear Bachmeyer the other night. Texas Tech, who nobody's talking about, with that David Bailey coming from Stanford, is just tearing it up in the Big 12. Indiana, Ohio State, UNLV, Dan Mullen getting it done. Ole Miss and A&M. Those are the 10 at 6-0 that are bowl eligible.
Yeah.
Miami's at 5-0. And so I'm like Ellis. There are a bunch of one-loss teams just licking their chops. But as we go on, is the SEC going to get somebody in with 3 losses?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Because you may have the SEC 2 teams playing in the championship game that have 2 losses each.
Correct. Dave Bartu, I got to ask you something following up on what Pete just said. Dan Mullen getting her done, as they say down here in the South and all over the country, really. Would Dan Mullen be a fit at Arkansas?
Oh, sure he would. I mean, come on, he's got SEC ties. He knows the SEC culture. He knows the SEC boosters. He would be a fit at Arkansas, absolutely. And he's done a great job at UNLV. I'm actually honestly straight up when you look at the numbers and the roster churn. I think he's done an excellent job offensively and defensively. So yeah, he would certainly fit if he wants to go there. And like I've always said, once you're a head coach, most of these guys want to keep head coaching. And Arkansas is a great paycheck to go to win 20 games over the next 4 years.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to try to do something. I'm not sure it's ever been done before. I'm going to try to clap like Kirby was doing the other night. Is that how you do it? I mean, what was going on with it? That was, I mean, I don't know what's going on. The clapper. Remember the clapper? It used to turn the lights off and you were laying in bed. But I'm loving this stuff. Kirby, the clapper. Why are the refs scared of Kirby? I see every SEC team having at least one loss. Doggone great show today, Jeff Boone. Thank you. But dadgummit, and Jeff is a good friend of mine. He's my hunting club. Love the guy. He's a diehard dog fan, but God dang it, he's objective and he's fair. I mean, Georgia won the game because they didn't feel sorry for themselves. They don't get down. And Dave, what you just said, coaches love to keep coaching. And
Yep.
You know what? Kirby he's going to do it. And when he can't be himself anymore, he will. He'll just go do something else, and he'll never hurt for money.
Yeah.
But
Speaking of SEC coaches, I got a little nugget for you, though. I got a nugget for you with the James Franklin, which we haven't touched on. Obviously, it's Big Ten, but the guy I think in the SEC that is going to benefit the most out of James Franklin getting fired, Mike Elko.
really,
Mike Elko is going to get paid because right now, when you look at his pay relative to the rest of the SEC coaches, it ain't up there. Guess who is a Pennsylvania native? Mike Elko.
yeah.
And Mike Elko has won at A&M. Mike Elko has won at Duke. If I'm Penn State, that guy's in my top 3 on the board. And if I can't get him, A&M's going to pay. I think Mike Elko is going to be a big winner in the firing of James Franklin out of the SEC.
Mike Elko went to the University of Pennsylvania. And he's got strong Northeast ties, but I'm like you, Dave. I think A&M's going to pony up. If Marcus Freeman hadn't accepted the Notre Dame job, the next guy they were going to was Mike Elko because he was the defensive coordinator there at one time.
You mean Marcus Freeman?
If Marcus Freeman had not taken the Notre Dame job, the next guy they were going to was Mike Elko.
Okay.
But that's a great point, Dave. Elko went to the University of Pennsylvania, and so he's got strong Northeast ties.
Well, Ellis, looking around here, man, I love these comments, and I mean, the comments are awesome. I mean, and we're free speech, you know. And by the way, those lights out gummies, took up one last night, got off the road, man. Pinched the nerve, sleeping on an uncomfortable pillow down there at the daughter's house. My lawyer will call you. Okay, no, I was just, man, it is so sore. It took that lights out gummy. Slept for about 7 hours, man. Just, man, what great dreams I had. I had dreams of calling a timeout. No, but anyway, Ellis,
are you dreaming of being the next head coach at Auburn?
hey, give me 5 minutes, sign the contract, and then fire me with the buyout. When I was a kid, I was like everybody else. I wanted to be a cop, a fireman, or a garbage man. Now, if you're a kid, you want to be a coach and get fired without cause, of course. You don't want to, but hey, 20, 30 million, you can buy some drinks down on 38. You know, you can
do you
that.
Still have Brian Harsman's agent on speed dial?
Woo! I'm telling you what, that one, that's still just, that gives me PTSD. Ellis, I love this round table, folks. And our executive producer, Brendan Martin, pulling up these videos and all the graphics, the schedules. It's incredible. Ellis, look, I want to ask you, stepping outside the SEC, because, you know, Atlanta feeds the SEC. And you got Georgia Tech, Brent Key doing a hell of a job there. I mean, you know, if you're a kid and you stick it out at Georgia Tech, you got to pass calculus your freshman year. But if you stick it out and you want to hang around Atlanta with a Georgia Tech degree or anywhere, that's why you don't want to hit that portal button, man. You can make a living with your hands. You can make millions with your mind. Graduate.
Yeah, I think he's done a great job. He's a perfect fit, former player. And I can sort of see his former coach. He had Ralph Friedman was a coordinator, and I think he kind of has that personality. Wow. But he loves his school. Yeah. He probably won't be there but about another year or two, but he loves his school, and you can just see his players. They reflect him, you know, what he believes in and so forth. Yeah. So, yeah, he's done a great job, man.
Dave, when you look around right now, SEC schools, people are saying you got to make a move now because you've got December signing period. That's got to be hard on both ends. The coach that knows he's walking the green mile potentially, and then the one they're going after. You know, it's like, you know, driving home from work, going by your old haunts, all the old bars you go to, and you're trying to stop doing that.
Yeah, but it's still live by the sword, die by the sword. So many fans are recency bias. You know, 2 weeks ago, Texas sucked. Now they're a national championship contender. You know, James Franklin is a great coach, and now he's fired. I'm like, you can't, this whole rinse, dry, wash, repeat cycle, you can't keep doing it to your program, hoping to find something in 2 years. When you fire a guy, you're pretty much 2 years out right off the get. You're losing your entire roster. You're bringing in one. You don't know what you got, you know? Yeah. So, you know, the fans or an AD that you know, you got to give it 3-4+ years, you know, no matter how bad it is, because you start falling into this cycle of, well, this isn't the program. This isn't how we won before. Nobody is where they were before. Nick Saban retired because he couldn't beat old Nick Saban. The new rules, he didn't like new Nick Saban. That's how hard it is, folks. So, you know, to compare yourself to what we used to do, I mean, it's always kind of dumb, but it's really stupid now, especially in the SEC. You start getting into, this is what we used to do when you have 9 SEC games. Stop it.
Yeah,
it's getting worse. It's going to get worse when you go to 9.
Yeah. That window is closed. That window's closed. The good old days are gone. They are not coming back. There's no coach. There's no situation that's going to save you in that regard. So I think you got to be really careful in terms of not falling into the trap of trying to find that perfect guy in a system that is in constant churn already.
Yeah,
And
now
we're
Ellis,
talking about some of these coaches that everybody wants fired. They've got $60 million, $30 million, $40 million payoffs. 2 weeks later, your team's getting beat and embarrassed. And you're damn talking about signing another guy to bring him in there and give him a 5-year contract with 3 years guaranteed.
Yeah.
It's like a drug. They just can't stop.
I'm going to bring up
You know
Billy.
what, Coach? You know what,
Bill-
Coach? I never heard of a guy back when we were in coaching, a head coach getting a 10-year contract. What caused ADs to agree to a 10-year contract? 5, maybe 6, to go along with Dave said. So it gives you at least 3. If you have a 6-year contract, at least the first 3, you got a chance to go. Who in the world came up with this 10-year deal?
Yeah.
And no, I know who did. The agent,
Give me
especially,
Sexton.
Charlie
yeah,
Weiss got it at Notre Dame. Remember, he got the 10-year
yeah,
lifetime contract.
Big Deluxe, Jimmy, as they call him, the Big Deluxe. So Big Deluxe got the 10. But what athletic director in his right mind would agree to that? You know, it's like James Franklin. Rob, Friday before they played Northwestern, 2 kids that they had committed at Penn State canceled their visit.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about 2 big-time guys.
Yeah.
The running back now is going to go to Notre Dame next weekend to visit with Southern Cal coming in. The wide receiver, it's my understanding he may be going to Ohio State to visit. So the recruiting was starting to fall apart. But another name to look for at Penn State, Matt Rule.
Yep. Hey, well, let me say real quick, Dave, shed some light about Billy Napier and Florida, the situation. The standard there, Steve Spurrier, Urban Meyer. Athletic did a great story in the last week about why it's so tough. You got a lot of resources there. What do you think happens?
Well, look at those 2 guys you just named. Okay, let's start with that. And let's look at Florida's entire history of recruiting. Okay. Steve Spurrier, I'm pretty comfortable arguing that he was almost too smart for football. From the standpoint that there's probably nobody that I would pick to give 22 guys to go try to win a game without ever talking to him, without ever planning. The guy was just a football genius, right? If you can put that on, I mean, it's just football, so you know. But he was amazing, right? And then Urban Meyer got recruiting concessions that no other Florida coach has ever gotten. Huge recruiting concessions, huge, and that put Florida up to national championship level recruiting. They were never there before that without Steve, and they haven't been there since. Florida is a habitual 11 to 15 range recruiter. Only one team, Dabo, Clemson, with Deshaun Watson, has been outside the top 10 in recruiting and won a national championship this century. So when you compare Florida to Urban Meyer, when you compare Florida to Steve Spurrier, it's apples to oranges with Urban Meyer, and you're comparing yourself to one of the greatest football minds in the world in Steve Spurrier. You know, Florida has, and like a lot of programs, you live off of one thing happening and you think that's going to repeat. And it's very, very difficult at Florida and a lot of these second-tier recruiters. Ole Miss, Tennessee, Texas A&M. You know, these are all these tweener programs that have championship dreams, but have never really had that championship talent except for a tiny, tiny window in their history, and they think they're going to get back to it. So I think with Florida, it's just that's who you are. And unless you change your recruiting concessions like you did for Urban to let the floodgates open and not review any players, you're a tier 2 level talent in the SEC.
Well, hey, look, Brendan has given the signal we can go a few extra minutes, extra innings today. Great show. God almighty, look at these comments. Thank you. So, first off, thank you so much, everybody watching. We're blessed. Thank you more than you know. It's what my friend Mary always says, and that's true. Incredible knowledge. Ellis Johnson, Pete Cordelli, Dave Bartu, executive producer Brendan Martin, making all this happen. And Ellis, speaking of what he said about Florida, that standard, it is so hard. It's like someone taking over a family business. They're always compared, there's portraits of all the founders, that's my great-great-grandfather. And they're all the portraits. And here you come along. we all saw the movie Tommy Boy. Even the great-great-grandmother looked like one of the men. It was quite a family of lookers. But, Ellis, talk about you've coached with Steve Spurrier for 4 years as his defensive coordinator. How cool was that?
Well, I coached against him for several years, and every time he had an opening, I kept trying to get over there. It was my hometown too, but so anyhow, it was so damn hard to coach against him. You felt like there were a lot of coordinators that made good adjustments when they got their offense to the bench, and then came back out the next series and they got something for you. And then there were some other really good ones, and they'd take them in at halftime. They come back out and they got something for you, and you better be ready. With Steve, if you stop him on one play, the next play, he's got something for you, and you better be ready and able to handle it. He's just so difficult from the standpoint of trying to call a game against him. Yeah. And then when I got over there, that's why I realized it was so difficult. I mean, he really is. He's either a genius or he's at least got a photographic memory. And he can watch film and never run a damn playback. And he's got it up there. And when he's on the sideline, he's not reading a play sheet and got some like Pete said, they got some guy running up behind him with a book saying, this is the analytics say this. And he just really was. I mean, he was different, man. And he handled players well. He made a lot of things that other coaches made real complicated and real difficult. He made them look easy. He didn't work as many hours. And everybody would say, he's on the golf course too much. He's lazy. He doesn't work. Oh, he's got plenty of energy. Trust me. He just doesn't sit over there in the office and try to say I'm keeping up with the Joneses. Yeah. But it was one of the best experiences in my coaching career. And I coached for some great people. I mean, Sylvester Kroom and some of these guys, I mean, they were fantastic. But Steve was different. And I sort of said what Dave said a while ago. He's 100% on target about Florida. We were on the other day. I mean, it could have been a year ago, but we were all talking about it. And I said, if you go back through their history, they don't have a period of domination in their football program, except when Steve was there, and then a little bit less longer when Urban was there. And other times they've had some flashes and some good teams, but they've never been continuously a big winner. But I know one other guy, I worked with Jeff Rousey, was our linebacker coach at Alabama. And he used to tell a lot of stories because he was a young coach, he played for Bear, and he was a young coach on his staff. And he told about a story, I think actually Logan was on the plane with him, but they were down in Florida recruiting. And Coach Jeff was from Florida, and he handled a lot of Florida recruiting. And he said, Coach got on the plane one day after visiting the kid. He said, Rousey, he said, we better hope they never get this place going, because if they do, we're going to have a hell to handle. We might not can handle these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, the talent down there is what he was talking about. But yeah, Dave's right on target, man.
Yeah.
If you take Steve Spurrier out of it and you take some of the stuff that went on when Urban was there and kind of put it in perspective, Florida does not have a great tradition.
Well, it's like that with a lot of schools. You could probably say, I mean, Alabama, if you take away the Bear and Saban, that's 42 years, but you can't. But what I've always said, I agree that if Florida gets it together, they're hard to beat. And now they've had such a flux of finding a president down there. That and Brendan's right about that. You got to have, interim presidents, transitional periods. You got to have those alpha males in the room, somebody calling the shots. And I think, what you just said, this is powerful stuff about Steve Spurrier, about certain programs when they get it together. Pete, you look at college football right now. Here's what Mizzou fan. Welcome aboard, Mizzou fan. I love them. By the way, that stadium, Faroe Field, what they're doing in the end zones, good. It's going to be over 80,000. They are putting into the brick and mortar. And Jan Cowart is our good friend down in Fairhope, Alabama, architect. He's our expert on the arms race and facilities. Well, it's happening somewhere. That's probably, I don't know who's building that, but sad to say college football is getting more like NFL. It's about which team can Vegas make most money off of. And I don't know if sports betting My kids will tell me, I'm betting on the coin toss. I'm betting on who's going to sprain an ankle first. I mean, there's a bet for everything. But Pete, looking at what's happening in college football right now in the SEC, do you see a national champion coming out of this league from what? And you have to compare it to the rest of the country.
I do. And again, the one thing coaches and players don't control is injury.
Yeah.
If Alabama stays healthy and that defense continues to get better, I think Alabama's got a chance. Just with Ryan Grubb, the way he's calling the offense and Ty Simpson's fitting in, getting Jam Miller back was big. The offensive line is playing better, or else you could just hand it to Caden Proctor, and let him run the ball. At 340 pounds, it is amazing. I was shocked he didn't get in, but defensively they've got to get better. I can see Alabama and A&M in Atlanta for the SEC championship, and I can see Alabama making a run at the end of the year. But right now, the Big Ten, they're pretty stacked. They're playing well. The Big 12, I think Texas Tech has a chance to come out of that, but you never know because the quarterback's been in and out. He's been hurt, but when you get into the playoffs, I don't know if a Big 12 team can make a run at it. But I see, Alabama, Ohio State, possibly Indiana, obviously. I don't know if Notre Dame has USC this Saturday night, and that's going to be a big one. But Ellis, I'm going to have to call you after the show because I got to tell you, I miss Logan.
I do too.
Let me tell you, I used to spend so many hours when I lived in Memphis with him and my brother-in-law, and we're going to have to talk after the show because, man, oh man, I miss Logan.
We all do.
And Coach Bryant knew that as long as Logan was on the plane, Florida wasn't going to break.
I'll talk to you as long as I'm not under oath. Okay.
That makes two of us, man. That makes two of us.
And one thing is cool is his son's a friend of mine. I love him, Logan 3, and that you cannot get better than these stories about college football. And Dave, what we're talking about right now, Pete just gave a really good look around the country. Let's get your take, and I think it's important that college football is a big deal all over the country. One of the things I want to do before my 100th birthday is go to Laramie, Wyoming, and go to the University of Wyoming High Altitude Performance Center. It's like 7,300 feet where they study athletes and the effect of altitude on athletes. By the way, if you want to make a good bet and make some money early in September, at the beginning of the season, always take a team from the Deep South playing at Wyoming early. Remember they beat Missouri in Laramie in 2019? That was crazy, but Missouri now, you don't want to bring Missouri to come. But Dave, what are your thoughts on kind of throwing into this? Is great stuff.
It's just let you know I'm on a tight schedule. I'm going to drop it here.
I was going to say, I figured,
something. It's wild. I said at the beginning of the season, this is going to be the craziest season we've ever had because of the portal. I think the national champion might be the biggest outlier we've ever seen. And it's a battle of attrition right now. We might get a 3-loss team in the playoffs, which I think it's going to be boring. The more losses you have going into the playoffs, to me, it loses interest. I want 12-1. I want 11-2. I want teams that haven't lost a lot of games, but I still think the cream rises at the top in the end. And like we have for the last 25 years, bet the better recruiters. Bet your Ohio State. Bet your Oregon. Bet your Georgia. Bet your Miami. Bet your Alabama. Those are 5 top 10 recruiters that are all top 25 in offense and defensive scoring efficiency right now. So, until something changes long term, I'm sticking with the talent as long as the talent works hard.
Rob, I want to say, I'm sorry. Kirby had a press conference yesterday, and he was as blunt as ever. He said, the one thing that concerns me about our football team is we're not explosive enough on offense. We're not hitting the explosive plays. And he's right. I mean, he's got the Humphreys kid catching the ball. Branch hasn't really taken the top off. Yeah. And Gunnar Stockton's not that guy. I'll tell you who is the guy. The kid coming from Nashville Christian next year, Jared Curtis. He is a big time dude, man.
Yeah.
And Georgia's offense will be very explosive next year. But I was surprised at how blunt Kirby was yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. And Dave, thank you. I know Dave's got a tight schedule. Dave Bartu, College Football Matrix, thank you so much for sharing your time with us. We went a little bit long, and I want to say, and I'm going to come back with some comments, but Landers Ford, Poplar, and Houston Levy, where Germantown and Collierville meet, they're open every day of the week except Sunday, 7 a.m., 7 p.m. Ask for the general manager, Brad Bellamy. They'll get you in a new Bronco. You can also get those F-150 trucks, the 250s, the King Ranch. They got the Ford Escape, the Expeditions, the Explorers, and they will bring you round trip on the service side. Pick you up at home or your office, take you back in. Great stuff out there. The best people, Landers Ford, and you'll see them at the Touchdown Club tonight, where we will have Rich Clark, Executive Director of the College Football Playoff Committee, right down the street from our good friends also at Hewlett and Dunn Boot and Clothing Company on the historic square in Collierville, Tennessee. Boxes coming in every day. Barber, Duckhead, Filson, the Ariat, the Wrangler, the boots, over 7,000 pairs of men's and women's boots. And they also restore boots. If you want your boots to be restored or cleaned up, they make them look good as new. Open every day of the week except Sunday. HewlettandDunn.com. You won't find better clothes and boots for men, women, and the kids anywhere. And Rumble Boxing at Union and McLean. How you fight is how you live. Better work out. You know what? You'll catch up on your sleep when you're dead. Get out there, work out, engage both sides of your brain. Rumble Boxing, open every day of the week. Union and McLean, the boxing classes, 45 minutes. Weights, they've got 250-pound punching bags you hit. You will love. You're having a rough day? Go to Rumble Boxing, man. Take it out on that big bag. Before we wrap up, guys, great conversation today. Man, I don't know if I've ever seen this many comments coming in. It's kind of like it's gonna explode. But this is what I love. There's tremendous interest. Ellis, Pete, y'all's knowledge of football, which you share with us, and you're right. It's the history, the traditions, and the heroes. You can't get any better than this. And also freedom of speech on this show. You know, we're not afraid to tell what we think. Pete already getting the Georgia fans excited about this quarterback coming in next year. That's going to be fun. But I mean, you know the kids, Pete. I mean, look, I've got this book right here, Making the Grade. This Ellis, we got to get you to do one. This is the checklist. Pete looks at a running back, like 20 things that you look at. And
I'm gonna send that to you, Coach. See what you think.
Yeah. And get Ellis and Pete. The reason we love college football is the coaches like y'all that have made us love it, because you've had teams perform because you work so hard. So first off, thank you all both so much for being on here with us today. We'll do it again next week. Two of the absolute best in the business. Y'all have a good day, and I may even have to join you on that conversation after the show. So we'll have some fun. Y'all take care. Hey, most often we see the face of Christ in the least among us. We are the most blessed people in the greatest country in the history of the world. So today, when you're out and about doing your thing, find ways you can help other people. Like my friend up in Nashville, people loving Nashville, going out on the streets. There's places like that. And if you want to find out about it, we're going to tell you a lot more about it going forward on this show. But for executive producer, Brendan Martin, the best in the business, Rob Browne, stay tuned to this channel. Have a great day, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Good evening and welcome to the Buddy Martin Show on my new digs tonight. Well, not by choice. We had a little flood here yesterday and I had to move to the back because these gigantic fans were blowing up front and you can't hear yourself think. So glad to be here with you tonight, though. It's going to be a good night. A lot of good things to discuss. Hey, there is a football god in heaven. Vanderbilt opens up as a 2.5-point favorite over LSU. The first time since 1978, Vandy has been favorite in an SEC game. Wow, that's amazing. Who would have thought that? Congratulations to the Doors. And also, tonight we'll talk a little bit about the fact that Kirk Cignetti just got a huge contract to stay in Indiana. Who would have thought Indiana football was Sunday because that's your force? Congratulations to Kirk Cignetti. He started out making chump change. Now he's making big-time money for a long time. So he goes off the board if he was ever on there. I have breaking news tonight regarding the Florida situation. I'm talking with a man tonight who said that there was a meeting on Wednesday night with key boosters. And I'll tell you more about that. Some things that we can pretty well count on. This suffice to say that Billy's days are numbered, and I don't think he's going to last past the weekend. That's just my projection. I don't know that, but it's sounding like that, don't you think? On the program tonight, we got Ben is back. Ben Troop, the great tight end, 84 Reasons, joins us momentarily to get his take on how things are shaping up in Gainesville. There are other stories going on up there, by the way. And last night we had a terrific interview with Kelly Ray about women's basketball. And we really enjoyed that. And other things are happening. How about the volleyball team beating Tennessee in Knoxville? A huge win for the volleyball program. So other sports are going on. Then, of course, the basketball season is about to open up. France Beer will be here tonight to talk about that. There's stuff. Meanwhile, Florida looks for a new coach. I don't know who's going to be. Do you? Stay tuned. We'll talk about it together coming up right here with Ben Troop, France Beard, and other friends.
Yes, it's time again for Buddy Martin. Call him up and tell him what you're thinking. But be kind because he's doing the best he can.
Better, stronger, faster.
Mama says that alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth but no toothbrush.
Hey, what if the voice calls while you're gone?
Take a message.
Bye.
You ready, champ?
I'm ready for this my whole life.
I'm incapable of small talk. But that's why you love me, right?
Kind of intimidating to be in the presence of so many great athletes.
Evening and welcome. This is the new Diggs back here tonight. I talked about I'm away from all the big fans. We had a flood here the day before yesterday. And we have huge fans throughout the house, and you can't hear yourself think. So my wife and her sister are in the next room. Doors closed. You might hear a hum. That's the best we can do tonight. I'm sure it'll be okay with you, and it might be okay with this guy too. Ben Trooper joins the program tonight. Much to talk about regarding the coaching situation. All kinds of speculation, all kind of list people have got, etc. All I can tell you is that I was told by my really great source who knows all things. Got to give him a nickname. That the boosters met this week over at Stewsbury Ground Grill. Ben Troop's taking a nap right now, but the boosters said the money's there. Let's go forward. Matt Hayes reported something like that earlier today. I confirmed it through my source who has really good information. And he said that that the sentiment is they wanted to make a change and move forward. I can't tell you what that means exactly, but I can pretty well assume I know what is going to happen. It's not good for Billy Napier, right, Ben Troop?
It's not, but I will say this: the whole Billy Napier situation. When people ask why is it important to have sources that we all can go to, because a credible source will make a an announcement, and everybody who covers Florida or has some ties to Florida, and I'm not talking about you, buddy, and I'm not talking about people like you. What makes these situations hard to follow is, good Lord, it's like everybody, because like you said, you got a credible source. This is why journalism and going to journalism school and understanding journalistic integrity matters in matters like this. Because to everybody who has a pulse on the situation, we've seen this before. How have we seen this before? Well, I mean, there was another coach here that right before the Georgia game, a lot of speculation before this Georgia game. Then you talk about Dolphins or Wales or whatever it was. I was covering that Georgia game, and the game got out of hand, and you kind of knew what was going to happen. But what makes this situation unique is this. Everybody always wants to talk about who has all the juice, the power, the control in college athletics. It is the boosters. It's always been the boosters, and it's always going to be the boosters. And I will say this. I give Billy Napier a lot of credit because obviously, if it's going to happen, it's not going to be a surprise to him. They probably spoke to him. The class.
Oh, he's accepted. You can tell what he's talking. He knows what's coming down.
But, buddy, I give him a lot of respect for the class and the professionalism that he's shown because, like I said, sometimes you get strong arm. I really don't know the full situation that happened in 2024 with Scott Strickland because it's speculation. I don't know. I just heard about it. But when you start looking at the coaches around the country that's already gotten let go, with the elephant being James Franklin, when you see that happen, that's the one that people, because boosters are watching. Yeah. And like I said, buddy, the one thing I had to learn when I was at Florida, which is definitely screaming volumes now, the two things that Florida always is going to protect, right, is the integrity of Florida and the reputation of Florida. And if any one of those gets threatened, something. So if it does happen Sunday, I guarantee those guys are going to play extremely hard for him no matter what the situation is going to be. Yeah. But, buddy, I've never seen this much media attention about a potential firing.
Oh, yeah.
Ever. Yeah. Because, like I said, if Billy Napier has proved one thing, it is how difficult the head coach position is at Florida. Because when people say, hey, man, does everything in Florida matter? Absolutely. 100%. So, and early signing day has a lot to do with this too. You got a lot of big time recruits that's already committed to Florida for 2026, and so you're gonna have to jump on this train sooner rather than later. Once again, I am just, I'm as a commentator, as an analyst, whatever you want to call me, when it comes to Florida, I am rooting for the orange and blue, no matter what. But the situation with Billy Napier has become, I mean, it's crazy, buddy, because we're looking at what's going on around Florida in college football. And now, Scott Strickland, the biggest hire of his career. I know he hired Coach Golden. I ain't taking that away from him. But the biggest hire in his career outside of Dan Mullen is going to be who's going to be the next head coach of Florida. I don't know who it's going to be.
Well, he's not going to make that hire. That's going to be made by the boosters. Money people.
Well, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Strickland's not going to be given that. He'll get.
Is Scott Strickland's tenure at Florida safe right now?
I don't know. I think it's a little shaky right now. I mean, remember this: that everybody thought Jerry Foley was a great AD because he hired so many good, great coaches. You look back at Billy Donovan, you see Steve Spurrier. No, he didn't hire Steve Spurrier. Steve Spurrier was hired before he became AD. And your list of, there's a long list of. Let me get back to the Signetti story, which I think is really wonderful. There's a lesson to be learned from this. I don't know if we'll ever learn it in Florida, which is when you can't find the right coach or roll your own. They took this. Listen to this. Chris Signetti has agreed on a new 8-year term contract with average annual compensation of $11.6 million. Okay, that's Indiana now. I'm not talking Auburn or Alabama, whatever. And so that's amazing. And he's going out the ladder. He's 64 years old. I didn't see the video, but I heard it was really good today. He put out about what his plan was and where his plans are. And Billy, Billy just might have been, he may have been Sunbelt Billy, I don't mean that in the pejorative way, although it does sound that way, because in the end, now we find out that he apparently tried to hire Charlie Weiss Jr.
Yeah.
And we didn't know that because I'd been told by my sources that he was going to get a new offensive coordinator last spring, and then he didn't get one. And we all kept waiting, and now apparently he offered a job to Weiss, and Weiss turned it down. And so that made a big difference. So what's he going to do? Well, he calls the plays again, and, of course, we're not happy with the result of that. So, and then, of course, the other thing is that Billy does a terrible job of trying to explain.
Yeah.
I mean, when he gets up and starts talking about the situation, it's all gobbledygook about this, that, and the other. I did this. You can't make sense out of it. So I give the man credit for having character. I give the man credit for running a good program. I give him credit for learning, loving his players, whatever. But you got to do more than just love your players. You've got to win somehow, some way. And Florida has lost winnable games. We all know that. But here's the irony of it. Here we are, homecoming, 60 straight sellout. Homecoming. And we're talking about firing the coach. Okay?
Well, buddy, it's so many ways to look at this situation, but I do my best to try to be as even keel and level-headed as I possibly can. If you are Billy Napier, with everything that he does, I mean, from when he first got here, he made sure he addressed, the living conditions, the parking situations, making sure that guys understood who the janitor was, they know everybody in the building. But just like I know, buddy, Coach Spurrier is not Coach Spurrier without the wins. Urban Meyer is not Urban Meyer without the wins. So as great of a person that Billy Napier could be and probably is, buddy, we live in this is a bottom line business, especially and this is no shade. This is no shade. What goes on with other colleges around the country is not the same thing at Florida. Florida is the flagship university in the state of Florida. Florida is the biggest brand in the state of Florida. Florida has the most fans in the state of Florida, and you are trying to protect those all the time. So Billy Napier was a guy that had the opportunity. What hurt him the most in 2025 is what we kept talking about, buddy. 2024, you end up 8-5 with the hardest schedule in the country. So you had all the momentum coming in 2025. You got your quarterback, you bringing in VB3 and Dallas Wilson, you're flipping guys, and you lose to USF. You can't do that, right? You beat Texas. You was in the game against Miami and LSU. I mean, you were
winnable game. Yeah, winnable games.
And I think the thing is, buddy, like I said, you can speak to this better than me. If they hire you for a certain reason and you never meet that expectation and you're not winning, it doesn't take away what you had the potential to do, but that's the crazy thing about potential, right? Most of us have it. Most of us will never live up to it, and it's a dangerous place to be. The only way the confidence is built is through evidence. What evidence do we have about Billy Napier right now is he's a player's coach who the players love, who won't relinquish play calling, and right now, the misuse of talent is going to be on him. Every coach and every player came through here you approved of. You signed off on it. So if it's not going the way we thought, buddy, Florida can ill afford for its integrity, reputation, and brand to continue to take a dip. They can't do it. That's any big brand. If you've ever been a part of a big brand, they're going to say, dude, we can't do that because perception right now is all we have. The reality of the situation is ugly, but we still winning we still selling out at 2-4. So the fans are still doing their part, but I'm just going to be very, very interested. The two most appealing hires in 2025 is going to be Penn State second and Florida first, and that's if the decision does happen on Sunday. But I mean, buddy, how has the Post been? Because I do my best to listen, but how has the Post been around Florida media when it comes to this? Because this is crazy. Like it has been a frenzy since that I guess the first news popped off about the decision has already been made.
Yeah. Yeah. So I sent you a message there from Brendan. Check it out if you would. Metro 84 reasons. We're going to have Franz Berger on later. Three other basketball players in Florida have made their preseason All-SEC team. And we'll have Franz on to discuss that. Plus, his new book is about to be out soon, The Golden Season, which I think you'll find really good, really interesting detail. And then we've got sitting in tonight our friend Rob Browne will be joining us, talking about what's happening at Auburn and Hugh Freeze. I want to be sure to mention last night we had Kelly Ray on the show, and it was a terrific show. She was talking about her event tonight at the Cade Museum, where they're having the women basketball players do a fashion show. And I just got it over from Freddie Weeby, and I thought I had a picture. I was going to try to run it. It's a sold-out event. It's sold-out event, which is terrific. I'm glad because it's NIL money for them. And that's good news. That's good to know. We will be having Franz on in just a moment here, and we'll tell you more information about that. Other news today, let's see what we got going on here. I told you about Vanderbilt being favored for an SEC game, the first time since 1978. I told you we have 3 men's basketball players named preseason All-SEC team Monday. I'll tell you who they are in just a minute. But remember back how ridiculous it was, and Jake Slaughter couldn't even make the All-SEC preseason team a couple of years ago, and he made All-American. Wow. So Florida fans have started a website, okay? Some of you folks who are Zookators might remember this, and this is one which I think you'll understand why. There are people mad at everybody. They're mad at mad at Strickland. They're mad at the Belly. They're mad at everybody. Mad at the Gator Nation. And the guy who's drawing a lot of the ire right now is Scott Strickland. This, by the way, was not an accident. This was a made up. This is not a real sign. But I thought this was pretty interesting. This is a shot that came on today, which you might recognize that. You remember that one? Yeah. Workham Silly sign. They painted it as Fire Scott Strickland. So I remember it was a Fire Ron Zook sign up there too. So, So Ben Troop is going to be rejoining us in just a moment. Let me see if I can jag this out of here. I hear you, Ben. Or coming. All right. Let's see if I can go get Ben. There's Franz. Right there. Hang on, Franz. I'm coming to get you. There's Franz. Hello, good evening. Let me go back and find Ben. He's up here somewhere too. How you doing, Francis?
I'm here. So are you.
Yeah, so am I. Yeah, I understand they have a packed house tonight at the Women's Basketball Fashion Show at the Cade Museum. And Kelly Ray is raising some money for their players. Congratulations to them. Freddie Weeby sent me a video of it. So, NIL money, you know how that goes. All right, now I'm going to go get Ben. He's over here somewhere. He's right here. Okay. There he is right there. What's up, man? What's up, friends? How you guys doing, buddy? Having a conversation here. We had to try to get Ben over to a better.
Am I good now?
You're good now. You're perfect right now. Always use that one. That was great.
Oh yeah. I'm trying my best not to be cheap in 2025. I did go get some updated updated technology.
Yeah.
But my daddy don't like it. My daddy say, "Boy, you use what you got." I said, "No, Daddy, I got to come into 2025.
No,
I
that's
got to get out of the dark."
definitely that. Yeah. Yeah. Brendan said you had a better one. So Francis got his hat on. You got your hat on. I got my Gatorade hat on. How about Franz Kirk Signetti, his new contract? He's off the board now. If Florida was on.
Yeah.
Of him. So how about that nice contract they gave him? Indiana football. Wow.
Well, the thing is he's won everywhere he's ever been and won big. And he's part of the Nick Saban coaching tree. And, it's hard to have something better than that on your resume, it seems, although Billy Napier was also on that same one. So he's got a good pedigree and he's won big. I personally really liked him. I liked the brashness. He has a very Spurrier-esque personality. He's the kind of guy that would look up at Tennessee and say, the greatest pickup line in Knoxville is to look at a woman and say, "Nice tooth." I mean, he would do something like that. And you got to love a guy that would do that. But I don't blame him. Indiana has the all-time worst record of any team in the Big Ten, and this is their moment to shine, buddy.
They were a basketball school every night for so many years. And by the way, let me just mention that a little bit of a surprise. A guy we know, somebody's volume is up too high, whoever it is, and the news tonight is not good for Mike Hill. He was fired at Charlotte. Remember, he was assistant AD here for a long time. Always liked Mike. He's been AD at Charlotte for 7 years, and so now he's out of a job. A lot of firing going on, guys, right now. It's the firing season. Who's going to be next? It might be right here on Gale Amaran Boulevard. It happens, and Smart Money says something's going to happen this weekend. I had a source I told Ben earlier today, and I'm going to give full credit to Matt Hayes, who had a story that ours had nothing to do with his, but he did break a story earlier than we did on the fact that there's some movement in that direction, and there definitely is going to be a change. Here's what I know, and I said it earlier. I said that a group of boosters met Wednesday night, I believe it was, at Spurs Gridiron Grill. The ones that counted, they met, and I don't know what was said, but I know that they did say the money is there now. It's time to go. They're going to agreement. Now it's a question of they're going to buy Billy out, and then they're going to negotiate whatever they can do. I don't know if that means he'll stay coach or what they'll do, how much they'll pay him. 21-3 is about what he's owed, but deals can be made for less money, better deal, and then we'll see what happens there. But some will happen next, and anybody's guess. I don't know. The favorite obviously is in Knoxville. We'll see what happens there. I don't know. What do you guys heard?
I've heard that if he makes it through this weekend, we're talking about changing water into wine proportions, essentially. That sounds a little harsh, I know, but we've got boosters. I know because I've talked to some of them who say not another dime until Billy Napier's gone. Mm-hmm. And judging by his Monday performance at his press conference, and I've talked to some people who are really close to the program, they agreed with me. It was as subdued as it could be, the kind of press conference held by a guy that knows that his time has been called. His time clock has been punched.
Lame duck, yeah, is the word.
Yeah, he's a lame duck. So, is it this weekend? I don't know. I hear that it will. That when I've heard from prominent people that win or lose Saturday, he's gone. And the logic behind it, I know, for example, Bianchi said today, you can't fire a guy after he's won. Well, here's where I disagree.
How about Jimbo Fisher?
Here's where I
Jimbo
disagree
Fisher
with
got fired.
Mikey on this, buddy. You don't take a chance that he might win this game and then beat Georgia, and all of a sudden he's 4-4 with Kentucky coming up, and could be 5-4, needing one game to be bowl eligible, and maybe maybe he gets 2. So you cannot take a chance that he goes in on a winning streak. You just can't do that.
That's a funny line. Think about it. Can't take it goes chance he goes on a winning streak, right? Oh no, not a winning streak, please. Yeah, Ben, what do you think? I think it's also a good time because of the open date. Make the change then.
It's such a crazy situation because Billy Napier understands that this roller coaster known as Billy Napier, no matter what, just say he did the unthinkable and just won out. This offseason will be just as crazy because I think 2024 gave him the greatest mulligan you can ever have. Going 8-5 with that schedule was crazy, right? But 2-4, lost to USF, which can happen. I not to compare the two, but I keep saying this. My last 2 years of Florida, I had runs up. I thought the 8-5. I said, dude, we gonna be the worst teams ever came through Florida. We losing 5 games. I lost 5 games in 2 years with Coach Spurrier, and then, obviously, 2004 happens, and you lose to Mississippi State, and obviously he was gonna, he's fired. He goes and then runs the coach the whole year. Billy Napier understands what Florida is. He understands what being the head coach of Florida means. And sometimes it just doesn't work. It's not going to work for most coaches at most schools. Let's just put it out there. But what makes this situation different is the Scott Strickland stuff is crazier, I think, than Billy Napier. Because maybe I'm naive, buddy and friend. I didn't even know Booster could do that. Get out the way. Move. You shoot. Because like I said, I know that boosters run college athletics. I didn't know how much power they really had in that regard because, like I said, this goes back to 22. All these 30 for 30s, when Urban Meyer 30 for 30 come out, when Steve'sburger 30 for 30 come out, when the Scott Strickland, Billy Napier 30 for 30 come out, and we really know what happened in Spurrier in 2024, if that really happened, because I think sometimes we forget where our bread is butter, or however you say it. And them boosters said, you gonna do what? No, we're not. I don't want Lane Kiffin. We're not talking to you, Billy. Yes, no. You are the head coach because of us. I don't care who hired you. Without the money, there is no coach. So when they said that about the boosters, I think a lot of people stood up and was like, you want to know who runs college athletics? It ain't the commissioner. It ain't a chancellor or a GM or a AD. It's the booster. So,
well, especially right now, Ben, where money is king. Where money, this whole thing has changed a lot in the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
I mean, money used to be big. Now money's everything. And you can buy your way to whatever you want to buy and be and so on and so forth. And I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people, and we didn't even know some of the boosters' name back in the day. We heard of one, we knew one here and there, Ben Griffin, etc. But now you know the big guys and what they want. So, look, it's their dollars; they want to spend them, but the ads have to listen to them because they got to have the money. They can't pay their players, they can't run their program, and it costs a lot of money in college to be a college football coach, player, and whatever today.
But buddy, you know what's crazy? Just imagine, Buddy Martin and Franz Beard, they went to Texas for 10 years, and somebody let them get some of that oil money. They got old hundreds to burn. And somebody go, what you gonna do with all this money? And one of your billionaire friends, and somebody go, dude, we boosters. What you mean? Dude, like, do you know what we really do? We don't buy yachts.
We boost.
We got nice boats. We got nice boats in Florida. We don't need no yacht. What we want college football teams. You could do that? What you mean? We've been doing it. We used to have private meetings in a bunker. Now we can go to Spurrier's. Because who's going to say something? Like, who's going to out the booster? Nobody. So when people going, them boosters are faceless people. No, they're not faceless. No, they're not nameless, but you don't want to come at the booster because the booster's going, look, people say you get what you pay for in college football, and that is literally and figuratively. If you are Billy Napier, the greatest thing ever happened to you was coming to Florida. A $21 million cash out. It's hard to feel sorry when you're going to get that much money. I wish it would have worked out, but I'm going to tell you what hurt Billy Napier more than anything. It is not what he didn't do at Florida. It is not losing the USF. It's the other guy that came from the Sun Belt, Eli Drinkwitz. That's what hurt him the most because they saying, wait a minute, did he come from the Sun Belt too? Yeah, and he's winning at Mizzou. So if it's going to be over, which it probably is, if you are Billy Napier, the one thing I wish he would have done, and buddy, I know you don't care. He didn't give you the sit down. It's little things about coaches that I'm learning, and I'm like, what could it have hurt? Sitting down with you, and buddy, I know you're not gonna say these things, but there are certain. If I'm the head coach of Florida, the first thing I'm asking is, okay, what do the other coaches do that's just a part of a Florida tradition, even with the media? And he never done it. And like I said, at least. The one thing when everything was going on with Urban Meyer in Jacksonville, the one thing, buddy, he had was you to say, well, I really know the guy. Like, I'm not telling you what I think. I don't think there's a person in the media that could really write something about Buddy write something about Billy that's surface level. You can't really go deep with him because he wouldn't let you. No. And like I said, it's a former player is just like a former coach. What they said about you when you gone, it's how they felt about you when you was here. And I don't think he's gonna get that. It's little. I know he don't care about what I say. He's gonna get $21 million, not counting the money he already got. But I just think that he did himself a disservice by doing what he did with the media because that's all you got when you talk about the voice or your poll. So, hey man, we'll see what happens come Saturday. But the Florida, we sold out. We're gonna have on them old school unis. They're gonna be out there decked out, looking nice, and everybody's gonna be watching ESPN when the game ends. When Florida versus Mississippi State is, people at ESPN gonna be like, dude, we getting flooded by 352 people. But yeah, that's Florida. That's Gainesville. We gonna be watching like this on that bottom, including my mama. My mama gonna be watching because when I told my mom, I said, Mama, I think they're going to get rid of Billy. They said, Billy Napier? When? I said, Mama, you're not supposed to be excited about that. But she was, because she was, my mama. But I will be watching, though. I just think it's one of the most peculiar situations I've ever seen in college football.
Yeah, it really is.
Hey, man, it's crazy.
Well said. Now, thank you for that comment about my interview. It didn't have anything to do with it, but that's okay. Now, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take a break. We're going to do this spot. And I'm going to tell you something I've been holding out on for 4 years. Then I'm going to tell you what happened with me, my first meeting with Billy Napier. And I kind of knew I was in trouble. I never made my peace with him. I don't blame him for anything other than the fact he just wasn't good enough. He just wasn't good enough. He couldn't make it happen. He thought he could call plays like, Nick Saban. He can't, etc. Anyway, we'll talk about all that. I want you guys to be thinking, tell me at least one, maybe two reasons you think Billy Napier failed. Well, I tell you about somebody who succeeded and someone who was there all the time. And there's a QR code right there on if I can get this up. So we'll talk about our friends at Meldon Law. There's a QR code. If you want to know more about them, just put your phone up there and get that. It'll tell you what you need to know if you're looking for. I got to tell you, I have a triumphant word tonight. I've had a lawsuit through Meldon and their people for 14 months. 14 months against a company that would screw me over. Today it got settled, and I won the case. Okay? Yay. So there you go. I mean, I didn't get rich. I just trying to get my house fixed. And they tried to screw me, and guess what? Meldon said, let me give you some help. And it was a long haul, but we won. And it's just proof right again that you go with good people, they're good Gators. And, of course, if you don't know Jeffrey, you're missing out. He's a special person. And he loves following the Gators, and especially basketball. His friend Todd Golden, and, of course, he's sad about the football. But Jeffrey Meldon's a special guy. And his family now, he's got a whole bunch of Meldons over there working. They have an office down in South Florida in addition to the four in Ocala, Gainesville, Wilson, Lake City, and they also have over 50 attorneys now. So if you have a need and you're a Gator, all the more reason why you should contact Meldon Law. There's a QR code, and find out if they can help you like they helped me. All right, here's the deal. I'm gonna share something with you that was very personal, something I thought about not saying, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it because I was gonna wait till Billy got fired. When I was up there, friends, we were sitting together at the first press conference.
Yeah.
I always try to make a little bit of an impression, at least let people know I'm there. I mean, Urban Meyer told me the day he met me at the first press conference is the day he decided he wanted to know more about who I was. Billy Napier could care less if I would, and that's fine. But what got me was, if you remember, friends, we were sitting in the front row. Billy and his wife and kids came in. I watched his kids, and I made a comment when I asked the question. Your kids are well behaved. And he laughed and said, well, you should see them on other days, whatever. Trying to break the ice, right? Something, anything. So I waited, I asked my question. And then when we got up to walk to the water fountain, I walked over to Billy and said, this is the simplest question. What's your favorite scripture? All right. I think you guys could have come up with something if they asked you that. I don't care what it is. And Billy looked at me and said, I don't know. There are a lot of them. That's not an answer. And he perfected the art of not giving answers for 4 years. And you heard him do it, fans, many times. Probably you have too, Ben. I heard him the other day. We had Kevin Brockway, and Kevin Brockway asked a question about a problem they had with one of the players and the fans in the water. Billy addressed it like he didn't hear the question. He just made a comment like, what is he talking about? He perfected the art, as you said, friends, of saying words without telling what they mean. So that was the thing for me and Billy. I don't know. I'm not saying he should have gotten fired, but I was curious because having had a relationship with most of the coaches, I'm not your best buddy. I don't call them at night at home and chew the fat, but I have access to most of them. And I hope I've been respected. And I ask a simple question and I get blown off like that. That told me right there something wasn't right, which is basically what he's decided. He was not going to tell people really what he was about. He didn't want people to know who he was, and that's what it told me. All right, there was a big event tonight. I didn't think this guy was going to be on. A big event tonight. Kelly Finney had their big night. A color's called Eleve, I'm sorry, is what it's called. And it was a big fashion show. I got a nice note today from Freddie Weeby. Said our interview last night with Kelly Ray was the reason they sold it out. I don't know if that's true, but I'll take it. Let's talk to a guy real quick who was there. Didn't expect him to be here. I thought he was going to be too busy. But let's just let him jump on real fast and get a word from Loren Meadows. And then we also got our friend Rob Browne coming up too. So evening though, Loren, how was the event? Hang on a second. Let me get this thing off of here. One more time. Acting up on me. All right, let's try it again. Oh, Loren, how you doing?
How you doing, buddy? Sorry for the miscommunication. I tried to text you, let you know I'll be on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
I always got time for you. Always.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're into a conversation about what are we talking about, guys? About Billy's authenticity and his inability to articulate what he says. And you help me out there, man. What were we just talking about?
I mean, the one thing we didn't get to was, you was talking about, you was going to ask me and friends, and now that Loren is on, what are two things about Billy that he didn't do? Like, what are the two things he didn't do?
Why did you fail? Why don't you start, Ben, and go to France? I'll let Loren do his two.
I think the two things that stand out the most to me about Billy Napier, why he didn't succeed, was the two A's. He didn't adapt, and he didn't adjust at all. And when you don't adapt and adjust, you're going to lose. I'm talking about things like, how much a slap in the face it is when you say, well, I tried to hire one offensive coordinator. But what about other ones? You could have tried to, I tried to hire one guy. He said no. Okay. So now you tried to hire a dude. And adjusting is something that Loren is always talking about. We had a Monday through Friday problem because they showed on Saturday. I get how the practice became, but the third, I said adapt and adjust, but the third was access. There was something about the way Billy Napier wanted to keep everybody away. And I get all these coaches are superstitious. All of them got their quirks and they things they do, but there's a reason why he kept people away. He didn't want you asking anything about the team for real. What you think we're gonna ask you? We ask you about what's going on. I'm not gonna ask about an availability list, which I don't even know what it is. Is that a injury list? Just give me the guys that ain't playing. Like, I don't like when people try to reinvent stuff. If I come to the stadium, I'm like, Coach, I ain't seen my name. No, you on the availability list. Does that mean I'm up? Does that mean I'm playing? Yeah. Oh, okay. Because it used to be who's playing, who's not. So I would go adapt and adjust availability and access because Billy Napier got paid a lot of money. More people know Billy Napier in 4 years than he's ever known in his career. And that happens when you come to Florida. That's nothing against him, but it's not for nothing good. Because like I said, one of my former teammates, Steve Harris, said he took his daughter. He lives in Tampa. He took his daughter to a dentist appointment or something. And he said the guy took him in the back and looked at him and said, "Oh, you went to Florida?" He said, "Yeah, the guy went, go Bulls." Oh, hell no. I'm just saying, like when that type of stuff has happened, I lived in Tampa for 4 years. And the last thing a USF Bull gonna say is anything to a Florida Gator. And now, so it's little stuff, but I was adapting and adjusting, access and availability. But hey, man, it happens to the best, I guess.
Friends?
I think that what killed him in the end is that Billy only trusts Billy. And Billy can talk all he wants to about everybody, about great assistant coaches and whatever like that. I think it really comes down to the only person he really trusts is himself, which is why he isn't willing to give up play calling himself, etc. like that. I think that was the first thing is he didn't trust him. He did not trust beyond himself, or the number of people that he actually did trust was very, very few and far between. The second reason I think that he did was he tried to keep everything too behind closed doors. Wasn't transparent enough. You run a program where there's no access, where there's no availability, where you don't get stories about players, etc. People start wondering, what are you trying to hide, particularly when you lose games? And they say, well, gee, they're winning games over here, and they get, their players are interviewed all the time, etc. People may say that that's just an old reporter sour grapes, okay? I hear that all the time, but it isn't sour grapes. The thing I find out is the coaches who tend to give a lot of access, they trust their players play hard for them. The coaches who keep it all under wraps, okay, you don't have access, you can't, let me give you one quick example. And Loren, you were there a couple years ago, I believe it was, in Tallahassee. And this was, they came out of the game. They had just lost the game. I'm coming out of there, and the guy who was the strength coach at the time comes up to me and starts talking to me, and I start talking to him. I'm talking to him back, and he brings a player over. He says, this guy, and he brings over Scooby Williams. He says, this guy's really going to be a star, and I hope you'll write something about him. And I shook his hand. About this time, along comes Rick Hurtado, who is the SID. And he screams at me about, how dare you talk to a player? And I said, hey, I got spoken to first. I didn't, I just responded to that. He says, you know how bad this makes me look in front of my coach? Whoa, you're worried about if the coach sees me talking to to one of his assistants? he's going to blame you, and you're going to be in trouble.
That's a joke. That was absolutely a joke. Ridiculous.
No, it wasn't a joke.
No, I mean, I'm saying it's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, it
absurd.
is ridiculous. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No, I don't mean it was funny. I mean,
that's the kind of thing.
Yeah.
That, it shows you that for all this supposedly it's all fun and games and everybody, it's a group hug at the Hev.
Gotcha.
Guess what? They walk on pins and needles if that's the case.
Exactly. All right, let me do this. I'm gonna let Ben go. He's been here early for a long time, and then we go back to doing the final. I'm gonna get Loren's thoughts on that. Any final thought, Ben? Any final thoughts? Oh, look at there. Love it, man. Looking good.
I just want to say before I get out of here that your Rays was just as bad as my Braves this year. You didn't really have a lot to say this year, and I'm happy about that. No, I'm gonna say that. Like we both was bad. Like we both were equally bad. Yeah. But because we got a Yankees fan on here, the MLB did what only the MLB did, and we took down the evil empire known as the Yankees. So now I'm good. As long as the evil empire is not good. No, man, listen, love you guys. I will be saying this. Everybody that's everybody that roots for Florida, root against Florida, everybody gonna be watching the end of Florida and Mississippi State because they're gonna be seeing, is it really? I have never seen this level of anticipation for a firing.
16 straight sellouts. Another sellout.
You know what?
You got to run, guys. We got to move fast.
You want to know why they sold it out? Because 15 years from now, there will be 197,000 people who will swear up and down they were there the day Billy Napier coached his last game at the University of Florida. It'll be just like the number of people who swear that they were there when Roger Maris hit number 61.
Yeah, I was there. Ben, thank you, Ben. I'll say good night to you. And hello to Rob. Thank you, Ben Troop.
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's Loren's turn now. Good evening to Rob. Loren, I'm going to give you a chance to step up here and respond to what we said, one of the 1 or 2 reasons that Billy fails.
It's funny, man. I tell people all the time, do you listen to music or do you just skim through it? I mean, if you've been watching us for the last 4 years, I think we got some astute guys between Buddy, Franz, Rob Browne, Brendan Martin, and Ben Troop, and it all remains the same. It's a lack of adaptability, a lack of access, but I think you could sum it up. Billy made the easy things hard. Kickoff team, 11 guys run out. Kickoff team, 11 guys run out. Punt, 11 guys run out. But it was never that easy. It was never that easy to sub and do these things. The things that should be normal for a high-level college football team just never came to pass. And when you look at a guy that has only won 4 road games, it shows you that the lack of preparation is consistent and evident week to week. And
to preparations.
I just think that just when you look at, for all the things that we were told about no detail, no stuff. I mean, we heard these things, buddy. You asked the very first question of Billy Napier at his first press conference. I remember it. And it was, everything was going to be detail oriented down to the number. And we heard all these things. And from day one, we didn't get any of it. So I just think that, like I said, I agree with Franz, adaptability, access, and then just making the simple very hard. Just
very good. Let's bring in Rob. And Rob, we're going to ask you a question about Hugh Freeze tonight, too. Thanks for coming on board tonight, Rob, from that popular show in the morning with some guy named Brendan Martin. I believe it's called SEC Sidelines. And congratulations on all your success you've had. Share your thoughts on the failure for Billy, and then give us an update on Hugh Freeze.
Well, it started out, I mean, friends, you know this, Loren, Ben, Buddy. He never talked to you. First thing, you're the gatekeeper with Florida. You are the patriarch, like Lauren Smith is at Georgia, like David Housel at Auburn. And it's annoying. And lack of access. Everything Loren and Franz said, right. And then you look at Todd Golden with basketball. Look what he does. I mean, Fran's ready for that book. I'm going to get you on next week to talk about your book. If were you at, I don't know if you were at media days, but Billy Napier, I think he's a smart guy. Well, I mean, Ellis Johnson's known him since he was 21, but y'all are right.
He went to college.
Yeah, he went to college. But I mean, you've been there 4 years. You know, it takes one sip from a bottle of wine to know if it's a good bottle. I mean, you saw that first season and then the second season. And I thought the Gators would win 10 this year. I connected the dots, the roster and everything. But, you know, DJ Lagway got hurt. He was pushing this summer. He missed so many reps. Loren and I had Roman Harper. I was on Loren's show Tuesday night. And Roman talked about it. Coach Pete Cordelli, my friend who coached with Holtz forever, was on, about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And he said, Billy got hurt. DJ Lagway got hurt. Just little things like that. But then the other problems are, where's your depth? Well, it's down the road at UCF or USF, or it's somewhere else. And it just seems like the real thing was these coaches that say they're going to bring in an offensive coordinator, but their egos are so big. If he went after Charlie Weiss Jr. and he didn't get him, what was his second? What was his third go-to guy? You can't just have one guy. And you know what? Same thing is going on with Hugh Freeze. What he does doesn't work anymore, and he cannot come to grips with that. He looks like the defeated man. Remember the character Debbie Downer on Saturday Night Live? That looks like the female version of Debbie Downer. He whines and bitches about officiating. Everybody with a set of eyes knows there have been some bad calls. But as the head coach, you can't talk about it. You got to move on. And I don't know, Billy, these guys are right. You thought he won 41 games at Louisiana. It's just not happening. You have every resource in the world at Florida. You have a big, big deal. And a friend of mine was at Spurrier's, Gridiron Grill last night, and there was a big meeting going on upstairs. And who knows what's going on up there? I think they love the steaks and the seafood, though. But Maury said, by the way, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, he said, I've never seen anything like that.
He said he loved it.
He said he loved
it. Freddie Weeby gave him a good tour.
He said Freddie Weeby was awesome.
Can I ask a question, buddy?
Yeah.
Real quick. And this is to you guys, how much I respect your knowledge of everything. But can we really be honest with ourselves and say that this is far more than just an offensive coordinator problem? Yeah. I mean, we're seeing a pattern here, and it has very little to do. I think it's like people want to talk about the offensive coordinator, but did we forget that the defense was historically bad his first 2 years? I mean, it's like this is, you had offense, you had defense, you had special teams. It's been bad for 4 years, and we tried to be objective and positive, but let's face it. I mean, it's been bad.
I think you have concluded he's an average coach.
Beg your pardon?
I think I've concluded he's just an average coach.
Yeah.
Here's what I would conclude. I would conclude that the Peter principle is alive and well.
Could be.
Because he got promoted beyond his capabilities. And there's a lot of guys that can, it's like you see some of these great high school coaches, and they suddenly get a small college job, and all of a sudden they're not having that same success. And why is it? It's because everything that's involved, for example, at Louisiana, go back to the colleges instead, but everything that's involved in Louisiana is romper room compared to the University of Florida. He's dealing with kids that, at Louisiana, if you're breathing, you can get in school. At the University of Florida, guess what? The academics are pretty damn serious. It's the number one public institution in America for a reason.
We're running out of time here. I'm going to ask you, since you're up there, Rob, real quick, I'll give you 30 seconds on Hugh Freeze, and then give me what you think the best hire is for Florida for a coach.
Well, I think Freeze, just if they don't beat Missouri, you got to say, what have you done? 3 years in, no signature wins. I have 350 to 400 texts every time Auburn plays coming into me, 15 different group texts. It's crickets now. Auburn's in the apathy stage, so change is coming. As far as Florida goes, if you're not going to get Kurt Signetti, you got to look at people that know the South.
Well, he's gone. He re-upped.
Yeah, I know he re-upped. So, I mean, for now. But, I mean, I would look hard at John Sumrall, Rhett Lashley. I mean, Arkansas will make a look at him, but they're going to try to keep Petrino. But you've got to get a guy that's had success, that is a great recruiter, but is a people person. The University of Florida has a massive fan base, and greet the people, open the doors. It's a public university. God bless America. The sunshine laws apply in politics. Open up the doors, bring people back to practice. Ask them, hey man, we forgive you as administrators. We want the people like Charlie Pell did. Say what you want about that guy. I think he was the greatest ambassador for Florida football ever because of what he did for just Joe Sixpack out there. Put on your orange and blue. I don't care if you went to school here or not. So I'd get someone like that.
We've got to run fast, friends. You get a minute, and then Loren, how old is you? A minute? Go.
I think that Saturday's going to be the last game for Billy Napier here. Win or lose, I think it is, and I think that they can't afford to keep him on if he wins, because what happens if he goes on a winning streak? They've decided to fire him, but then all of a sudden they're going to have to back out, and there would be too many unhappy boosters for that. He's got to go, unfortunately. Nice guy, as Brett McMurphy wrote, maybe the best coach in America from Sunday to Thursday. But unfortunately, the games are played on Saturday, and they expect you to win.
Yeah. Don't forget Francis' book coming out soon. We'll talk about it later. It's a great book. It's called The Golden Season. Loren, you got a minute.
People will love Lane Kiffin. People will accept Eli Drinkowitz. I think there's a really good coach down in Tampa that I've seen in person operate, and I think he would do a great job. He runs a great offense. I think it'd be fun to watch. And I think the guy would put really good people around him to coach a football team, and that's Alex Golish. So if we have to go to the next tier, I think he's a guy that I have a lot of respect for. Josh Heupel. He comes from that tree, and I think I think it would be it's not a slam dunk, but it'd be a damn good football coach.
All right, thanks guys, great job, appreciate it. All right, we'll see you on Saturday. Have a good one. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Franz. And thanks, Loren. Well, thank you, Ben, as well. All right. Good night, guys.
Thank you.
All right. We'll wrap this up with a message from Titan MRI, who was one of our fine sponsors. We do appreciate them so much. And tell you a little about their locations in Gainesville. They have two. New Park Avenue location and now Millennium Center. One in Lake City, serving all of Columbia County and Valdosta, Georgia. Titan MRI Imaging offers the same great customer service. You can actually make your appointments at night if you can't get your MRI. And today you have to work. Accept insurance, or you can go to their convenient self-pay option. They offer MRIs, CAT scans, X-rays, ultrasounds, easy scheduling, as I said. I like this part about it. They have the larger MRI machines for your patient comfort. That's what I like. I don't like to be claustrophobic. Coming soon to Ocala, but it's served Marion County. Titan MRI. It's your choice. Thanks, folks. Thanks to our guest tonight with the guys, and we'll see. Be watching this weekend, and don't forget to join GatorBait, GatorBait.com, and read what the pros like to read. All right, and we will catch up to you again soon, right here on the Buddy Martin Show. Tell your friends and neighbors we're back next week, and don't forget to read GatorBait. Good night.
What is wrong with you people? And by you people, I mean all of you people who are overlooking the third Saturday in October, the game that defines the third Saturday in October, and that is Alabama and Tennessee on a weekend, the only weekend, I believe, all season in which all 16 SEC teams are playing SEC games. 8 conference matchups, one big one after another. College game days in Athens, Georgia for Ole Miss and Georgia. But people, I believe, are talking about everything but Alabama, Tennessee. I feel like I should be smoking a cigar right now. I don't smoke. The last time I smoked a cigar was January of 1987 when Penn State, of course, those of you who know me know I grew up in Pennsylvania. As a Penn State fan, was enrolled to go there before I moved to Alabama. And my brother and I were watching Penn State beat Miami, the hated Hurricanes, in the national championship game. And he broke out the cigars after Joe Paterno and company beat Jimmy Johnson in Miami. That's the last time I had a cigar. And there's the iconic photo, maybe the most iconic photo of Jay Barker, the Alabama quarterback, and Gene Stallings, the Alabama coach, back in the day after a win in Knoxville. Obviously, Jay's wearing the road white jersey. They're playing in Tuscaloosa tomorrow. Isn't it amazing how that's become a tradition? Now it goes both ways. And you will see cigar smoke rising in a cloud in Bryant-Denny on Saturday evening if Alabama gets it done. And they can't lose to Tennessee, can they? Can they? Hey, everyone, I'm Kevin Scarbinski. This is Scarbo Knows. Thank you for joining us today. I want to say thank you to our executive producer, Brendan Martin. Thank you to all of you for watching. We're really growing this show. Check us out. If you're watching us on YouTube, give us a like. Go ahead and subscribe. We'd appreciate that. And scan the QR code for our sponsor. We are very indebted to them. Money Management Services, Birmingham's Financial Advisors. They are a family-owned, fee-only financial services firm. Whatever you need, if you're thinking about retirement, I'm not. I plan on doing this for a long, long time, God willing. But if you're thinking about that or any other financial needs you have, check out the Rice family. Give them a call. They're good friends of mine. They will take great care of you. We'll hear more from them later in the show. So let's get to it. I feel like, and this is a rarity in this state, that people are talking about everything but Alabama football and everything but Alabama, Tennessee, the third Saturday in October, when the colors clash, but they mix perfectly. Those are fall colors. The leaves are they're not quite turning yet because the temperature just went up. I was at a high school football game in Lochapoka, Alabama yesterday. Had so much fun this year. The Thursday night AHSAA TV network game of the week. I'm fortunate I get to host the pregame show with my buddy Chris Blackshear. We've had so much fun going all over the state, and it was 85 degrees during our pregame show yesterday. We were close to the plains, and of course, everybody's talking about Auburn because things are not going well for the Tigers and Hugh Freeze. People are wondering, is this a win or leave town game for Hugh Freeze? I don't know that it's that drastic, but it's getting there. We're not that far away if Auburn doesn't beat Missouri and it drops its 4th straight SEC game on Saturday night in Jordan-Hare. So that game's getting a lot of play. Obviously, Georgia and Ole Miss getting a lot of play. Vanderbilt, LSU, you just heard Frank Duffy on the Sidelines.live network talking about that game, breaking it down for the first time since, as Frank put it, the Carter administration. Vanderbilt is favored in an SEC football game. Pretty unbelievable what Clark Lee, led by Diego Pavia, have done there in Nashville. But as I said, I just feel like people are sleeping on this game. Now, they won't be sleeping on Saturday night in Bryant-Denny Stadium. That place will be as electric as it's been in some time because, and this is a great debate. This has been going on. I've been doing this a long time. And as long as I can remember in this business, this debate has raged in this state. Who is Alabama's biggest rival? Is it Auburn? Of course, in-state rival. They truly do not like each other. Or is it Tennessee, which has a much greater history, a much longer history? This will be the 108th meeting between the Crimson Tide and the Vols. They played a lot more often than Auburn and Alabama have. And so I've always thought that the divide is really based on your age, that if you're an older Alabama fan, if you're a more seasoned Alabama fan, that you look at Tennessee as your biggest rival, because we can go back to Bear Bryant against General Neyland and the mutual respect the two programs had for each other and the incredible games they played through the years, all the championships they won. But I've always thought that a younger generation, the younger generation, looked at Auburn as more of a rival, because even as Alabama was beating just about everybody, just about every year under Nick Saban, the biggest thorn in Alabama's side was the Auburn Tigers, particularly when Gus Malzahn was there. So I was a little surprised this week to hear this quote from one of the iconic figures in this rivalry, one Terrence Mount Cody. Let's look at what Terrence had to say. He was a guest on the Beat Everybody podcast on AL.com. Ben Flanagan and the boys, my friends there, do a great job. I urge you to check it out. You can find it on YouTube. You can find it on AL.com. And Terrence Cody, who, of course, was the author of Rocky Block, and you know you have a great rivalry when the games have nicknames that resonate for decades and decades. Terrence Cody, who he actually blocked 2 field goals against Tennessee in 2009, Lane Kiffin's only season in Knoxville, to save the game. Alabama won 12-10 and went on to an undefeated national championship season, Nick Saban's first in Tuscaloosa. So just this week, Terrence Cody said this about the two rivalries for Alabama. You'd think the Auburn rivalry, there's a lot of hate. But this one, meaning Tennessee, I think there is more hate in this rivalry than it is in the Auburn rivalry. And I have to admit, I was a little taken aback, because obviously Terrence Cody is of a younger generation. He played in both games. And by the way, in that 2009 Alabama championship season, both of those games went down to the wire. The Tennessee game in Tuscaloosa, and again, it took, you see Mount Cody there reaching up his big left paw to block that last-second field goal attempt from Daniel Lincoln. Is it Daniel or Alex? I think it's Daniel. Forgive me if I'm wrong. The bigger point, obviously, Terrence Cody blocked the field goal. Alabama escaped with a win. But then it had to go to Auburn later in the season and had to put together a last-minute drive led by Greg McElroy and Julio Jones to escape Jordan Hare with a victory. And then, of course, Alabama went on, got its revenge against Urban Meyer and Tim Tebow in the SEC championship game, and then beat Texas for the national title, the first of 6 that Nick Saban won in Tuscaloosa. So, very interesting. I would push back, but I ain't pushing back on a guy who goes north of 350 pounds. Or at least he did when he was playing. I don't know what he's weighing in at today. But I will say, definitely check out that podcast with Mount Cody, Ben Flanagan. Beat Everybody is the name of the podcast, focusing on Alabama. Again, you can find that on YouTube or on AL.com. Now, this has been a weird series, obviously. Those of you who follow it, Alabama fans, you know. Tennessee fans, you know it. It tends to be very, very streaky. Nick Saban didn't lose to Tennessee until his next to last game against Tennessee in his 17 years at Alabama. There have been years when Tennessee would, or decades, or periods, I should say, when Tennessee would run off a number of wins in a row. Alabama would do the same. But it's become a back and forth kind of thing since Josh Heupel got to Tennessee. In fact, Heupel is 2-2 against Alabama, and he's won 2 of the last 3, both of those in Knoxville. So does home field advantage matter? There was a time in this series when it didn't, but it's starting to look that way. Do you remember the last time that Tennessee won in Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa? You have to go back a ways. Where were you in 2003, the last time it happened? And let's look at that. There's an iconic image, one of many from this series. That game was tied 20-20 at the end of regulation. It was Mike Shula's first year as a head coach at Alabama. And this was kind of the story of his tenure. Even when they came close, even when they did good things, even when they competed their asses off, they just came up short. And as I said, that game was tied at the end of regulation, 20-20. It ended up Tennessee 51, Alabama 43 in 5 overtimes. And in the course of that game, there you see the picture, Wesley Britt. And little did we know at the time that Wesley would grow up. Well, it's hard to grow much bigger than the offensive tackle that Wesley was, all SEC player, went on to play in the NFL, that he would grow up, so to speak, to become the husband of a United States senator from the state of Alabama. That, of course, is Katie Britt. Had an interesting time visiting with Wesley a few weeks ago on our Game of the Week in high school, his alma mater, Coleman High School at Hartselle. That's a big rivalry in high school football in the state of Alabama. But there you see Wesley with his left fist raised. He's on a cart. He's being wheeled off the field because he broke his leg in that 2003 Alabama-Tennessee game. It was so severe, the injury. One of his teammates, Shaud Williams, the fantastic running back, got sick physically, nauseated. He heard his leg snap. And as Wesley was being wheeled off the field, he raised his left fist, started pumping it, started waving it, and the fans responded with an impromptu Roll Tide. And again, when you love college football, when you love rivalries like this, it gives you chills to remember moments like that. As Wesley tried to inspire, he's in pain. He's got a broken leg. He's been through so much. He's been through a losing season, coaching change at Alabama, and he can't finish the game. He can't finish the season. But that one will stick in the memory of Alabama fans and Tennessee fans for a long time. Now, that is a long time to go in between victories for Tennessee in Tuscaloosa. But there have been some close calls. It's not like Alabama, even under Nick Saban, just rolled up the Vols like a Cuban cigar and smoked them every time they walked in through the gates. Go back to, again, 2009, Rocky Block, 12-10. Terrence Cody had to block 2 field goals in the fourth quarter, including on the final play of the game. Go back to, and this one resonates, 2015. Alabama's already got a conference loss to Ole Miss, and they have to stay perfect from there to get into the playoff, the 14 playoff, which was in its second year at the time. And Tennessee came to town and gave Alabama everything it wanted and then some. And Jake Coker, one of the most underappreciated players in Alabama history, had to lead a fourth quarter drive to beat Tennessee and really spark Alabama on its road to another national championship. And before the game tomorrow night, that 2015 Alabama team, think Reggie Ragland at linebacker, think Derrick Henry at tailback, and think Jake Coker at quarterback. Those guys are going to be honored before the game tomorrow night in Tuscaloosa. Is there a little magic there, a little mojo maybe, if this game is close, which I think most people expect it to be? Can Alabama rise to the occasion against the Vols in the fourth quarter as that 2015 Alabama team did? And then, of course, we remember, we go back to 2005. Alabama won 6-3. That was the best season Mike Shula had, of course, as the Alabama head coach. They started that year 9-0. And included in that run was a 6-3 win over Tennessee in Bryant-Denny Stadium. Tennessee was going in for the go-ahead, potentially winning touchdown. And Roman Harper, one of the best defensive players in Alabama history, an incredible safety, had a great career in the NFL. Now you see him on a regular basis on the SEC network. Roman punched the ball out near the goal line to save the day. So I think that's the kind of game we're anticipating Saturday night, a game that will take 60 minutes or maybe more. Because, again, we're not talking enough about either of these teams in the SEC championship picture, in the national championship picture. Both teams are 5-1. Alabama's ranked number 6 in the AP poll. Tennessee's number 11. Of course, the difference is Alabama's loss is out of conference to Florida State, what seems like an eternity ago, whereas Tennessee dropped an SEC game to Georgia, and Georgia had to stage a great comeback and then win that game in overtime in Knoxville. So the winner of this game is putting itself in prime position, first of all, to get to Atlanta to the SEC championship game and then get into the playoff where Tennessee was last year and Alabama was not. So how do you look at this game? How do you break this down? There are so many numbers that resonate with me, but the first thing that jumps out is quarterback play. I think we're about to see maybe the best QB1 versus QB1 matchup in the SEC so far this year. No offense to Gunnar Stockton, who went against Joey Aguilar. No offense to Diego Pavia, who went against Ty Simpson when Alabama beat Vandy a couple of weeks ago. But this game, Ty Simpson for Alabama, Joey Aguilar, who's been a revelation for Tennessee, I think comes down to quarterback play. Which one of these guys can make a play in the fourth quarter that helps decide this game? We've already seen Ty Simpson do it. He did it last week against Missouri. And look at these numbers. And these are SEC stats, courtesy of our friends at cfbstats.com. In quarterback rating, Ty Simpson leads the SEC, 172.36. Joey Aguilar is fourth, 162.27. Touchdown to interception ratio. Ty Simpson has thrown 16 touchdown passes and only 1 interception. He's number 1 in the league, leads the conference. Joey Aguilar's number 3. He's thrown 14 touchdown passes to only 5 interceptions. Completion percentage. This is where there is some separation between them. Ty Simpson's 3rd in the league. He's completing just a tick under 71% of his passes, and Joey Aguilar is just a tick under 65%. That is 9th in the conference. And then in yards per game, again, you can't separate them with a thimble. Joey Aguilar 2nd in the league. He's throwing for 280 yards a game. Ty Simpson right behind at 279.7, a difference of 0.3 yards per game. So there are some other numbers, though, and this is where I think it gets a little scary for Alabama. When you start looking at this, the Alabama offense has not been great. And I had to write these down. Alabama's 6th in the league in scoring, about 35 points a game. But if you look at just SEC games, Alabama's averaging 27 points a game. Alabama has not scored more than 30 points in its 3 SEC games. And, of course, that was courtesy of a late touchdown against Vanderbilt when they stretched it to a 2-score lead after it was a 1-score game for about 55 minutes. Meanwhile, Tennessee, which leads the conference in scoring at 48 points a game, if you just pull out the SEC games, Tennessee's still scoring just about 39 points a game, or 12 more points per game than Alabama in conference. And Tennessee has not scored fewer than 34 points in a conference game. And the difference is Tennessee's more balanced. Tennessee can run the ball, and Tennessee can throw the ball. Alabama has skewed heavily towards the passing game. And it's a controlled passing game. It's really been interesting to watch how Ryan Grubb and Kalen DeBoer have put together this plan week by week. And their time of possession has been outstanding, but they're not doing it by leaning on the running game. And we don't know if they'll be able to lean on the running game on Saturday night because we don't know, A, if Jam Miller is going to play after that concussion he sustained last week at Missouri, and B, if he does play, how healthy will he be? How many snaps can he go? And Jam Miller's return to the Alabama lineup after missing the first 3 games with a dislocated collarbone that he suffered in the preseason has been a marked difference. It's not, he's not Derrick Henry. He's not going to carry 35, 40 times for 200-plus yards, but he's going to gain the hard yards. He's also going to catch balls out of the backfield, And maybe one of the most underrated things that running backs have to do is he is outstanding in pass protection. So if he can't go, that's a concern because Alabama's pass protection has been a weak spot for that offensive line, especially at right tackle. We may see a position change there on Saturday. So can Tennessee get home? Can they affect Ty Simpson? Every quarterback is much better when they're not pressured. Ty Simpson has been better than most when he has been pressured. But that is one of the big keys to this game. Can Alabama keep Ty Simpson upright and give him time to throw? And if they can, Tennessee's got issues because Tennessee's pass defense is 16th and last in the SEC. They're giving up an average of 258 passing yards a game. You want to talk about styles make fights, horses for courses? While Tennessee has the worst pass defense in the SEC, Alabama has the second best passing offense. They're throwing for, third best passing offense. Tennessee's first. Alabama's throwing for 304 yards a game through the air. That's a bad matchup for Tennessee. So Alabama's ability to control the ball, bleed the clock with that controlled passing game, and then hit a deep ball every once in a while gives them a distinct advantage in this game. And as we saw last week with Ty Simpson, and I'm glad that people around the country now have opened their eyes and they've seen the light and they've understood that Ty Simpson is playing as well, stop me if you've heard this, as any quarterback in the country. It's just flat true. And if he's in the Heisman conversation when we get to late November, early December, that throw he made on fourth down in the fourth quarter against Missouri, you couldn't have walked and dropped the ball into Lotzier Brooks' hands any more perfectly when he absolutely had to have it. Because you got to wonder if he doesn't make that throw, if that pass gets broken up, if it's a little off target, and Missouri takes over on downs, what might have happened? But it didn't happen because Ty Simpson made an elite NFL-type throw with the most pressure he's probably faced on a single play all season. It's certainly on the short list. So at this point in the season, after 6 games, that's not an anomaly. That's who Ty Simpson is. And that's what Ryan Grubb and Kalen DeBoer have recognized, and that's why they've leaned on him the way they have. So can he continue that? Why wouldn't he against the worst pass defense in the SEC? Can Tennessee, though, control the ball with their more balanced attack, with their ability to run and throw the ball? Time of possession is going to be fascinating to watch in this game. Turnovers are going to be fascinating to watch in this game because I don't think there's much separation between these teams. There really isn't. And again, you look back over the last 4 games, they've each won 2. Even when Alabama in Nick Saban's last game on the 3rd Saturday in October got one last victory over the Vols, ended up 34-20 in Bryant-Denny 2 years ago. But if you remember, Tennessee came out on fire and hit Alabama in the mouth early. Alabama responded. The crowd picked them up, and they ended up winning by 2 touchdowns. But that final score distorted how difficult that game was for Alabama. This game should be no different. So while College Game Day and that spotlight is on Georgia and Ole Miss, while other people are focusing on Vanderbilt and LSU, while the U Freeze Watch will continue on Saturday night as Missouri rolls into Jordan-Hare Stadium. I wonder if it'll be the last time Eli Drinkwitz coaches in Jordan-Hare Stadium. Food for thought. Eli's going to be a very, very, very popular call for ADs and search firms looking for new coaches at the end of this year. He's done a really, really good job at Missouri. And, of course, he has an Auburn connection. Because usually connections help you get a head coaching job, especially at Auburn. Brian Harsin was the outlier, and after the way that crashed and burned, you will probably never see that again in your lifetime or my lifetime, where Auburn goes outside the box, outside the building, outside its mind, and hires someone who has no clue what it means to win SEC football games, or more particularly, what it means to recruit in the SEC. So, Eli Drinkwitz, is this an audition? Last time he was in Jordan-Hare Stadium, he did everything but beat Auburn when Harsin was there. I think it was may have been Harsin's last win at Auburn. And Missouri just gave the game to the Tigers on a platter. And they didn't accept it at first. They finally did. I have a feeling, how could you not lean Missouri? How could you feel good about Auburn's chances to beat any quality opponent at this point, when there has been more crying than coaching going on the Plains? Okay, maybe that's unfair. That's probably over the top. But there's been far too much focus on officiating and bad breaks, and far too little attention paid to dealing with the adversity that you didn't create, but you were hit with. How do you respond? How does Auburn respond on Saturday night? That's going to be fascinating to watch. But while everybody else is focusing on all of these other games, and they're ignoring one of the core rivalries of the SEC, Alabama-Tennessee is part of the fabric of this conference. And kudos, and really they couldn't have gone any other way, but kudos to the SEC for keeping this as one of Alabama's 3 permanent rivals and one of Tennessee's 3 permanent rivals. And we have to use the word permanent in asterisk, or put an asterisk after the word permanent, because they're going to revisit these 3 permanent opponents every 4 years under this new 9-game conference schedule. But I would venture to say the SEC will cease to exist before Alabama and Tennessee don't play football every single year. So what's going to happen Saturday night? Who's going to win this game? What iconic play is going to take place, whether it's Wesley Britt, an Alabama player, not Wesley Britt, he's not playing. I guess Wesley will probably be there, but an Alabama player, a beloved Alabama player, an all-time great Alabama player gets hurt, gets carted off. We certainly don't want to see that for either team. And then fires up the crowd with a raised fist. Is it going to be Roman Harper or someone like him punching out the ball from a Tennessee player as they're going in to score the go-ahead touchdown in the fourth quarter? Is it going to be someone like Terrence Cody blocking a field goal at the last second to preserve a 2-point Alabama win? Or is Joey Aguilar going to shock the world and make a play, make a throw at the last to beat Alabama for the first time since Tennessee did it in 2003? Let's look at the prediction. We've created a mini tradition here on these big games of making calls. We've been pretty good so far, with the exception of Alabama, Florida State, although we did warn you that the only thing Alabama had to fear in that game was Gus Malzahn himself. That came a little too true for the Crimson Tide. But in this one, I think Alabama will score more points than it scored in an SEC game to date this season. I think Tennessee will score points as well. If this game is more than a one-score game at the final buzzer or final horn, it'll be because someone scored a late touchdown or tacked on a late touchdown, perhaps in a bizarre way. These teams are very evenly matched, but again, there's that significant difference between Alabama's passing offense, one of the best in the league, Tennessee's passing defense, one of the worst in the league statistically. And I still say, I've been saying this for weeks, Ty Simpson in any quarterback matchup that Alabama will face the rest of the way, starting tomorrow, give me Ty Simpson. That's not an insult to Joey Aguilar. He's had a fantastic season. He has probably done a lot more than a lot of Tennessee fans thought he could do or would do when they basically traded with UCLA and Nico Iamaleava went to the West Coast and Joey Aguilar came from UCLA to Knoxville. But I got a feeling it's a lean. I'm expecting another classic. I'm expecting a game that someone will make a painting of afterwards, that will have a nickname that we'll remember 40 years from now. And that at the end of the night, and it is a night game, and night games are different animals in Tuscaloosa. The Alabama crowd doesn't, they don't get on those lists of the most intimidating home environments like Death Valley or Jordan-Hare after dark, which, by the way, Hugh Freeze is 9-9 in home games at Auburn. Who can we put to bed the idea that Jordan-Hare is this overwhelming, intimidating atmosphere? Unless you're Alabama, where the Crimson Tide has to go at the end of the regular season. Auburn's home field advantage has vanished under Hugh Freeze. So Alabama doesn't get that credit. Their crowd is a bit blasé because they're so used to seeing winning football teams and blowout victories. So they haven't always brought it. But as they've, like everyone else, they've added the laser lights, the sounds, the extra showbiz theatricality. I'm never going to say that word again. They just made it a more intense environment, especially after dark. So sometime late in the evening on Saturday, before the storms hit, a cloud is going to arise over Bryant-Denny Stadium. It will be a familiar cloud. You'll smell it before you see it. It will be a cloud of cigar smoke, because the phrase "smoke 'em if you got 'em" doesn't really apply, because somehow, some way, cigars by the hundreds, maybe by the thousands, will make their way into Bryant-Denny Stadium, and everyone will light up as Alabama finds a way and beats Tennessee 35-31. At least we hope it's that kind of dramatic ending, that kind of iconic game. It's what we've come to expect from the third Saturday in October. And all these other SEC games that are happening on Saturday, we're going to see some great ones. But there's only one game, there's only one rivalry that has a nickname based on its place on the calendar, the third Saturday in October. Alabama, Tennessee. I can't wait. All right, everyone, that's going to do it for us today on Scarbo Knows. I'm Kevin Scarbinski. Thank you so much for watching. And like I said, if you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe. It helps us out. Give us a like. Don't cost nothing. Thank you to Brendan Martin, the executive producer on the Sidelines Live Network. And a special thank you to our sponsor, Money Management Services. Scan the QR code. Give them a call. You'll be glad you did. All right. Thank you, everyone. That's all for me. Have a great weekend. See you.
Since 1992, Money Management Services in Birmingham has provided individuals and business owners with trusted, fee-only financial advice. We're more than advisors, we're your financial family. From retirement planning to tax strategies and estate planning, our team builds personalized wealth management plans tailored to your life. At Money Management Services, we treat you like family, because when you walk through our doors, you become part of ours.
Good evening. Welcome to the program. It's the Buddy Martin Show. And coming up in just a moment, the coach of the Florida Gators basketball women, Kelly Ray Finley, joins us for a special program. Alec Pete Wilbur will be here. She's always great to have on, and she'll have a few things to say always. Some of them controversial. And then Kevin Brockway we'll round out the night talking about what else the latest on what's happening in football. There are other things going on in Gainesville, however. Some of them are fairly important, like right now, it's not in Gainesville, but in Knoxville. Gator volleyball team is right in the middle of a third game. They're leading 2-1 over Tennessee. They're down 19-17 in the third, in the fourth set. So a lot of big things happening. They could win more and more. They win the big game up there in Knoxville. Stay tuned. Coach Finley is right around the corner. We may have a guest. The baby may join us too. Yeah, it's going to be a fun night right here in the Buddy Martin Show. Stay tuned. Tell your friends and neighbors we're on the air.
Yes, it's time again for Buddy Martin. Call him up and tell him what you're thinking. But be kind because he's doing the best he can.
Better, stronger, faster.
Mama says that alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth but no toothbrush.
Hey, what if the voice calls while you're gone?
Take a message.
Bye.
You ready, champ?
I'm ready for this my whole life.
I'm incapable of small talk. But that's why you love me, right?
Kind of intimidating to be in the presence of so many great athletes.
Evening, welcome. This lady right here has got her hands full, and that would be Coach Finley. Kelly Ray, it's so good to have you on the show. We've talked to you a few times, but never had you on. And well, I don't think we ever had you on this show. Good to talk to you. Good to see you. And you got things going on in the background. In case we hear a baby cry, that would be the baby. Lakin,
exactly.
Lakin?
Yeah, that would be Lakin. He seemed to think his bedtime was not 7 tonight, so. We're up partying as it's the eve. It's post-media day and the eve of our inaugural fashion show.
I know. I want to talk all about that pretty quick here in just a minute. I'll keep one eye towards this volleyball game. The volleyball team is now behind 2019 in the fourth set. They're up 2-1 on Tennessee in Knoxville, so keep an eye on that. But listen, I want to talk to you, first of all, a lot to talk about on the event, but I want to talk to you a little bit about you. Can this be year 5 for you, for crying out loud?
Yeah, I guess. You know, that first year was an interim season. So going into year 4 full time, you know, but year 5 and gosh, buddy, year 8 overall at the University of Florida. So.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, loved how you got the job and how you played your way into it and what you've done with the program. I know it takes a while to build, but
it does.
I mean, listen, Todd Golden's not doing you any favors over there. I mean, really.
You know what? Or is he, though? Because the buzz about basketball is tremendous. And so now we just want to carry that over on the women's side, right?
Yes, that's correct. And he's done a fabulous job. And I'm kidding because we've got a book coming out here soon by Franz Beard called The Golden Season. It's all about that year. What an incredible run. Every basketball fan, even if you're not a Gator basketball fan, can appreciate what that was like. I mean, I know you followed it every step of the way, and it's been fun. Yeah. Well, tell me a little bit about your team, about this year, before we get into the program, part about the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're really excited. You know, the buzz, like I said, around basketball in general in Gainesville is tremendous. And we have a really special, unique team. They're young and hungry, but very versatile and talented. And so we returned our core group from last season in Liv McGill, Layla Reynolds, Miara O'Neill, Davi. And then with the change in the JUCO rule, Alexia DeZecco was able to return to us, which was huge. She is a tremendous stabilizer for our program. And just a joy to be around in every way. And so this off season was a bit unique, buddy. We have 7 international student athletes, all who were able to compete with their national teams. Liv McGill being chosen as the USA point guard. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to compete with them. She was here training with us, which I guess to our advantage. But nonetheless, it's a prestigious opportunity to be chosen for that team. And so we're excited about our young core, and excited, for Gator Nation to show up and show out November 3rd for our home opener.
Yes. All right. Let's get into the event now. I don't know a lot about this. I got the release. Interest. I know it's a big fundraiser you got going on, and it's called Elieve, I think, 352.
Yeah, you're French. I don't know, buddy. How good's your French? Eleve,
Eleve, okay. Eleve, okay. Looks like
in honor of our international speakers, right?
Oh,
So we got some French, some Portuguese, some Italian, obviously English, Japanese, Yoruba on our team. So our young women can do it all. But the event tickets are on sale now. The event is tomorrow evening. In order to purchase, please go to our Instagram. I want to say our socials, but I guess our Instagram is the best place to go. Gators WBK. But Elevate 352 kicks off. Doors open for VIP at 6:15 tomorrow night. And 7 o'clock, doors will open for general admission. Going to be highlighting a lot of up-and-coming designers, people that have flown in from all over the country. But will be a great event celebrating women's basketball, the Gator community as a whole, and kicking off homecoming weekend.
And at Cade Museum, which is an incredible place and an incredible story, part of Florida's history. It is for entrepreneurs. They do that a lot over there. And terrific. And you got, as you point out, you got general admission and VIP tickets. The VIP guests enjoy the early entrance, a private happy hour, exclusive meet and greet, putting you in front and center for everybody for an unforgettable night. So the ticket supports the Florida Gators women's basketball team, champions mental health awareness. Yay for that. Making your night both glamorous and meaningful. Enter early at 6:15. Guests at happy hour, etc. Doors open, as you say, 7 p.m. for general admission. So this is, you're such a sophisticated. You have to go back to school and take all these languages, Kelly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
The good news is, buddy, that basketball is a universal language, right?
Yeah, that's the truth. It really is now. Everywhere you go, you see, my gosh, and certainly in the NBA, you see all these countries represented. So it is an international sport in every way whatsoever. All right, so let's talk a little about specifically about the SEC. Tough place to play anyway. Tell me about who's really good this year in the women's national picture, who's really good in the SEC, and how do the Gators fit into all that?
Yeah, so, obviously for us, SEC is the premier league in women's basketball, right? The best of the best and true competitors come here to play. So every night it's going to be a great challenge for us. UConn obviously returns the core of their group. South Carolina is always going to be a contender.
Naturally. Boy, she's an incredible coach.
Yeah,
wow.
what Coach Staley has been able to do there has been incredible. Building that foundation in a different era of basketball, I believe is an asset, but what she's done is incredibly admirable. Tennessee, has invested a lot in their women's basketball program. I could go down the line and tell you why every SEC opponent is going to be a tough draw, but I can also tell you where our advantages are. And we have an elite point guard. We have experienced guard play. Layla and Liv were able to grow in that through the season last year. We had some growing pains. But, a lot of times we talked about what's the difference between Walter Clayton, his junior year, and his senior year, right?
Wow.
Experience, it's the greatest teacher of all. And so Miara O'Neal has made tremendous steps in her process over the course of the summer. She's bigger, she's faster, she's stronger. Her IQ has improved. She's able to really begin to show her skill set. And then, newcomers, Caterina Piatti is from Italy. She's got a lot of international experience. Dad's a coach, mom's a coach, both played, right? So when you talk about that language that is basketball, she's very, very comfortable. And I'm excited for everybody to see her shine this season as well.
You mentioned Walter Finley. Seems to me he followed the women's basketball program pretty well. And talk about the interaction that your players had with some of these guys who were such wonderful players, including Walter was amazing.
Yeah, and they're good players, but great people. And that's what we have in our basketball complex. It's a unique environment that men's and women's staffs, we spend time together. Our players, we practice at similar times, so they're in the training room a lot together. And the difference that Elijah Martin was able to make when he joined the Gators was huge, right? He's just a competitor. He set a standard. But Will and Alex and Tommy, all those guys, when the Gators win, we all win, right? And that was resounding message in that training room in our basketball complex. We're all rooting for each other. They talk game plans, they talk strategies, but most of all, they talk about the pride that there is to be a Gator and what that means. And so as we, embark on the season ahead, it's not just a new season. It's an opportunity for women's basketball to write this chapter the way that we want it to be written.
What's it like to be the coach of a school like Florida, the everything school, where everybody's expected to win all the time? So many championships. It's a lot of pressure.
There's not too much patience here, buddy. No. You know what? That's great, because as a competitor, that's what you want. Florida is the best of the best, and it's where the best come to play, compete, to coach. We're surrounded by greatness in every aspect. And, people say a lot. You hear the saying, you are the company you keep. We keep great company, and we're excited about what's ahead for us.
All right, let's put the basketball on the back burner for 1 second. Talk about Lakin. First of all, I love that name. I'm not sure where it came from, but
I'm not really sure where it came from either. But
it sounds like it has something to do with the Lakers. I don't know. But anyway, the point is Lakin.
A lot of people have said that to me, and I'm from Minnesota, buddy. So
I know.
10,000 lakes.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That makes sense.
Yeah, his dad, it was just a name that came to us kind of in the last couple of days before he was born. But Sean is a waterman. He's an elite waterman. He's a lifeguard on the North Shore, Oahu. So big wave lifeguard. It's a totally different world. But he's with us now in Gainesville, and I'm very fortunate to have his support.
Well, that's great. I love Hawaii. So Lakin was born in March. Is that right?
You know what, buddy? He was born on the day we played Minnesota. We unfortunately fell short in that Final Four, that WBIT. So I was watching from the hospital bed. We had just had him, and thankfully everything went very smoothly. I was able to coach against UNLV out in Las Vegas. And then had hoped to make that trip, but it just really wasn't in the cards for us.
Well, you're a Minnesota girl. You're from a basketball family, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Your dad?
My dad coached.
Yeah.
He won a lot of games. He coached high school, had several state championships, and coached a lot of us who went on to play college basketball.
Sorry for not having that at my fingertips. I just knew a little bit.
That's pretty good, but I'm impressed, buddy.
No. And, of course, Northwestern, the fine university.
Yeah.
Where you went to school. The bio says you were involved in the Boys and Girls Club of Fort Collins.
Yeah. So I did. I ended up getting injured at Northwestern. And, back then I knew I wasn't going to be a pro. I knew that wasn't something that was going to be in my future, but I loved the game and I wanted to continue to play. So instead of medically retiring, I transferred. And back in those days, you had to sit out a year. So I was going to allow myself to heal. I had a great time at Colorado State, but I learned a lot. I think I am a much better coach because of that experience. And, I think giving back to your community and the people around you is paramount when you have the opportunities that we're afforded in this business and at a university like Florida, Colorado State, Northwestern, you name it. There's a responsibility to give back.
Fort Collins is a little secret for those who don't know. I know about it. I lived in Colorado 15 years. And of course, Urban Meyer was there. And Shelley loved it there so much. She was a psychiatric nurse there in Fort Collins. And when Urban got hired by Notre Dame, she said, "Do we have to go? Why do coaches have to keep moving?" She loved it there. So Fort Collins is a special place, and those Rockies are hard to beat. You've been out there; it's something special. Did you ski while you were there?
I've skied in my past, but wasn't able to. As a college athlete, I then ended up working at University of Colorado for 4 years.
I got you.
Had a good time there too, but no, not a real skier.
Yeah, me either. By the way, I want you to tell me a little bit about your partner's musical career here. I'm fascinated by that. What's the deal there?
A musical career.
It says in your bio, I thought he said he did. It said Kelly Ray's partner, Jason, is a musician and songwriter.
Oh no, that must not be my bio. I don't know who mistyped my bio, but they got to clean that up. My partner is Sean. He's my fiance.
Yeah.
And like I said, he's a lifeguard.
Well, obviously they got that wrong because.
No, I don't know who Jason is, but.
Well, there you go. You never know. Maybe you got somebody else out there. Well, okay. It's bad on the University of Florida, bad PR. But the bottom line is, Oahu and Hawaii. Do you go out there very much?
Yeah, we're fortunate. We get to go out in the off season. This summer, during this off season, it was unique. We didn't have everybody on campus. Lux was with the senior women's team. Sarah Dang from Australia, she was playing for South Sudan. They won their first ever Afro-Basket game, which is big time. And Kat Mills Nitty, one of our other freshmen, she competed for Canada this summer. And so we didn't have a lot of our student athletes on campus over the whole summer. And so being a new mom, we were able to spend some time before summer school began out in Oahu. And we like to spend some time out there. It's a nice, relaxing place to be and totally different pace to life.
I wanted to say to you that Allie Pete Wilbur apologizes for being late. She's tied up on another show. She's going to join us in just a moment. I hope I can hold you for a few more minutes.
Oh, that's okay. She's a busy lady,
She's great. She does a great job. And hopefully she'll be able to join us. Trying to wrap up the interview right now. But tell me, all right, look, I'm a prospect. Okay. I'm a woman. I'm interested in playing SEC basketball. And I've got several schools in mind. One of them is Florida. Pitch me on why I need to pick Florida over whoever I'm going to pick.
Oh, that's a great question. It's the best of the best, right? Like I said earlier, it is the company you keep. And, the best come to compete at Florida, right? You got great weather. You got top academics. And you have the total package here at the University of Florida. On top of that, you got an old school approach to coaching, right? You got coaches who are going to push you, challenge you, love you, care about you beyond the basketball court. And I think that's something that is sometimes lost in the business of sport these days. But great people will be who surrounds you in every aspect of your life here at the University of Florida. People who are willing to go above and beyond to ensure your success. And one thing that I'll tell you, buddy, Grant Holloway told me this, and I'll never forget it. He was talking to a recruit at one point when he was in school at the University of Florida. And he said, I came back because this will be the last time in my life everybody is for me. And everybody here at the University of Florida wants to see me succeed. And that's not something that you find everywhere. We have the resources, we have the opportunities. The dining hall is second to none. We just got to put it together. And if you are a competitor and you want to do something for the first time, Florida's the place to be.
I heard one of your fellow coaches, I wish I could remember, it was a he, who it was today in the SEC Media Days, talking about his wife saying to him one time, the best advice she ever gave him was, if they don't like you, they love you, they're not going to play for you. And he said the most important thing is to have them love you, and they won't quit on you, and they'll keep playing for you. And he said that was the difference in his. Now, as a fan, I love hearing that.
Yeah.
I like to think those things still matter.
Yeah.
But we kind of think, well, it's all NIL deals and this, that, and the other, whatever. It's about selfishness. Look, everybody's got a little greed in them. I grant you, including us. But these kids that play and play hard, they have in their hearts, they do care for everybody, their teammates, their coach, and the university. Am I right about that?
Absolutely. And what's unique about our team, and we were talking about it on the plane today, buddy, was their loyalty, their dedication to each other. One of them was asked today, why did they stay when they could have gone somewhere else and gotten more money, right?
Right.
And the reason was there's a non-monetary value. Now, you still, as a woman leading women, I want to teach them what a good business deal looks like, right?
Yes.
And so there's a monetary value, but there's also a non-monetary value to what we do, right? And if you bet on yourself, Layla Reynolds, she is the consummate teammate and Florida Gator. And buddy, I'll tell you, she said, Kelly, if I am as good as I should be, I believe that I can earn everything that I should make here at the University of Florida. I just need to make us good enough. Well, dang, those student athletes are kind of far and few between. But I'll tell you, we have them on our women's basketball team right now, and they're committed to helping this program take that next step.
Interesting. Dan Bond from Dallas wants to know, says, Coach, what's your favorite road venue?
Road venue? Favorite place to play at? Or for
what he means, he says road venue. I guess he means.
I'd say LSU is pretty fun to play at.
Really?
Yeah, we, a couple years ago, we beat them by 4 at our place, and then we went to their place. And I like to compete against Coach Mulkey because she's just fun. She's a great coach. She's a strong competitor. But we had a great game there. We ended up losing by 4, but man, the atmosphere was electric.
How much does Mulkey pay for her dresses?
You know what? That's a good question. She might have an NIL deal, buddy.
Well, she was wearing a long time there. I'm told they're like incredibly expensive.
I would guess.
All those look at those sequins and all that stuff. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Well, here's the fashion expert would know the answer to that question. Kim Mulkey's dresses. Allie Peak Wilbur, say hello to Kelly Ray Finley.
Hello, Kelly. How are you?
Hey, Allie. I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for hanging on. I was juggling lots of different things going on tonight, but I appreciate getting to hang out with you. And I also appreciate what you wear on the sidelines far more than what Kim Mulkey wears. So.
Thank you. Sequins is just not, to each their own, but sequins, it's not really my style.
No, that's okay. I don't know that that's a very Louisiana thing, and that's totally.
I was gonna say us Minnesotans, maybe not quite so much.
Not so much. Probably not us Floridians down here. You're a transplant. You've adopted the whole.
Exactly. I was thinking the other day. I thought to myself, Allie, geez, I've spent my 30s in Florida.
You have.
That's pretty crazy.
I have been here my whole life, and I will never leave. I think it's the absolute best state, and we're really lucky to have you in Gainesville. I don't know what Buddy got to talk to you about beforehand, but he sent me all of your information about the runway to the rim. Tell me a little bit about it. I think that this is so creative. I feel like we see so many different types of fundraisers, but a fashion show is incredibly unique.
Yeah, we spent some time brainstorming, what would be fun, what's something that our student athletes could get behind. They've had a huge part in planning this event. They reached out to some of the vendors, they reached out to stylists, friends, people that they know, and really have had a huge part in putting everything together in combination with the Dazzlers. So we had a whole, walk the runway lesson the other day.
I love
I
that.
don't know, we got to take some entertainment pieces from the Dazzlers. They do a great job for all of our teams. But it's, as women, we're so much more than athletes, right? And so the confidence that's going to shine tomorrow evening, I'm really excited to see.
And how did you pick mental health awareness as what you wanted to bring attention to and raise money
that,
for?
yeah.
Yeah, great question. I think so many times in this space of athletics, especially in Gainesville, especially at the University of Florida, Buddy alluded to this earlier, there's an expectation and a pressure to win.
Mm-hmm.
Our student athletes are still 18 to 22-year-old young adults.
Yep.
And sometimes what you read about yourself on social media, it gets a little bit, it gets a little bit tough. And to remember that they're humans first, that we're competitors, but that we're people, and we're people that are showing up and showing out for our community, our school, and are in front of many, many people, right? That can be difficult. But we talk as a program a lot about we train our bodies. Well, if we train our minds in the same way, how much healthier may we be, right? And mental health is very real. It's something that we all can relate to, whether that's good mental health. I struggle with this. Oh, I'm having a great day. What that looks like, right? And it's something that everybody can relate to. And so for us, it's a cause that we really want to get behind.
I think that it's really interesting and unique that you tied the fashion show aspect to that, because I feel like there probably is some confidence that can be gained from walking the runway and maybe facing of some fears as well.
I was going to say we have some that are very nervous.
Yes.
And maybe not quite so confident, but it's okay to do things that are outside your comfort zone, right? On the court, we're very comfortable and confident. But to do things that are outside of your comfort zone, it just builds strength. It builds character. We talk a lot about what happens to a muscle if you don't use it. It atrophies, right? And so it's a muscle that we need to exercise, and it will be on full display tomorrow night for sure.
So I don't know if Buddy told you this, but my husband played football at Florida in the 2000s. And he was on the 06 national championship team. And during the season that year, they lost to Auburn. And he was a punter. And he dropped a snap, the only one of his entire career that he dropped. And afterwards, that was when Facebook was just for college students.
Yeah.
But there was a group created that was, F. Eric Wilbur, he cost us a shot at the national championship. And he got all of these mean, messages and stuff. I remember how detrimental that was then. And I think about how social media was so minuscule compared to what it is now. How do you shield them a little bit from, I don't want to say the armchair quarterbacks, but essentially just everybody that has an opinion. And when you're behind a screen, you are so free to share that opinion without consequences, essentially.
Absolutely. I first of all, thanks for sharing that, because it's something that I think as athletes we can all relate to, right? I'll never forget the first time I got an email that was totally outrageous, and I'm like, wow, you don't think I should be alive because we lost?
Right.
Okay. Whoa, like this is real. But I was also like 36 at the time. It's a heck of a lot different than 18, right? And so while we can't shield them, we can continue to guide them and speak truth and perspective and put people around them. Buddy and I talked a lot before you got on, Allie, about the company that you keep, right? Mm-hmm. And the community and the family that is the University of Florida and their student athletes, as well as the student body, is really second to none, and our dining hall provides an opportunity for that community where, our student athletes even, this season, I feel really bad for so-and-so. Well, did you send them a message? Did you tell them you're rooting for them? Did you tell them, and so just to have that community, I think is is really great and can be very powerful.
Yeah, I know. I think that UF with their new facility did such a nice job. You weren't here with the old Gator dining, but
you know what? I was 1 year. I went over
you?
there 1 year, as crazy as that sounds, but it was much different, and it was a tremendous. It's been a great, great investment.
It is so beautiful, and it's so neat. And even, they even welcome former athletes in there, which I think is so cool.
Yes.
My brother swears it's the best $10 steak you can get in Gainesville.
Oh, 100%.
It's changed a lot. Talk to me a little bit about you have mentioned over the years about elevating the standard within your program. And I think that you have clearly done that, the things that you're talking about from a behind the scenes perspective and how you get them to train. But how do you raise the standard for this upcoming season?
Wins. We do that with wins, Allie. We don't shy away from the truth in our program. One of our core values, and anybody who knows me knows, the honesty is of the utmost importance. You just don't tell a lie, and it's okay to tell the truth and stand in your truth. And you don't shy away from trying your best. And I think many times this generation, we as people kind of shield ourselves from, because what if I try my best and it's still not good enough?
Right.
It's okay. It's life. That's what happens. But it doesn't mean you don't try your best, right? Be courageous in all things that you do. And I internally, we feel like we've made great progress. We feel like we're poised for a very good season ahead. We're still young, but we're young and hungry, right? And a little bit of that old school approach to building, right? Our freshmen have now turned to sophomores, and our sophomore turned to a junior. We still only have one senior this year. But returning that core has been very integral, and having consistency in your roster is something that you just really don't see. And so being able to retain them and build on that, as it relates to winning, we should see a lot of this non-conference season in the O-Dome.
Have you seen the team chemistry just improve because there are so many people who have now been there for at least this season?
Yeah, and you know what? Like, they're understanding now what that standard is, right? When Layla Reynolds talks and she's like, she has to step into a leadership role for us, a vocal leadership role. Liv McGill, Miara O'Neill, they have to do those things. Alexia Dizeko, she has to do that. It's not just the coaches saying, here's the standard, here's what we do, No, it's like, hey, let's do this. This is what we do, right? And player-led teams are always the best type of team. And that's what we're looking to have this season.
I've always felt like, excuse me if I'm interrupting this great conversation, because I could just listen to you talk, and it just sounds kind of sexist in a way, I guess, but it's reverse. Is that in my business, working with sports writers and women, I have found women to be much better teammates than men. They are reliable. They're mostly honest. They'll tell you what they think. They're strong. Women are really strong. I mean, they're a lot stronger than men are. I'll tell you the truth. They are.
But you said it. We didn't. Okay?
No, I live by it. Listen, I was raised by two women, my sister and my mom. I love my dad, but they were divorced. My point is that just in general, I find it easier to be around women friends and in the professional than I do men. Now, I have a lot of good buddies. Don't get me wrong. You two are kind of sort of front runners and pioneers in your own way. You played for a coach and you had a basketball background. You wandered all the way from Minnesota to Denver, to Fort Collins, to Florida. Now you've been here all of your 30s, as you say. You're trying to carve out this niche for women's basketball. And Allie is amazing too. Allie, I'm gonna put you up here. I want you to educate Kelly a little bit about your family. She's like a 5-time legacy. Pull that picture out on your right side. I knew this.
Get Allie, come on, give me.
I knew this guy.
So, this is my grandfather, Scotty Peak. He played for Florida. He actually played for Florida, left, fought in World War II, and then came back and finished his career at Florida. He ran track there too. My dad played at Florida. My brother played at Florida. My husband played at Florida.
Wow.
Swam at Florida. There was a lot of we are Gators through and through. And honestly, growing up on the sidelines at UF at practices is why I wanted to cover sports. I always joke I'm the only 12-year-old girl that cried when Florida State beat Florida in 1996, in the regular season.
Right.
And it's very much shaped who I am. I love Florida athletics. I think that it's just such a special place. It's such an amazing university, and it has changed the course of my family's life. Like my grandfather being there in the late 40s dictated the path that the rest of us took, which is kind of cool. And I feel strongly about the university and who they hire and who represents us. And that's why it's really neat to be on with you, because not every sport has always had a coach that I'm thrilled is representing us, but I feel like you are somebody that all of us are incredibly proud of.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that. And, like I said, we always talk about we have to do the right thing. And that doesn't mean you don't make mistakes. And when you do, you own it, right? And when you fall short, you own that too. You don't shy away from that. But we feel like it's time for us to kind of take that next step and turn the corner in the win column. And we've talked a lot as a team, Allie, about that's not pressure. Mm-hmm. That's a privilege. And I know that's an old saying, but it's okay to strive for that. It's okay to say that that's what we want. And it's okay to say, hey, we need Gator Nation behind us to help us get there.
Do you think, I know you guys were talking about this a little bit when I came on, and the men's basketball team winning a national championship probably does put some pressure, but is there any truth to the idea that a rising tide raises all ships? Like, does the excitement, yeah.
That's exactly what we talked about today. We were on SEC Media Day, and they were kind of talking, oh, well, is that, I'm like, wait, what do you mean? Like, Gator basketball is all of us. Gator basketball is on the rise. Gator basketball is something to be excited about, and that's both the men's and the women's programs, right? But you have to invest. You have to show up. It doesn't work the other way. Win, and then we will show up. And Gator Nation, sometimes that's how we want it to be, right? That's okay. But I tell you that when people do come and when the season does begin, I think they'll really be excited what they see on the court.
All right, so this is not just an all-women show. We got a guy here who's been standing by patiently before Kelly Ray goes, Kevin Brockway, the Gainesville son, and he'll join the discussion. And I'm going to ask Kelly Ray to repeat again the event. Make sure we say it right. Elevate. What it is.
Your French has improved already.
on Thursday night, an NL event, and it's something that's kind of special for you guys. And say good evening to Kevin there.
Well, we got to pass along our congratulations to Kelly Ray for being a new mom.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's exciting and has a lot of challenges. Yeah,
not new anymore. She's been a mom for a while.
We're 6 months into this thing, but I don't know. It still feels a little new, right?
Yeah, but Lakin has not made a sound. You said, well, he may say me crying. He hadn't made a sound. So kudos to Lakin.
Good. Yeah, let's just put him to bed soon, okay?
Go ahead, Kevin.
Wishing you all the best, Kelly Ray. It's amazing. About 4 or 5 years ago, when I was up in Indiana, I got to do the Big Ten women's tournament. And I got to see Caitlin Clark, and it's so amazing. And the strides that have been made in women's basketball at the collegiate level, I think the last 2 decades has been amazing. And it would be, quite exciting if it can come here to Gainesville and if you can make it work, because it is an exciting game.
Absolutely. That's the plan, Kevin.
All right.
I found thoughts for the coach of the Florida Gators. Been so kind tonight to be with us. My gosh, look at this time we had her. And appreciate it very much, Kelly Ray. Wish you much luck on your deal. Give us your final wrap up and final thoughts as you prepare to go into your 5th season, Allie.
Yeah,
fifth season.
Fifth season, but kind of really fourth, buddy. Come on,
Yeah, okay.
No, I just am appreciative of this time. Thank you guys for your insight. Thank you for your questions, your thoughtfulness. Gator Nation, we look forward to seeing you on November 3rd. And if you don't have plans tomorrow evening, Elevate 352 at the Cade Museum. Doors open for general admission at 7 p.m. and we'd love to see you all there.
Thank you, Coach Fanley. We really enjoyed having you. Hope we get you back again sometime.
All right. Sounds good. Have a good night. Go Gators.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. You're right about that, Allie. I think there's something about her. She's got that quality that
wonderful.
She really is. She is terrific. And you just know she has to win. I mean, but on the other hand, Kevin, we're talking about a coach in football that supposedly has it going the right direction and has the players liking him and all that stuff. And he's going to get fired this weekend, probably, isn't he?
Well, yeah, it's a results business. Yeah, unfortunately, and the results have not been there. But it's funny. We were just at Billy Napier's press conference a couple hours ago, and he seems strangely calm and resigned to his fate. These last two press conferences are as relaxed as I've seen him all season. And he's stayed enthusiastic up until the end, and we will see if it's the end against Mississippi State or not, win or lose. I mean, there is precedent to be fired even off a win. We saw that a couple of years ago with Jimbo Fisher. But I do think that certainly maybe there's a chance he goes into Georgia, but then beyond that, I mean, who knows? Because I just don't see too many more wins on the schedule after Mississippi State in terms of, what they've got coming up, particularly that Georgia game and that, Ole Miss game, certainly on November 15th. That's two top 10 teams right there, one in Jacksonville and one on the road. And by the way, 0-14 now away from the swamp against ranked opponents.
Yeah. We're going to talk about when we think that Hacks is going to fall and all the other stuff. Let me do this quick commercial. I do have to pay a few bills around here because we've been talking a lot about other things, but just let me say that folks over at Meldon Law, there's a QR code if you need a lawyer. Click on that and check it out. And, their story, they love the Gators. They love what they do. They love representing you. If you have an issue, legal issue, I recommend them highly. I've used them myself. Call them up. They have 4 offices to serve you, now 5. Opening one down in South Florida, along with Ocala, Gainesville, Wilson, and Lake City. If they don't have the specialist you need, they'll find it for you. And, of course, you know what Jeffrey does. Jeffrey supports the Gators every way he can, including his tremendous giveaway program on Facebook page, Around the Law. And he, of course, is a big fan of all the sports, especially in basketball. He was able to visit and go with Todd and follow him all this year and loved every minute of it. Meldon Law, they won't back down. Okay, guys, how many games are left that they can win, number one? And secondly, when is the axe going to fall? Allie, you go first.
I think they're all winnable on this schedule. Now, that doesn't mean I think they're going to win them all. I'm going to guess that they can get 6-ish wins is what I'm going to think. And I do, from what I've heard, I do think the axe is going to fall on Sunday. But I don't know that he doesn't coach out the whole season. Some of the stuff I've heard is that there's really not somebody that is acceptable, but also interested in being the interim head coach. So we may look at a situation like Ron Zook.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of what I said about 3 weeks ago. Let him coach the season if he wants to. He's working, getting paid. Let him work. They haven't got anybody there.
How much he loves the players. So I guess this would
there
be.
There you go. Well, wouldn't you want to see it through, right? I mean, I don't know. So, Kevin, you agree with that?
I mean, in theory, I just don't know if he'll do it. But if he does do it, I mean, that would be that would tell me that how big of a man he is and how much he does really care about his players. If he did do that, but that being said, I agree with Allie in terms of I think 6-6 is highly possible. I don't see them beating Ole Miss on the road at this point. That could change. Georgia's looked a little more vulnerable this year than they have in past years, but I still don't know if Florida has enough, based on what we've seen this season. Now, listen, Billy is saying DJ's getting healthier, but he even admitted, earlier in the year, though, in terms of, the run element of his game isn't there. And who knows if it's, I looked this up, 4 net yards rushing for DJ Lagway and 70 gained, 66 loss on sacks. But I mean, that's, that element of his game, we've just never seen it because he just hasn't been healthy enough. Maybe, Billy alluded back to the Kentucky game, obviously, before he got hurt against Georgia with the hamstring. But it's like I said, unfortunate chain of events. But yeah, maybe Billy would see it through, but it's this day and age, it's just so hard. It's just so rare that we've seen that. I mean, we saw that with Ron Zuck, but that was 20 years ago, but I mean, that was a long time ago. Yeah.
And that was a different, I don't know, that they beat the number 1 team on the road that year in LSU. Obviously they, carried him off on Ron Zuck Field the night that that field was dedicated to Bobby Bowden. It was a different time and place, but if he is staying on, it just feels very much like placating very specific fans if you let him go now instead of letting him go at the end of the season if you were going to have him coach all the way through.
I think and it's interesting because the Matt Hayes story came out today that I'm sure you guys saw.
Yeah,
I think they would have preferred for this to be more silent in that regard. Like I think they would have preferred to have him coach out the season without that, without even making an announcement. And I mean that could be possible too. I mean,
I think some I don't know how to say this the correct way. I think that people in the know made sure that everyone was in the know so that there wasn't a possibility that they could punt this for another year. So I think this information was leaked from boosters purposely.
Allie, you said this to me last spring, and you said my sources have told me that Billy has told prospects he's going to have a new offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. That's what you told me.
Yep.
And I think that's what he wanted to do. But then on the other hand, I can't blame Charlie Weiss Jr. Why we want to go coach the lame duck. What's he got to gain by that,
Not a lot. But is that the only person he talked to, or did he really exhaust all options and try and land on himself being the best choice? Like, I mean, shoot, buddy, you were available. That would have been a better choice.
Yeah, well, I'm not so sure they could pay me enough. Yeah, I would. I think it is what it is, and it's going to be the way, like they say, there's 2 kind of coaches who have been fired and coaches who are going to get fired. Mm-hmm. And we've seen most of that.
Yeah.
I saw some stuff online today about how Florida has screwed up every coaching hire and that they've never had, one guy said, they've never hired who they wanted to hire. Always who they said they were going to hire, they didn't hire. That's just not true. I can go back far enough with you on that to Doug Dickey, who was, by the way, a very desirable guy at that time. And then, of course, with Spurrier, we all know that story. I think they made the exception in Urban.
Yeah, I think Spurrier and Urban. But I will say, Florida, by and large, in the modern football era, has not ever made a splash hire. Spurrier was a splash hire because Florida fans knew who he was, but it's not like they went and robbed a power program of a coach. He was at Duke. Urban, who obviously worked out here, was only in his second year at Utah, and before that only had 2 years at Bowling Green. So even though he worked out, that's not going in and plucking, the guy you want from Ohio State or Michigan or Notre Dame or Georgia, anything like that. Dan Mullen, honestly, is probably the guy that you could say was the splashiest hire because he at least was at another SEC program at the time we've hired him. But I can see why fans would say we haven't done a great job. And it's probably because we haven't ever been willing to pay the big fish. But now if we want a big fish, we're looking between $10 and $12 million a year. So we're going to see if UF's administration is willing to do that.
I will say that
price of fish has gone up.
Yeah, I will say this, Allie, because I remember when they flew me out to do Urban at Utah. Urban was, that was a 12-0 season that he was having. Oh, yeah. he was on the comm, and Florida beat out Notre Dame to get him. So I think he was,
and he
in that
was a top
aspect.
name.
Yeah, I think in that aspect he was a little bit of a big fish, and Mullen coming from Mississippi State. But buddy, I kind of have this theory going back to your days though, in terms of like the big name. Do you think, but because things didn't work out for Doug Dickey for many years, that was one of the reasons why they didn't go for an established coach, and it went all the way back to the 1970s, and that experience not working, that they didn't, because they do seem to go young hungry. They seem to have a profile. It's early 40s, mid 40s. They don't go for that. McElwain was a little bit older, but he was still from a smaller school. But that seems like that's kind of the profile.
They fall in love with people. And let me just say this. The Doug Dickey thing was done at the highest level. The politicians and everybody got involved in that. And that was a commitment that Doug didn't technically make before the season, before the year. He wasn't going to say yes. But they had that backroom deal. And Ray Graves didn't want to go when the time came. He wanted to stay, and he had the best year ever, and he couldn't stay. And then, of course, then they beat Tennessee in the bowl game. And Tennessee was the SEC champion. And Dickey came here with a lot of ballyhoo with Reeves and Alvarez, and it was pretty much a disaster. And Dickey's whole coaching career really wasn't very good. And his offense, which was good at Tennessee. By the way, he pioneered a lot of African-American players in Tennessee. He did a lot of good things, but he never got to do it. And he's a Gainesville guy from University of Florida, went to PKU. So you look at those situations, and you say, well, I mean, Will Muschamp was the guy everybody wanted. He was a coach in waiting for Mac Brown. He had a Gainesville background. He loved Gainesville, loved the Gators.
I think he'd still be the coach here had he had a different offensive coordinator.
Yeah, but see, that's part of it, is that he didn't have enough emphasis on offense. You know, he was a defensive coach. This is what happens. They get stuck in the mode. I don't know. To answer your question, maybe, but I think people just they want the coach du jour. Who is the hot guy right now? You know, the hot guy right now is Cignetti, but he's probably too old. We'll see how that works out. Lane is the guy. I mean, he's the guy majority. I just read a thing from a friend of mine saying that, you know, that everybody, the money people are still split about this. There's a group of them that know Urban's not going to come, but they kind of want to make a play for him. Lane is the guy, but a lot of people say Lane's not going to come. And if Lane comes and brings Charlie Weiss, that would be obviously a great idea. And then after that, you go into Cignetti's and all the other people at that point in time. So I think it's still wide open, but it's who gets there first with the money. And like Shane says, nobody's offered anybody anything yet that we know of, right?
I mean, if they don't get Lane, I mean, the names that I'm hearing are Eli Drinkwitz and Rhett Lashley.
Yeah.
Those
I don't hear so much Lashley. I think a lot of people think he's just flash in the pan.
He's about fifth on the list.
Yeah,
so if we end up with Lashley, I think 4 people have told him no.
Right.
I have heard that they're vetting Marcus Freeman too.
I like Marcus Freeman a lot, and I know a guy who knows him quite well. Says he's Irish through and through. He loves.
Well, the interesting thing that I heard this week from somebody that knows him is that supposedly he is not allowed to choose his offense or defensive coordinator at Notre Dame. And that has caused some frustration because currently he's getting a lot of flack for his offense that he doesn't have control over.
Well, I'll call my guy. He'll know. He's a Notre Dame graduate, and he knows all about it. We'll find that out next week.
Yeah, so if that's true, that makes him seem more available than I thought he was previously.
Yeah.
I've heard that he's interested to back channels in Florida as well.
Yeah. Let me get most obvious 90-second forecast. If you're an analyst for a stock company, this is what to expect out of the Florida football program in the next 2 months, and who the guy will be and who, and give me your best guess. And you got 90 seconds apiece. Kevin, you start.
What, in terms of just
here's how you think it's going to go. This is your analysis.
I think it's going to go either Eli or Rhett Lashley, and I think that they'll get to 6 wins, and I think that Billy will be asked to leave after the Georgia game.
Who's the coach going to be?
I think that asked to leave. He could end up coaching the rest of the season. If not, then I think they'll go with Billy Gonzalez and keep the coordinators.
Now, who's the new coach going to be?
And I told you the new coach is going to be either Eli Drinkwitz or Rhett Lash.
Well, I didn't know you. That's part of this. That's what you
Yeah.
said. Okay. All right. Well, that's your pick. Yeah. All right. All right, Allie, give us your prognosis and tell us what you think is going to happen.
So I think barring a 40-point win on Saturday, he's going to be let go on Sunday. If what I'm hearing is correct, I think there's a great chance he stays on and finishes the season. I've been told Ron Roberts is not interested in being an interim coach. I think Jaluk isn't a possibility after you slap a opposing team's player. Gonzalez would have always been my pick because I think he's the only person that knows what winning at the University of Florida looks like on that staff. So I think that's what happens. And I think Florida's head coach is one of these five: Marcus Freeman, Rhett Lashley, Brent Key, Drinkwitz, or
Interesting. Yeah, Brent Key. I keep hearing his name.
I think it'll be one of those five. I think two of those five ignite Gator Nation much more than the other three do. I think all five are probably an improvement over what we've got. But I think it's going to be an interesting few weeks for Gator Nation.
I think Lane's the guy. If they don't get him, it's going to be a come down. Be disappointed. I don't know if there's anybody out there. Just flies on everybody. Everybody's got a shortcoming.
Mm-hmm.
What if Lane's in the college football playoff? Do you wait for him?
I think it depends on how deep the run is. You know,
I would say yes. You wait for him, and you just go ahead and put your assistant head coach in there and do all the bidding and the recruiting, and it has to be announced that he's leaving. I mean, Lane, but that's a lot to give up.
Mm-hmm.
You make yourself a lame duck, you may lose the chance of winning a championship.
Now, you can make it through 2 rounds of the playoff before the portal opens.
Right.
You know, with
Right.
the new rule changes, so you'd have to be pretty deep in to have missed that opportunity. And I think for Florida, it's more about retaining their roster. If you are getting Lane from Ole Miss, he'll be able to pluck the players he wants from there to plug and play with our roster if that's the case. But I think that what it's going to come down to is how much Florida's administration is willing to pay. Because if you are getting a Lane Kiffin or a Marcus Freeman, you are paying $10 to $12 million a year. If you're getting a Drinkwitz or a Brent Key or a Lashley, you are probably paying anywhere from $7 to $9 million.
I think Drinkwitz is making that now.
Well, if he's making that now, then maybe bump him to the other. Interestingly, Marcus Freeman, I looked up today, his buyout's less than $4 million. So
really,
that's an interesting.
Yeah, I think he's a very interesting candidate. We're going to find out, guys. Great job tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming aboard, Kevin and Allie. We had a great time with Coach Kelly, and she was delightful. And don't forget their event coming up tomorrow night at Cade Museum. Going to be a fashion show. I think Kevin and I should be up there on the runway. We could be knocking dead. Huh?
Yeah, I think my fashion show days are over, but
okay.
If you give me a mic, maybe I'll sing a little.
There you go.
Like that, you know, be fun.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Very appreciate it very much. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, folks. All right. We're going to wrap it up with a word about our friends at Titan MRI. Titan MRI, one of our many sponsors. We're great sponsors. They have 3 locations to serve you now, 2 in Gainesville with the Park Avenue location, now the Millennium Center, 1 in Lake City, which services not just Lake City, but also all of Columbia County in the area up there. They have an opportunity for you to come in and get your own appointment, customize it if you can't be there in the daytime. They will make it for you at night. And they offer the same great customer service as always. They accept insurance and go through their convenient self-pay options. They offer MRIs, CAT scans, X-rays, and ultrasounds, easy scheduling, as I said. Larger MRI machines for patient comfort. That's a big one for me. If you're claustrophobic, and at least you want to be able to go on those tubes, I feel like you can breathe. No yards, no hospitals. Coming soon to Ocala to better serve Marion County and surrounding. Titan MRI, it's your choice. Thanks again to our guest tonight for Kelly Reed Finley, for Kevin Brockway, Allie Pete Wilbur, and don't forget tomorrow night we're back again for the final wrap-up. Check out Gatorbait Media, and you should be subscribing to it. It's a special publication. Have a great night.
You have a great day too. Rob Browne, Brendan Martin in Ocala, Florida. Got a great show. I'm in Memphis. Love the coffee cup. It is Sidelines, SEC Sidelines Sports Network, the Friday edition. Got a great show today. Now, take a picture with your cell phone of the QR codes. We are live on X, Twitter, Twix, we call it in the South, Facebook, YouTube, 8 channels simultaneously. Share and like. You have no idea what that means to us. And as we always say, thank you more than you know for your support. We are really, really growing. About a year and a half into this format, and we've got a great lineup today. One of the most accomplished authors, football minds, and just good people in college football. Ivan Maisel will be joining us to talk about his new book, Frank Leahy, The Enigma of Notre Dame. Frank Duffy up in Big Canoe. Doug Dean in Birmingham. So let's go ahead and get started on this Friday, October 17th. Where's the fall going? But it's football
it's
season.
beautiful. It's beautiful here in Florida, I'll tell you that. So we're excited. Thanks for everyone who joins us this week. And by the way, listen to Rob. The QR code, if you're watching on your phone, just do a screen grab.
Yeah.
Then do your QR reader and you go right there, or you can just search for us on Sidelines with Rob Browne. With that, we'll bring in your guests, Sir Eben Maisel and Frank Duffy. Welcome to the program, gentlemen.
Morning, everybody. Ivan, it was interesting. Monday night at the Touchdown Club in Memphis, Rich Clark, the executive director of the College Football Playoff Committee, was our speaker, and he had a lot of praise for you. He said, being in that room, and he's 38 years in the Air Force, Lieutenant General, and he's my age, and he said, "Don't call me General." I'm like, I can't help but call you General, but I've gotten to know him here the last couple of years since he came on, and he's been on our show. It's just one of the good people in football, as you are. Talked about your mind and what you bring to the table. And I cannot give you enough praise also for what you did in 2019 for the 150th anniversary of college football. You genuinely love the game, and no matter what happens, you make us love it even more. So I'm going to put the ball in your hands. Talk about your book and college football and where you think we're going.
Okay, well, thank you for that introduction. I'm not sure that was deserved, but here's the book, American Coach. And, the subtitle is The Triumph and Tragedy of Notre Dame legend Frank Leahy. And, Frank, everybody knows the name Frank Leahy, but it just dawned on me as I was working on the 2019 project. I didn't really know much about him. And the two things that struck me was that he's got the second best winning percentage of anybody in the history of the game to Knute Rockne, who he played for at Notre Dame. And he still is second for coaches who have coached 10 years, and that's the standard the NCAA uses. And it took him 13 years to be elected to the College Football Hall of Fame. And so those were the threads I started pulling on. And what I found was a guy that was really in a lot of ways emblematic of America in the 20th century. He was a bootstrap guy. He came from nowhere with not much. He grew up on the prairie in South Dakota.
Yeah.
But Notre Dame offered him a hand up, and he loved Notre Dame like he loved little else in the world. And he poured all that energy into winning football games. That was what drove him more than his health, more than his family. He just had to win football games at Notre Dame, and he was very good at it, but at the cost of his health, at the cost of his family relationships. And that's kind of an American story too, guys that just get their priorities skewed in the pursuit of success.
Let me ask you, in the 40s, he won 4 national championships. And, my dad just passed away in July. He was 97. He grew up, in Memphis. He used to sneak into Crump Stadium, go to the double headers down by the UT Medical School, UT and Mississippi State and Memphis Ole Miss games. But he said everybody, he went to Christian Brothers High School as well, was a Notre Dame fan. There's not another. Frank's an Irish Catholic from New Orleans. I mean, there's nothing like them for college football. And I'm friends with a guy in the Touchdown Club whose son is Marcus Freeman's agent, and it's just fascinating. He said, "You can be the fan of any school in America, but when you go to South Bend, and do you think in the 40s with World War II and all that happened, is that when they cemented themselves as a team with a fan base like no other?"
Well, yes. That was a fascinating part of his story to me, because I think you can make a pretty good case that Leahy is who made Notre Dame Notre Dame. Because until Leahy came along, the success that Notre Dame had really belonged only to Rockne.
Yeah.
And it could have been a deal like we've seen at so many schools where there was one great coach and nobody ever replicated it. Yeah. But Leahy came in and was every bit as successful as Rockne, and you can argue whether he was more successful based on his schedules were stronger, but that's a debate for another time.
Yeah.
But my point is, he made Notre Dame into the monolithic Notre Dame, and the other part of that era in the 40s was, and what I really wanted to evoke with the book, and that's why there's a fedora on the cover, right?
That's right.
People wore fedoras.
Yes, sir.
Is just what Notre Dame meant to the American Catholic community.
Yeah,
it was a lifeline. It was the ticket into being accepted by the greater society, because there was a lot of anti-Catholic sentiment in America before, even after the war.
Yeah.
And, everybody felt like Leahy, legitimized them in some way with the rest of the American community. And that was a cool part of the story too.
Ivan, you had three choices. You could be a cop, a fireman, or a Notre Dame fan. Those were your three choices growing up. But Ivan, being a great writer like you are, also the thing that I think made Notre Dame so special in the 40s and 50s was the era of radio, where you literally listened to the stories. You didn't see them. That came with Ara Parseghian later. You listened to the stories, and you were able to almost spin these yarns of how great Notre Dame was listening on the radio. And Notre Dame was one of those brands that was listened to nationwide. I mean, the big NBCs and ABCs and CBSs of the radio world would carry their games. And I think that also added to the lore of Leahy and what he did with those 4 championships. And look, I agree with you. I don't think there's a lore of Knute Rockne if there isn't a Leahy cementing the ground of 4 national championships to bring them into this era, that bridge that gap. And in the 40s, people lived and died on the radio. You heard reports from World War II. You heard your news reports from the radio. So I think that's a big part, and I'm assuming you built that into the book that you had as well. That Americana lore, hearing that crackle of Notre Dame games over the airwaves.
Well, the couple of things come to mind. One is that as many as 10 different radio stations or networks would broadcast the Notre Dame games. I mean, it was just crazy how many radio teams there were there.
Wow.
2, I remember Vince Dooley telling me one time that growing up in Mobile, Catholic, he would lay down on the floor of his living room with his head underneath the giant radio they had in the living room, because that's how close he wanted to be to the Notre Dame game. And he said, once he started going to the Hall of Fame dinners in New York, and he was a coach, he was a head coach at an SEC school. He said, and when I saw Johnny Lujack in person, he said, my knees got weak, and then I got to meet him, and he was like, oh my goodness.
And under that big radio, you were literally bathed in the golden glow.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Before I go to Doug Dean, another Irish Catholic from Birmingham, when all my friends, we were in college, I was at Auburn, they were at Tennessee. Bubba Halliday and his son William was one of my interns who's now writing for Auburn Undercover. You know who one of their teachers was at UT? Lindsey Nelson. And who can forget Saturday afternoons? O'Reilly back to O'Malley, back to Fitzgerald on the 42-yard line. Here come the Irish.
Here come Hanratty to hold for the extra point.
You left out a few skis in there.
That was the lineman. That was the lineman.
That's right. Doug, jump in here.
Yeah. Doug Dean, not from Birmingham, at Alice Beach right now, and you're not, Rob. But
nice.
Ivan Maisel, what an honor to get to talk to you. I really enjoyed your especially your writing. Not to discount your great work on air as with ESPN and elsewhere, but I'm as an English major myself, I'm sort of lamenting and hoping I'm wrong about this, that we don't have enough readers of actual books anymore.
You're lamenting it. Yeah.
Everything's pushed into YouTube and sound bites, and Twitter started all this limiting the number of characters, and but that can revive. Maybe it's the delivery or packaging of it. Maybe books by audio will recapture a generation of people that actually read books. But I want you to talk about words, Ivan, and that sports uniquely, not solely, but sports uniquely creates these moments that great writers like Ivan Maisel can do their best to join the ranks of Grantland Rice, outlined against a blue-gray October sky, or maybe my favorite, John Underwood on that Miami-Nebraska game. Underwood wrote, he sent his sacrificial lambs out to slaughter the butcher.
Or Ivan probably remembers one of his first mentors at the AJC back in the day, Furman Bisher.
Yeah. Sure. And then, but here's Ivan Maisel. I want to do you honor. And I'm certain I did not pick what you would be the proudest phrases that you turned, but here's one that got me in the wake of the passing of the great Mike Leach. And I think that article you wrote was award-winning, Ivan, but he, quote, "If you put a mic in front of Leach and turn it on, the hard part of your day was done." That's beautiful writing, Ivan. Just talk about, do we still have a new generation of great writers coming forward, especially in the sports realm? Your thoughts?
Oh, I think we do, and I am heartened if I tell you that, my book's been out a month and, I get sales reports and it's still about 80% hardcover, 10% ebook, 10% audio. So people are reading. Somebody's reading, maybe it's everybody that's 50 and older. I don't know, but, I am heartened by the fact that, we as a species have been telling each other stories since we were drawing, stick figures on cave walls. So after that, it's just, how do you deliver it? And, I'm a word guy. I have two daughters that are on either side of 30, and, they will used to give me grief about, why aren't you on Insta? Why aren't you on TikTok? And I was like, because I think in words, I don't think in pictures.
Yeah.
And,
me too.
Yeah. And it's amazing that children that age can still roll their eyes.
I think Doug, some audio. I think that was maybe Doug.
Okay.
Well, Ivan, just to give you a heartened feel, some of us still like the feel of pulp on our hands, and having a great book to be able to sit and read it's a lost art. You're exactly right in this go-go world, but a comfortable chair, good lighting, because those of us that are now 64 have to have these eye cheaters and the lights. But fear not, those of us that like a good yarn will sit and read a great book. So I am definitely going to get your Leahy book, because I think the Notre Dame dynamic of the success that they've had in football and what it's meant to so many people, and to have Frank Leahy almost being an afterthought as one of their coaches, and yet he had the success that he had. It's going to be a fantastic read. I know it is, and I'm definitely going to be one of your readers.
And I want to say something. Pete Cordelli, a friend of mine who coached at Notre Dame, coached with Lou Holtz for 14 years. I've been friends with Pete for 31 years. He's on my show on Mondays with Ellis Johnson and Dave Bartu. He just published his new book about, making the grade, how to get a scholarship. Notice of all the places he coached, look who's on the cover. And, Pete being from a big Italian Catholic family from right out in the Chamonix, PA, there is nothing like it. I'm an Episcopal convert, but, when you look at college football, and I'm an Auburn grad, he's LSU, and Doug's Auburn, Brendan, Gator Bait Media. If you are Catholic, you are always going to come back to it. And it's one of those stories about college football. When we were kids, we sometimes got frustrated, but Notre Dame still, they are as relevant today as they were 40, 50 years ago. And this book it's like lifting weights with your brain, Ivan. I'm ordering it as soon as I get off the show.
Great. Yeah. And I grew up in Mobile. I grew up in the 70s when, Notre Dame regularly broke Alabama Crimson Tide hearts every year or two. And so I went up, the first time I covered a game there, I went up going, all right, here we go. How big a deal can this be? It's terrific. If you're a college football fan, you need to go to Notre Dame at least once. And if you go once, you'll probably go back. It's just a beautiful campus, and everybody is so enamored with football and with college football, and dress warmly.
Yeah.
It's a special place.
Ivan, I was a 12-year-old boy and got to go to the Sugar Bowl in Old Tulane Stadium in 1973 when Notre Dame played Alabama for the national championship. We had a 1 versus 2, and the spectacle that night was it was off the charts. So not being up in South Bend, I saw it in Old Tulane Stadium with Bear Bryant under one goalpost, smoking Chesterfields while he's watching his team doing calisthenics. And I can still see the white socks of Eric Parsegian running up and down the other sideline for Notre Dame. It was just iconic. And it really was a North versus South. Your loyalties were in different places. I liked both teams really at the time. Before I really became an LSU fan, I was a Tulane fan at the time, and I liked Alabama. But that night, that setting, and that game, which produced an incredible game. It was a 1-point game, fantastic.
Yes.
That truly cemented me. Like to Rob's point, the next morning, I'm waiting for Lindsey Nelson's recap of the Sugar Bowl. After 3 plays and a Notre Dame punt, we will proceed to the action. That was the soundtrack of being young and growing up.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, that was I think Bryant lost 4 games to Parsegian by a total of 13 points. They were just all painful losses if you were an Alabama fan. And I grew up in an Alabama house, but what a great the level of respect between the schools and between the coaches, and to this day, I think everybody who goes to Notre Dame or whose team plays Notre Dame has an appreciation for what it has been to college football and what it still is.
When I was in 1986, I had been traveling to Europe that summer and met some Notre Dame fans, a federal judge from Terre Haute, Mike Kern. And we later went over there and visited his relatives in Clifton and Roundstone and Galway Bay. There's Notre Dame fans over there. It was like,
oh yeah,
wow, they really got. So 1986, Auburn's playing Western Carolina, and they were like, hey, Rob, we're coming down to Birmingham. That's when Alabama played at Notre Dame at Legion Field. So I go there. We're at the Sheraton in downtown Birmingham. And I've got some time to kill waiting for them to meet me. And I'm sitting in the lobby, and it's like a who's who of the Alabama and Notre Dame and the college football aristocracy. And I'm just listening to these conversations. And I went to the game the next day and sat with the Douglas family, Miss Douglas and Paul Douglas and George Douglas, all Memphis Notre Dame grads. And what I was most impressed by was the football IQ of the Notre Dame people, but the absolute reverence for the game. And I know people will say, young people don't read. I'm getting texts, they don't have bookshelves. Well, that's their fault. My 90-year-old mother reads 2 books a week, still reads 2 books a week. And the power
keeps you sharp
of the written, and the best guests, Frank will agree with me, and so are the writers, because you think about what you're saying. So as you look at big picture college football, you're on that college football playoff committee. And as I said, Rich Clark is a huge fan. He just says, I just listen when I'm around Ivan. But that didn't happen by accident. You've traveled all over. You're a Stanford grad, which, as they say in the South, that ain't nothing. That's a big deal. So let's just talk about your role in the CFP, and you take it from there.
Okay. I went to Stanford from Mobile, and I spent my whole, last 6 weeks of high school. People would say, "Oh, you going up to Samford, huh?" And I go, "Yeah. Yeah, you got it." I've only been to 2 meetings, guys, and we actually have a third meeting Sunday and Monday, this weekend. But what has impressed me about the guys I'm with, and what Rich has fomented amongst us is he's done a lot of team building in the 2 meetings we've had, and B, the only agenda that I've been able to glean is get it right, and there is just an enormous cache of data available to us, and we have new metrics, and everybody's excited about the new metrics, and what they've said to us, you're not beholden to use any particular metric. You use the one that makes the most sense to you, and if there's one that's not here that you want, just tell us and we'll go get it. There's Tom Osborne was enamored with starting field position of the 2 teams, and what was the difference between the 2. And he thought that told a lot about the relative strengths, the average starting field position. Yeah. And that stat, Osborne has rotated off the committee. We still get that stat, and everybody calls it the Osborne stat. So, if there was something, and I spent the first 2 weeks of the season, they gave me when I got on the committee, they gave me an iPad, which was pretty cool, and on Sunday mornings they upload video of all the games from the 15 to 20 games into the iPad, and so I can look at them, and they've stripped them of commercials and halftime and the between play, baloney that we hear, and I love play-by-play guys and color guys.
Of course,
I'm not casting any aspersion.
Of course,
but it's all that stuff's available, and I spent the first couple of weeks trying to watch every game, and I was exhausted, and I finally thought, I've been doing this a long time, and that's why they asked me to be on the committee. I'm just going to keep doing it the way I've always done it, and I'll find out whether that's any good or not when we actually start ranking teams in a couple of weeks. Rating, not ranking.
Yeah. Well, the old saying from Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. You guys have great responsibility.
Yeah.
And you have the quality of the game in your hands. I mean, obviously you, like others, have to take this very seriously. But, the old thing is you don't want to overthink it. I would think the smell test is also pretty good when you get down to the end, when you're crunching all the numbers. Does this make sense? And the numbers that, the Osborne effect or any other effect or any other process protocol that you guys are getting, at the end of the day, as a college football fan, which really is what got you on that committee, does this make sense? Does this make sense from a realistic standpoint? And, we've had talks with people on the committee, Rob, on our show going back to 2019.
Yeah.
And you guys get great room service and great steaks, and y'all get feted. And I'm sure it's like living in heaven. But you guys, when you come out of that room and that white smoke, I mean, we had like 1,000 Catholic references, but when the white smoke goes up at the end of the, who goes into the 12-team playoff, you guys have to live with those results. And so I envy you, and I'm a little, it would be very, very overwhelming to be in that room, I would think. And so I'm impressed that you have stepped up to do this as a college football fan and as somebody that's very knowledgeable. So
well,
kudos for you.
I'll tell you a quick story. When they called me about a year ago, it's probably last November, to ask if I would want to interview to be on the committee, I said, I don't know. Let me think about it, because I knew how much work is involved. And I went downstairs and said to my wife, Meg, an Irish Catholic girl,
if you're counting at home, if you had the over 8, you can go cash your ticket.
No, I said, they just called me and asked me if I want to interview for the committee. I don't know if I want to do that. And she, smiled at me very sweetly and said, "What are you, nuts? Of course you're going to do that."
Yeah.
You can't pass that up.
So,
Well, Ivan, I mean, college football in the South, there's some people that think the SEC should have 11 teams, and then Notre Dame. I mean, it's just that much. But I'm a big believer, and we focus mainly on the SEC, but I call it the tectonic plate theory. We had anytime we're talking about SEC, there's reverberations to the Big Ten, the ACC, the Big 12, and vice versa. And you are lucky you travel around the country. Football matters. I mean, you go to Laramie, Wyoming, the High Altitude Performance Center at 7,300 feet. They love the rodeo. It's like Coach Dye said, the only state 12 months a year, it's Alabama. He said in North Carolina in the summer, they're talking about the Four Corners. And in Wyoming, when's the rodeo coming? When's Rip going to be there? But it does matter nationwide. I'm starting to see a revival of the love of college football. And when you get teams in from kind of weird places, could you imagine what it would mean to the state of North Dakota if North Dakota State University, the Bison, got in there? I mean, I think the entire state would shut down. The Eggman up on Crowley's Ridge, my guy that I get my farm fresh eggs from, he is the biggest Bison fan in the world. He watches his show every day. But I'm just curious your thoughts about that.
Well, we were all scared to death of what the portal would do and what paying players would do and what the implosion of the Pac-12 would do. And ratings are up. And I think part of the fact that ratings are up is that we have all these new rivalries that we're able to see. All of a sudden, Indiana, Oregon, and really, who didn't think that would be a big game a few years ago?
Yeah, of course. I always knew it.
I mean, USC, Michigan last week. That's a regular season game now, and Oklahoma, Alabama in a couple of weeks. So I think that's contributed, but I think the 12-team playoff has contributed because and the theory when they expanded was, in November, we'll now have 20 to 25 fan bases that are engaged with the possibility, that they're going to the playoff rather than 5 or 6 the way it used to be. Yeah. And I think also, and you can't put a gauge on that. I don't know how you gauge it, but I think betting has increased interest too. And, that's not a all great thing. There are problems with it, but I think there is heightened interest because of that.
Yeah. Doug, jump back in here with the Ivan Mizell. This is great.
Sorry for my tech problems. Ivan, we're going to hypothetically appoint you commissioner of college football for a moment. And my first assignment to you, if I'm on that governance board, is tell us how you would fix the Birmingham Command Center and the replay. That if you ask some Auburn people, the word abomination comes to mind. But there's no transparency. There's this cloak and dagger. We don't know who's in the Birmingham Command Center. ACC is on the other end of the continuum. I don't know if I like it better. You get to hear the audio of what they're talking about and deciding. What are some things, just officiating in general? What steps would you take to give us better quality?
Well, look, I'm a journalist. The more open you can be, the better I think it is. I think the ACC thing is great. And what nobody really talks about that I find interesting is that we're totally at the mercy of how many cameras the network that's televising the game has in the stadium, and where do they put them, and at what angle.
And every game's different.
Yeah, and we saw that with Auburn and Georgia Saturday night, and then and beyond that, you're at the mercy of, you may have the camera in the right place and there's a player standing in front of it, which I think was one of the issues, with that, with Jackson Arnold going over too, so it's never going to be perfect, and what a revelation that is by me. But there are, the more you can do, and the more you can lay your cards on the table and say, nobody's got an agenda here. We're doing the best we can, and this is what we decided. I don't know why the SEC is so secretive, and I'm sure they got their reasons, but the ACC is being wide open, and people like it, and the league hasn't disbanded because they became all open. So I think the SEC should take a look at that.
A quick footnote on the same subject that's a little technical, but I am told that, the process of slowing down to glacial speeds, a replay can distort any of our human beings, got the limitations of your eyesight. And it's like it changes what we mean by was a pass caught? Was it possessed before he hit the ground or not? It doesn't look like actual football, some of the judgments they're making.
Well, that replay at Auburn looked like it was a photo from the Civil War era. I mean, that was horrible. I don't know how you could even see
it was horrible.
that. Yeah, it was incredible.
Matthew Brady was on the sidelines.
Big puff of smoke behind the cloak and dagger.
and look, Doug, honest to God, to get into the SEC replay booth in Birmingham, you got a better shot of getting into the vault at Coke to get the formula. And look, I'm not saying it's Alabama sided, but I'll bet you there's crimson somewhere in that room.
No.
I quote on this show many times, Ivan, you're welcome to use my late father's quote. He said, Doug, just because you're paranoid does not mean they're not out to get you.
Yeah. Ivan, we talk about transparency. I like what you like. In the state of Tennessee, I know we have sunshine laws. These are state universities. At some point, isn't somebody going to push and say, why can't writers going to practice? When I was at Auburn, David Housel and Buddy Davidson would send me from the sports information office. They let me work there in high school. And man, I got my ass chewed out by David a few times. You do not ever cheer in the press box. You know the rules. And but you never say anything disparaging about the opponent. You are representing X school, in this case, Auburn, whatever. Man, on that. But I will tell you one of the coolest things I ever did. 1981, 14-12, Auburn beat Florida. Charlie Pell in his grave is still pissed off. That field goal, he thought it was good. They said it wasn't. But after the game, David took me outside, and I met one of the coolest people, a journalist, a great writer from the Gainesville Sun named Jack Hairston, or Jack Harston, I believe. Hairston. And they opened up the trunk. David opened up the trunk, and we had some cocktail. It was just cool. Now, I mean, and to hear them tell the stories that only journalists can tell. I wanted to ask you, are you teaching by chance? How important what you do? We've got to keep that going.
I am not teaching. I will speak in the classes that my friends teach.
Okay.
Because then I don't have to grade papers.
Smart.
And I'm happy to, I have to stop and think how many schools I know professors at now. Gene Wojciechowski's teaching in Knoxville. I know several people at Northwestern, a couple at Georgia. I'm actually speaking. There's a little school up here about halfway between me and Bristol, Quinnipiac, which won the men's hockey title a couple of years ago. I'm speaking up there in about a week after next. So, I'll get up there and talk and try to, and talk about story writing and sorry, my lamp is blinking on and off here. But yeah, I'm not. I haven't gotten the teaching bug just yet.
Let's go back to the other part of the continuum. Who were your mentors coming up? I mentioned Furman Bisher at AJC when you were coming out. Who were your mentors, or who were the writers that you tried to emulate when you were coming up?
Well, I think everybody, my age, our age, who came up reading Sports Illustrated, idolized Dan Jenkins, and
great writer.
I was a fact checker at Sports Illustrated in the '80s when Dan was still there. His daughter Sally, who pound for pound is the best sports writer in the country, in my opinion. Sally and I worked on the Stanford Daily together. Wow. And I still remember sitting at the typewriter in the Daily office, and Dan walked in to our little sports area, and I needed surgery to close my jaw.
Yeah.
And he turned out to be a wonderful man, and he was had an open door in terms of mentoring any question I had, and loved college football more than any human being I've ever met. And Dan died, I think, 5-6 years ago. I think it was before COVID. And right up until he died, if I emailed him something about college football, I got a response immediately. And, he just, so Dan and Red Smith, I certainly didn't know, but that was a guy I always tried to read and emulate. And Red Smith played a really big role in this book that I wrote, because he covered Frank Leahy a lot, and he was such a wonderful writer that I made it a point to find all the columns he wrote about Frank Leahy, and they were very helpful to me.
Yeah. Well, bringing up Sports Illustrated, it was the must watch and must read every week. Frank DeFord, Rick Riley, all those writers, just fabulous. So y'all did an awesome job. Sorry, Brendan, I didn't mean to step on you.
That's all right. Hi, Frank. Brendan Martin. My father's Buddy Martin. So you probably heard him running around those parts. And I hear him talking.
You seem to have overcome that pretty well.
Yeah, I've tried. I try to work out and everything, but. My microphone went bad. Anyway, I read some of a little bit of your book the other night, forward on it, and wrote some notes down. But I wanted to know what really drew you to the story. You were describing him as the forgotten legend, despite his remarkable winning percentage and national championships at Notre Dame. Like, what drew you to this story?
Well, Brendan, part of it was, the bottom line was he had become a name in a record book, and Rockne is Rockne, and we all know who Rockne was, and they made a movie about him, and he's a president played George Gipp in the movie, and Rockne got a stamp. And Leahy was just a name in a record book. Wow. And I thought, well, maybe I should write something about him. And I went and looked. I said, but I'm not going to write a book if everybody else has written a book, if there's nothing else to say. And I combed through Amazon. I combed through used book websites. I couldn't find a book.
Wow.
He had written there was a really elegant writer on the West Coast named Wells Twombly in the 70s who ghost wrote Leahy's autobiography. It was published a year after Leahy died. It came out in 1974, and that was really it. Nothing had been of any substance had been written about Leahy in book form in 50 years. So, I'm not. I'm not totally just interested in the story. Somebody's got to buy it. I thought there's a lot of Notre Dame fans out there, and here you got this.
Well, that was my next question. From my perspective, I've heard my dad and we've come up with ideas for a million things. Documentaries had great, stories about him hiring guys like Rick Riley. I always tell him, we got to get your verbal history down, to talk about what happened. But it's hard to get a story and sell a story. Yes. It's harder than people think because it's got to have a national perspective. It can't be hyper local. It can't even be regional, especially for books, right?
Right.
So was that part of your thinking here?
Absolutely. I mean,
Great question.
If you're going to scratch an itch and to write a book, there's got to be, if you want somebody to pay you to write it, there's got to be, when you write a book proposal, let me start there. You write a sample chapter, you write a summary of every other chapter, and you write a marketing plan. Who's going to buy this book? Because, why should you pay me money? And Notre Dame's Notre Dame. I mean, they got fans everywhere, and one of the things I am trying to do, in addition to appearing in bookstores, is reach out to Notre Dame alumni clubs. Next week, I'm speaking to 4 alumni clubs in 4 nights, in Houston, and then I'm flying out to LA, Orange County, San Diego. So, and they're big, vibrant Notre Dame alumni clubs all in every major city in America. So, that part was convenient.
Yeah, Ivan, we'll keep you, if you don't mind, a few more minutes. We'll let you go. First off, thank you more than you know for sharing your time with us. This means the world to us. Yeah, and we will promote your book in every way. And I'm going to be sharing the link to in my hunting club with 18 members. I think we have 11 Catholics. So,
great.
But I will tell you, even it doesn't matter whether you're a Notre Dame fan or not. I think, and I'm not going to say I came up with it. I believe I heard you say. Maybe you were talking about this book. You said he was Nick Saban before Nick Saban, if you think about his record.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's just a cool story about college football and the history, the traditions, and the heroes is what this show's all about. So without that, I mean, we kind of lose it. And, you're referencing Dan Jenkins. I got to see Furman Bisher arguing with David Housel one Sunday afternoon about Bob Harris, a defensive back at Auburn, and Jim Bob Harris at Alabama from Athens. Yeah. He goes, if he didn't have on that crimson jersey, Bob Harris would be an All-American and not Jim Bob. And Furman said he had on, of course, a V-neck cashmere sweater. He was the consummate gentleman. And I think about, Philip Marshall when he's on here. We have Kirk McNair. I mean, the stories, and I hope this will not be your last book, because I know it's a lot of time, but it is just, and Doug is a gifted writer. Just the ability to tell stories. Doug, jump back in here a few more minutes before Ivan has to go.
Ivan, as one of my favorite writers, I have to ask you, and there's a Stanford, I know you're a proud Stanford grad. Did you also have a stint at Stanford Daily, did you say?
I did, yeah.
Okay, well, you may have heard of a game ending that's come to be called the Kick Six.
Yes.
So
I was there.
Listen, anyone who had a keyboard and called themselves a journalist back then had to write about the Kick Six game, and who can blame them? It was so epic. And I was sitting in the south end zone on my birthday to get to watch that unfold. The end zone that Davis caught the kick that was just inches short.
Nice.
But one of my favorite pieces was, of all things, by a then Stanford student, Winston Shee. The last name is S-H-I.
Yeah.
You will thank me later if you find that when it's convenient for you and read his article. It was gratuitous a little bit, but I will forgive that youthful mistake, considering how monumental that improbable ending was. But she went on to say, in an email he sent me that he wanted me to share with the Auburn people, the popularity of the column cemented my reputation, he said, at Stanford Daily. It boosted a relative latecomer to managing editorship just 2 months later.
Wow.
We don't think of events help create great writing and great writers, don't they, Ivan?
Oh, absolutely. And because all the great, when I think of great stories that I love, they're not about, the Braves beating the Padres 12-1 on August 7th. They're games we remember. And I remember
I had an email friendship with Winston Chee, and he was a good writer. I don't know what he's doing now, but I brought up Red Smith earlier. Red Smith, the column I wrote about the kick six, you're sitting in the press box and what you've just witnessed is, a once in a lifetime event, and, don't screw it up. And I was sitting at my laptop and I thought of Red Smith's lead after Bobby Thompson hit the shot heard round the world, in 1951 to win the National League pennant. The Giants beat the Dodgers. And Red Smith's line was, "The art of fiction is dead." And because what just happened,
couldn't be written. Yeah.
And I just
didn't make it up.
Exactly. And I kind of got that into my head, and that helped me write my lead for the kick six. And it was turned out to be, one of my favorite stories that I ever did.
Ivan, what's your favorite sport to write about? And in that genre, what is your favorite book or piece that you wrote?
Oh, well, college football. I mean, I started out as a fact checker at Sports Illustrated covering baseball. And I did that for 5 years, and that almost cured me of my love of baseball. So I didn't get, and I tell young people this all the time. I made a career out of covering college football. I didn't get to it until my third job when I was 27 years old. So, sometimes you have to be patient before you find what you want to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, because in the days of before the internet, I covered whatever was in season. So I used to cover college basketball and golf, and cycle back to football. And then
I like your golf pieces. Yeah. You did great in golf. Yeah.
Once the internet came along, I just stuck with college football 12 months a year because people would read it 12 months a year.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, my favorite, having said all that, probably there were the two stories I think of were both relatively personal. One was the editor at the Stanford Daily about 20 years ago called me and said, "We have the smartest people in the world teaching on this campus. Come out here and ask them why it's important that we beat Cal," which was such a great idea. I mean, I talked to an anthropology professor, the dean of religious studies, a guy who studied bonobos in Africa. And, and basically what it came down to is we are hardwired as a species for us to beat them.
Tribal. It's tribal.
Tribal.
Yeah.
So, I had great fun doing that. And the other story I did, my father was, before I was born, was the basketball coach at Murphy High School in Mobile, where he had gone to school and where I went to school. And in 1956, they won the state championship. First Mobile school to do it. He was 30 years old and he quit after 4 months later. And, and I had asked him when I was a teenager, after he had gone into business, I said, "Why did you quit coaching? It'd be really cool if you were still the coach at Murphy." And he said, he just kind of looked at me, and he had a great sense of humor and was a great storyteller too. He said, either I could coach or you could eat.
Yeah.
So, but what I did was I went and found his players, and I wrote a story about him as a coach, since I had never been able to see it.
Yeah.
And it ran in Sports Illustrated.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
That was my favorite story.
Well, Ivan, I want Brad Bellamy, one of our sponsors, Landers Ford's general manager, in the Touchdown Club is everything happens because of Landers Ford. They bring the speakers in and everything. So, Brad, this is Ivan Maisel talked about his book, Frank Leahy, The Enigma of Notre Dame. So just say hello, and then Ivan, we'll let you go, but tell people again how they can keep up with you. And we definitely look forward to doing this again. This has been one of the most memorable shows ever, without a doubt.
Well, thanks. Hey, Brad.
Good morning. My dad's my dad's actual first job was selling concessions at Stanford Stadium. So he grew up in Powell.
Oh my God.
And, yeah. I bet you've got some wild and crazy stories from your days at Stanford, especially if you associate with the Stanford band at all.
No, I was in the library every night, Brad.
Of course.
I really can't help you. You can keep up with me at ivanmazel.com. And I have a list there of dates where I'll be, talking about the book, signing books. And the book's available right there over the QR code. So I hope everybody grabs one, and thank y'all for having me.
Hey, absolutely. You're what we love about college football. Take care.
Nice talking to you, Ivan.
All right. That was fun. And that, again, Brad, let's go. What's going on out at Landers right now? Poplar and Houston Levy. And I got to talk to Kent Ritchie and at the Touchdown Club Monday when Rich Clark was there. And I know you were out on special assignment, but man, what y'all do for the Touchdown Club? These speakers, Alyssa Lang is coming in Monday from SEC Network. Rich Clark was there. Thank you. As Gomer Powell would say, thank you. So talk about Landers and what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, even, in the spring series a couple years ago, Clark Lee came out, all of a sudden they went on that historic run last year for Vanderbilt. And who would have ever thought that Vanderbilt would be a 2.5-point favorite to LSU? Frank, what would you have bet on the spread of this game 2 years ago? I mean,
oh my gosh, the first time they've been favored in an SEC game in 77 years. By the way, I don't want to step on you, but real quick, there's two numbers that scare me in the LSU Alabama game. The fact that Vanderbilt's a 2.5-point favorite, and the fact that 2 tickets are going for $450 in the upper deck of Commodore Stadium. Man, we have jumped the shark, boys. I'm just telling you with this new game, this new Vandy team.
Well, it's because there's about 75 seats at Commodore Stadium, Frank. So it's not
not with orange cones sitting in them.
Yeah, it's not Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge. So, Rob, a lot of folks coming back this week from fall break.
Yep.
And it's the perfect time to come get a new ride. You've been with your kids all week. You've been driving across the state or down south to go to the beach.
Yeah.
And you realize, I don't like how it drives. I don't like how it sounds. What's that rattle? What's that noise? Why is my technology so bad? Yeah. I mean, the new Expedition, guys, as an example, blind spots no more. When you hit the left lane signal or the right lane signal, you actually have videos that show up that go right down the side of your vehicle. And that starts with the base level Expedition. You don't have to pay $95,000 for it. You can get that on the active $65,000 version. So we got brand new Expeditions, best inventory in the area, all priced, X-Plan pricing. We finished number 4 in the country in Expedition sales a couple of months ago. We had a great month again last week, and the last month in the top 50. So really excited about that. Also, we just launched a program. So typically with Ford and their incentives when it comes to military, it's always retirees, not veterans. Well, during Veterans Day promotion, started yesterday, an extra $1,000 of bonus cash for any veteran, first responder, active duty, retired military. So really excited to be able to take care of the people that take such great care of us. So that program kicked off yesterday and will run through Veterans Day. So we got that going on. F-150, we got great interest rates as well as up to over $10,000 off. So really excited about what we got going. Really excited about all the people that are going to come back from their trips and say it's time for a new car. So come out and check us out. And then also, we need to have more of your folks and your fans and your listeners take advantage of this, an extra $500 off for any of the SEC Sidelines audience. And that works for you guys on the call as well. So Rob, Frank, and Doug, it's Tom. Brendan, it's Tom. Come see us. I know, Brendan, you've been eyeing a Bronco for a while. We got a great 2-door that we just traded for too. So come check us out, landersfordmemphis.com, our website, everything.
If I come down there, I'm doing a video with you, Brad. We're going on some test drives with that new Expedition. Let's do some videos. We'll do some promotional stuff.
Next Saturday, if all the stars align, we got a chance for game day to be here, Brendan. It's a great time to come check things out.
Perfect.
Yeah. They're going to make that announcement, I guess. And I wonder if it'll be
I'll
on
bring
Beale
my
Street.
Terry Bradshaw given. I have a truck or a Chevy Tahoe that's got 250,000 miles on it that Terry Bradshaw gave to my dad and I many years ago. I have that car. I'll drive that out to, and then we'll trade that in with you on a new Bronco. How about that?
Let's go, man.
There you go.
And Rob, I think if it happens, it'll be at Liberty Park, because if it's
Okay.
11 o'clock game time, I don't see a way that they would do it at Beale Street with an 11 o'clock start, because it's too far away to be able to get fans into the game ahead of time. So, but we need LSU to lose this weekend.
I was going to say, I would not count you chickens before they hatch, because let me tell you, Doug Dean is about to be right, as he normally is. We're about, in the next 2 weeks, we're going to have no undefeated SEC teams. The Great Pumpkin will get to the Great Pumpkin Patch with no SEC teams being undefeated. That's my promise. Georgia takes out the Rebs this week. We take out A&M next week. You watch.
Yeah.
Who's taking out Alabama?
No, I mean undefeated, like totally undefeated.
Oh,
y'all lost that first one against Free Shoes University.
SEC undefeated ranks, Frank. That's why I was just wanting to get clarification. So I know you like.
Okay, we're coming to Tuscaloosa. We'll see what we can do against y'all. That that's better than playing in Baton Rouge for us.
Brad, good to see you. I'm curious. College football always benefits from a rivalry with a lot of bad blood. Is Alabama-Tennessee still? Is the venom still what it has been in recent years? Your thoughts on that?
I think the venom's coming back. I think 17 years of dominance took away a little bit of the venom. I mean, just like my hatred of Tennessee from the late 90s growing up in Memphis, and it was half a city covered in orange, and those horrible orange windbreakers were everywhere. Tennessee
Shula brand.
And so from who I was then to who I am now, I mean, you kind of feel sorry for your little brother after a while, and they keep getting beat up. And so, I think that the rivalry, now that we've had back and forth, home and home, third year in a row that the number 11 team in the country is involved in this matchup, which I thought was interesting, that the rankings keep having one of these teams the same spot. But I think Alabama still wants to beat Tennessee. I think Auburn is probably, will always be number one. I think Tennessee is number two. I think if Alabama and Georgia played each other every year with Kirby Smart and the history there, I mean, I got to think Alabama's become public enemy number one for Georgia at this point.
Some of y'all will remember from the internet days, 10 Stud, and I've forgotten who on Alabama's side that would go at it on a daily basis on the message board.
Oh, 10 Stud. Oh, I remember him quite well. Roy Adams. The Touchdown Club meetings in Memphis, you couldn't get any better. Bill Harper, Logan Young, 10 Stud. It was, someone ought to do a documentary on that. Talking about a 30 for 30. Another one that needs to be done is the greatest defensive coordinator in the history of defensive coordinators. The man from Epps, Alabama, over in the Black Belt, Brother Bill Oliver. I mean, that's a story that could be done. Brad, Doug, Brendan, Frank, fellow Americans, it's the first time this year we've got all 16 teams, 8 SEC games, and maybe the first time in conference history or something, we got 3 ranked versus ranked matchups. This is big stuff. What happens? Who is the best right now, according to The Athletic? You know what team has the highest grade in the conference? Texas A&M. And you know what, Brad Bellamy? For the first time since Jimmy Carter was in the White House, Vanderbilt is a favorite in an SEC game. The sun did come up this morning, Brad. I saw it.
Apocalypse.
Yeah, I mean, and I think strong probability that 2 of the undefeated in-conference SEC teams are done after this weekend. So I think that Ole Miss is definitely at risk, and I think between Arkansas and Tennessee, I think one of them might pull an upset. So Arkansas played Tennessee tough last weekend. Texas A&M, their defense has been incredible since that Notre Dame game. And, but Arkansas hasn't been able to host this game. Over the last few years, every one of these Texas A&M Arkansas games has been at Jerry World.
Jerry World, yeah.
And there's a lot of folks in Arkansas that have a strong affection for their interim head coach. And so I think the fans are going to come out in droves for a team that's lost 4 straight. And, I think that there's a chance in this game that Arkansas could pull the upset. So
especially one of those Arkansas fans who used to like riding on the back of that motorcycle.
It wasn't a motorcycle wreck.
No, it wasn't. I guarantee you that wasn't. That was teed off husband.
Yeah, boyfriend.
Yeah.
The question is, we don't know if they ever got married, but I digress.
Allegedly.
Yes. Guys, what game, you've got Lane Kiffin going on the road to play at Georgia. What do y'all think happened?
Ass whipping coming.
Doug?
I'm telling you, Georgia got to lay it to him. Georgia was lucky to beat Auburn because that was BS. Auburn's gotten screwed 2 out of 3 weeks, but I'm telling you, I think Georgia's going to beat it for them.
Hard for me to whine about the refs too much. I'll do it anyway, but Auburn's got its own worst enemy offensively. But I guess the Ole Miss Georgia game intrigues me the most, mainly because will Lane Kiffin take the next step to not, and he can drop that game and still make the playoff. But I actually, Duff, I'll be contrarian. I give Ole Miss a shot in that game because I think Georgia's still trying to figure out who it wants to be offensively.
Yeah. Right. We got to wrap it up. Carol Burnett, I'm so glad we had this time together. We need to start potting that music up, but of course we'd probably get dinged by the copyright people.
Or no, we can just look at the clock in the upper left-hand corner.
And we didn't mention about Billy Napier.
It's right there. It counts it down and everything.
Yeah. We didn't mention Billy Napier. Cool. He's a dead man walking from what we're hearing from us and Brendan and on the internet.
Well,
I don't think he makes it.
I think everyone knows. I think that's the writing on the wall. I don't think anyone really knows everything. That's what I always say. But I think that, I think if I read it on a meme and social media, I believe about half of it.
Well, just remember, everybody can't be right at the same time, at least not very often.
So unless you're Kurt Signetti. I mean,
that's right.
Holy crap.
I mean, that could have thrown a wrench in the whole thing, right? What if it was Signetti they were hoping on, there was an offer, and he just said no? So now you're back to the drawing board. Like, who wants to coach at Florida right now? I don't.
Yeah, we got all this movement of these coaches is crazy. Brad Bellamy, general manager, Landers Ford. Folks, take the anxiety, throw that away. That worrying is like praying for something you don't want to happen. Ask for Brad Bellamy, the GM. Just get out there. Poplar and Houston Levy, LandersFordMemphis.com. Cannot get a better partner. Their name's on 6 stadiums in the Mid-South. They support every cause imaginable. Not just the Touchdown Club, La Bonheur Children's Hospital. That you talk about a corporate partner, Landers Ford. You'll love those people. Guys, thanks, everybody. We're going to wrap up, say something about other sponsors. Appreciate this. We'll do it again next week. All right. Thank y'all. Let me say something, too. Right down the street from Landers Ford is Hewlett & Dunn Boot and Clothing Company on the historic square in Collierville, Tennessee. They are open every day of the week except Sunday. Now, Black Friday through Christmas, they'll be open on Sundays, okay? It's a big deal. They've got all the boots, over 7,000 pairs of men's and women's and kids' boots. Barber, Filson, Duckhead, everything imaginable. Charles Hall, Laura, JM, Raven, Lydia, the great people out there. Stuff's coming in new every day. We'll be putting the word out on a blast here soon about what's going on at Hewlett & Dunn. Also, Rumble Boxing Gym, Union and McLean in Midtown Memphis. How you fight is how you live. Hit that QR code, people. They're open every day, 5 o'clock in the morning. And Lights Out Gummies, Pro Athlete Temple Association. They work. Hit that QR code on the gummies, and you will get 25% off. Most often, we see the face of Christ and the least among us. Happy birthday, MJ. We love you. Everybody, appreciate you watching. Like and share. Have a great weekend. Stay tuned to this channel. We'll see you Monday.
Well, I've got my cup here this morning. It's gold, at least. There's a question mark for you, because the big question mark that we have today, Mr. Frank Duffy, and welcome everyone to the Gold to Go. I can't say it right. I certainly can't spell it, but welcome to the Gold to Go podcast with your host, Frank Duffy, and this guy. Don't be worried about the Gator stuff in the background. It's okay. we can talk SEC. But today, This guy right here is going to tell you why Vanderbilt is favored. It's the first time President Richard Nixon was in office. That's the last time they have been favored. And we're going to talk about the big win. I guess it's not a big win, but it keeps them alive against South Carolina at home and LSU. And Frank, LSU, are they healthy for the first time all year? And what does that mean going forward? Welcome to your show, sir.
Yep. Well, hey, thank you guys for tuning in. Our third Goal to Go show. Everything all about LSU football. And again, you're right, Brendan. It was a survive and advance game against South Carolina. When you can hold Lenora Sellers to 16 rushes and he only has 20 yards, that's a big deal. And that's why I think our defense is going to be pretty good tomorrow against Diego Pavia. Because again, if we're playing a fundamentally sound defense and keeping our lanes, it's going to keep him from doing those scrambles and making the plays a little bit longer than what they should, which is where he is his most effective. It's amazing the numbers. LSU started out as a favorite when the season first started, and now Vanderbilt is up to a 2.5 point favorite, which I love because instead of being the hunted, we now get to be the hunter.
Which is where you want to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Vanderbilt, like you said, I think is actually technically the Carter years, the late 70s, the last time that Vanderbilt was a favorite in an SEC game. And look, we've had our issues with Vanderbilt in the past. During the dark days of the Curly Hallman years, 91 and 92, we lost back-to-back games home and home with Vanderbilt. So, but this is a different animal. They always say defenses travel, defenses win championships, and our defense is playing championship-style football. But what's important is our offense is finally healthy.
Yeah.
Garrett Nussmeier finally looks like he's comfortable back there with his oblique, his abdominal issue. I watched him all game last night. I was in attendance. I got to actually go down on the field with my good friend Lance Smith, All-American tackle from LSU when I was in school back in the early 80s. So we got to go down. I got to watch Garrett in warm-ups before the game, literally, 30 feet, 40 feet from him, watching him throw balls. Watch every snap of it, and he looks comfortable finally. He did miss a few of the throws behind people, underthrowing them, but it is a marked improvement over what I saw in the game against Ole Miss. We also have Aaron Anderson back at wide receiver. He's a probable. I'm pretty sure he's going to go. And the only thing is Mubenga, our offensive guard, he is also a probable. I think he'll play. Big problem on defense. We are losing Whit Weeks. He's got an ankle injury, questionable. But, if they can tape it up, if he can make it, the kid's got a heart, he's got a motor, he'll be out there as well. But our defense, I think, is what's going to be the important part in this game. If we can stop Diego Pavia and that Vanderbilt offense, which we've been able to do all year. We've stifled every offense really that we've played, with the exception of Ole Miss. And it was only because our offense was so stagnant that we gave Lane, 30 more offensive downs. Well, you can't hold back his offense if they have 30 more cracks at it than what your team has. But the key is if we can get our offense, which again, finally healthy. Look, we're moving the ball. We shot ourselves in the foot a couple of times way down in Gamecock territory, or there'd have been another 14 points on the board. I think if we can get to 24, I think that's all that's going to take to win this ball game. I think our defense can shut Vanderbilt down into the high teens or low 20s, and that's going to be critical. It's amazing how the excitement that's going to be there. But, you got to remember, I remember when Dave Bartu came on a couple of weeks ago on Rob's show, he said that, there's tracking statistics. The 11 a.m. start in the SEC is horrible for home teams.
It is.
If
you've been on the field or close to the field during one of those games, when you're a team that, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, Frank, but when you're a team that's used to playing big time football, even the fan base has a hard time getting up for the game. People come in the first quarter, it's like halfway full. Everyone's meandering in. Everyone's had a little bit too much of that Bloody Mary in the morning.
Well, and it's funny. It's funny you should mention that because Brian Kelly in his presser said, "Don't forget, boys, this ain't a bourbon game; it's a bloody game." We need to have you up. Everybody's making the trip up to Nash
Get a little
Vegas.
kick to you, a little anger.
You know, get off Broadway at least by 2
horseradish
o'clock.
in there.
That's right, right? So he even mentioned that. But you're right. So the home crowd's a little bit subdued. Vanderbilt always has had a subdued crowd, even with their resurgence.
But they're used to playing at that time slot.
Well, they are. The cranes aren't working that early in the morning on Saturdays. You know, the cranes and the orange cones that are all over. You know,
Different
Vanderbilt
SEC,
Stadium.
It's a different SEC event.
It is.
It really is different. It feels different when you're there.
Yeah, so I think if we have an early start with the early game, 11 o'clock Central Time, I think if LSU's defense comes out like they've been playing, and the offense at least is productive, they move the ball. The big thing is you can't have all those 3 and outs. You can't turn the ball over like we did against South Carolina on the 1 yard line through another interception that was on the 2 yard line. Can't do that. Not on the road, right?
No.
Look, Vanderbilt's a good enough team. But I think between the fact that they're now wearing this mindset of being a favorite, something they have not had that psychological effect, as an intangible, I think that is going to come to play. And, when the game kicks off, just like they felt it when Alabama rolled in, when LSU rolls in, again, when you get punched in the mouth, all that rah-rah goes right out. And I do think we're now at the right point. We're peaking. I think the South Carolina game, look, South Carolina was a tough opponent. They always have been a tough opponent for us. The game last year came down to a missed field goal. That was a big win, getting over that hurdle. I think we just have to do 3-1 in our next 4 games. We've got Vandy this week on the road, A&M, which might be the college game day hosting show. If A&M comes in undefeated and we only have the 1 loss,
If they don't.
Yep, you more than likely
it's 2 teams in the SEC with 1 loss.
Correct. And if we win this week, again, you're talking top 10 teams. I think they'll be in Baton Rouge, which I think we're going to have a great shot at beating A&M. We always have great success against A&M. And again, when you've got a defense, which we have not had the last couple of years, started to get better last year, but when you've got a defense like LSU has, you can win tight ball games. And we were not doing that before. And look, we had a shot against Ole Miss. We stopped that on 4th down with a minute and 47 seconds later. Even our offense, which was sputtering oil. I think Nuss was at his most physical worst. We could have gone down there and even pull that game out. So I like our chances tomorrow. I would tell people that are betting, don't take the 2.5, take the money line, save the juice. It's a $1.15 on the plus side of the money line, which is, I think, a gift. But I think you're going to see the LSU team that we thought the offense would be, now that we've got everybody back on offense with the exception of a couple of players. And Aaron Anderson, I can't stress this enough, how important his return to the offense is. He is that crucial 3rd down guy across the middle that's going to get you 10 when you're at 3rd and 7. Tredez Green, who I actually turned to my buddy Lance Smith at the kickoff of last week's game and said, I think he's going to have a great game. Had something like 7 or 8 catches, over 110 yards of offense, 2 touchdowns. He was the kid that caught the game winner against Clemson, the first game of the year. He is a stud. He is going to be a star in the SEC this year and next year before he turns pro. He's unstoppable. He's a 6'6" tight end with great hands and that can block. So I do think LSU goes into Nashville. I think we take care of business tomorrow. I think it's going to be a slow start for Vanderbilt. I think LSU comes out early. And if we can get about a 10, 14-point lead, our defense, I think, can keep them at bay.
Yeah, well, I think this is you touched on something very important we talk about a lot in the SEC, which is defense wins games. They get you through the times that you are not able to put a lot of points on the board or you're not healthy. Florida and teams like Florida loses those closer games at the end, and then you see that in the 4th quarter. And I think what I like about LSU's chances right now is they've hung around through the harder times And that sort of bonds you as a team. I think
Sure.
people underestimate that. We saw that with, Florida Gator basketball team last year, after the drama with potentially coach and all the allegations, but they sort of circled the wagons, came back, and it strengthened them during the
And
rest
won
of
a
the
natty.
season. And won a natty. I think teams like LSU know how to win that. They have all that. So you have to worry about an LSU if you are A&M or if you are Ole Miss, because they peak at the end of the season. That's what you want.
Yeah. Well, I think we're perfectly positioned right now. Like I said, we're finally healthy on offense. That open date before the South Carolina game, that 2 weeks between being in Vaught Hemingway and then coming back to Tiger Stadium last week did a world of good. Nussmeier hardly was on the field, though he was doing some things. He was supposed to be doing a lot that week leading up to South Carolina. But from what I heard from my friends that are down there in the program, he was at a full practice schedule last week. He's only going to be better this week. So there's no more excuses on the offensive side of the ball. We're either moving the ball and we're putting up points, and we're not shooting ourselves in the foot. You got to clean up that stuff from South Carolina. You can't turn the ball over inside the 5-yard line twice. If that wouldn't have been South Carolina, if that would have been Texas A&M or an Alabama that's coming up on our schedule, we'd have lost that ball game. South Carolina, we were able to weather that, win the game. But it was because our defense, like I said, they held Lenora Sellers in check for 20 yards of rushing on 16 carries. He killed us the year before. Before he went out with an injury in the second quarter, I think the kid had 150 some odd yards of rushing. So and look, and that's Diego Pavia as well. He does a lot with his legs. He's not really, the runner that I think.
I got a feeling I got a feeling Diego Pavia is on his downturn of his career here. I really do. I don't like what's happening with him personally. I don't like his mentor, and I just don't. I think people are kind of onto him a little bit. I think with a lot of tape on him. Yeah, I really think LSU wins this game.
I do too, and I think he ran his mouth. I do too. I think he ran his mouth before the Alabama game. And what's the old saying? His mouth was writing checks, his ass couldn't cash.
Yeah.
That's what I got. And look, again, Alabama and LSU, there's a lot of similarities I see to the teams this year.
Yeah.
Alabama's defense after that Florida State game has played really well, really good football. And look, they held a Missouri team that was moving the ball up and down. I watched that whole game. And that was actually, Alabama beat them worse than what the final score was. Missouri had that late touchdown, and they were kind of driving at the end. But make no mistake, Alabama's defense, I think, was by far the better of the team. But you're going to have that same feel of LSU coming in just like Alabama did. And look, at the end of the day, Vanderbilt's got to play on both sides of the ball. And where I think their defense has a slight edge on our offense, I think our defense is much better than their offense. And I think even the intangibles of the special teams, LSU's special teams, we're playing very good football right now. Our punter should have been the MVP of the Clemson game, and he punted extremely well last week. So I think if your defense is playing well and you have special teams that can flip the field and take points, I hope Brian Kelly realized that, unlike going for it a couple times in the Clemson game, take your 3 points, get off if you can take points, because with a defense like this, and by the way, this is not something new. I'm not breaking any new principles of football. Your defense, and you get points on every trip down or every trip that you can, you're going to win a football game. And I think that's what's going to put us ahead in Vanderbilt. And like I think you're right. I think we not only win, I think we win convincingly. So that's what I'm saying. Don't take the 2.5. Take the money line.
That you've heard it from Mr. Frank Duffy. Frank, I just want to bring in briefly Kevin Scarbinski. We're right after this show. We are going to do an episode of Scarbo Knows with this gentleman right here. So stay tuned. In about 5 minutes after we end here, we'll set up for the new studio. We'll have Kevin come in. He does an awesome podcast. Please stay tuned to the Sidelines.live network. Kevin, what are we talking about today?
It's the third Saturday in October. What do you think we're talking about? Alabama and Tennessee.
Smoke them if you got them.
That's right. It's a cigar game. You know what that means, Frank. Nothing else matters as much to a lot of Alabama fans as Tennessee and vice versa.
And there's nothing funnier than watching a freshman try to smoke a cigar for the first time in the winning locker room.
There's nothing funnier than seeing a cloud of cigar smoke rise up in the stadium, whether it's in Neyland Stadium in Knoxville or Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa.
Well, I got a feeling y'all won't be carting off the goalposts like they did a couple of years ago. I think Alabama wins this ball game. I tell you what, though, 8.5 is a lot of points. But I think Alabama wins this game. I think Alabama is playing, in my opinion, after Ole Miss loses to Georgia, and when we beat Texas A&M next week, I think Alabama, shockingly, after all the panic that happened in the first week of the season, I think when the great pumpkin arrives in a pumpkin patch, no offense, Phil Fulmer, I think you're going to see Alabama will have the clearest shot to not only get to Atlanta, but I think they'll have the best shot of getting into the college playoff.
Well, the Alabama-LSU game, people have just forgotten.
Yeah.
That game could be huge.
That could be the whole deal right there. Hey, you got a quick pick on this weird money line that we're discussing today where Vandy's up picked by 2?
Well, I wasn't there in person, but of course I watched every second of Alabama Vanderbilt, and LSU's defense is better than Alabama's defense. And so if they can turn Pavia over the way Alabama did, and that's a different game. If they don't turn him over twice in the red zone, who knows how it turns out. But I just really like this LSU defense. If they can generate something on offense, if they can have some consistency there, and I think there are yards to be gained against that Vandy defense. So I'm leaning LSU. It's a weird line to me. It's weird to see Vanderbilt favored over anyone in the SEC.
You got to go back to the Carter administration. And look, here's the thing, Scarbo. We kept our containment on Lenora Sellers last week. 16 carries, 20 yards of rushing. If we can do that to Pavia, I really like our chances. And for the first time, LSU's offense truly is healthy with Nussmeier being healthy. I think we're going to get Aaron Anderson, the former Alabama wide receiver, who is our go-to guy across the middle. I think you're going to have another big game by Trez Green. But Scarbo, you're a numbers guy. You're going to love this. Not only is the craziness of the fact that they're a 2.5-point favorite, I looked at 2 tickets on the secondary markets. They're going for $450 in the upper deck, and you even have to sit with an orange cone and a crane hanging over your head. That's the craziness of Vanderbilt football right now.
The way football was meant to be.
That's right. That's right. All right, guys, y'all have a great show. Awesome being on. Y'all tune into us next week for all things LSU. And I know Scarbo hadn't seen this much purple and gold in a long time.
Frank, tell them what you're going to do next week. What's going to happen next week?
So next week, what we're going to do is we're going to have a show that we're going to actually come on live about 3 o'clock Central Time after I have a great lunch at Roost Chris in Baton Rouge, a fantastic filet. I'll be hunting deer in that morning. I'll be doing the show from a hunting cabin for the roundtable with Sidelines with Rob Browne. And then I'm going to have some good buddies on that have been tailgating in the same spot at LSU for 25 years. We get our reputation for great food, great drink, and great times down on the bayou underneath those stately oaks and broad magnolias. And I'm going to have 2 of the best tailgate guys that you've ever seen. They're going to be on the show, and I'll be interviewing with them.
Right, there you go. I'm going to come up for one of these days. He's Frank Duffy, not Junior. I don't know why I keep wanting to call you that, but he's Frank Duffy. This is Gold to Go. Thanks for tuning in. Frank, we'll talk to you next week. Go Tigers.
Go Tigers. Go Tigers.
Well, one coach down, another perhaps to follow. UAB has done the inevitable, which you pretty much saw coming from the day that they hired Trent Dilfer. He is out in the middle of his third season with the Blazers. A complete disaster of a coaching tenure coming to an end. And the bigger question, because it involves a bigger school, a larger program, a larger fan base, is Auburn's Hugh Freeze going to be next? Another very angry crowd left Jordan-Hare Stadium on Saturday night after a gut punch against Georgia that came from a number of directions, not all of Auburn's making, but the fact remains you are what your record says you are, and Auburn went from 3-0 to 3-3 in what seems like the blink of an eye. And really, no one should be surprised. We'll get into that more as we get into the show. Hope everyone's off to a great week. I'm Kevin Scarbinski. This is Scarbo Knows. Welcome into the heart of college football season, and now it is firing season. It was Black Sunday in a lot of ways yesterday, with Oregon State's coach getting whacked, Trent Dilfer getting whacked, and the big one, James Franklin at Penn State. Wow. Penn State's self-image is really inflated if you're going to fire James Franklin after what he's done for that program. We're not really here to talk about that today, but I got to say, at some point, this insanity has to stop, doesn't it? And I don't mean just the firing of coaches for losing games, losing a few games in a row, 3 in Penn State's case, but the contracts that schools continue to give these coaches that include these astronomical buyouts. Penn State owes James Franklin $49 million, reportedly not to coach there anymore. At what point do the administrators, the ADs, the presidents, the boosters who sign off on these deals and reward coaches for failure by bestowing them with generational wealth? It is Exhibit A of the most financially irresponsible enterprise in the United States of America. If there's another one, let me know, because I'm not aware of it. College athletics takes the cake and wants to eat it too. And now they want to complain and beg for help, and they want to look to private equity or private capital for more funds. Maybe if you got your own houses in order, maybe if you didn't throw all this money at unproven coaches or even proven coaches, why would you reward them for failure with these buyouts? It happens again and again and again. Let me take a moment to pause here because my blood pressure is starting to rise, and say thank you to Brendan Martin, our executive producer on the Sidelines.live network. And thank you to our sponsor, Money Management Services. They will calm the waters. They will bring your blood pressure down. They are Birmingham's financial services firm. They're a fee-only, which sets them apart, family-owned business that's been in business since 1992 here in the Birmingham area, but they can help you wherever you live. So reach out to them. Click the QR code on the screen. We'll hear more from the Rice family and Money Management Services later in the show. So we really appreciate them. Really appreciate you watching and listening. This program is really growing. If you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe. Give us a like. Doesn't cost you anything, but it does help us. So we appreciate all of you who have done that, and we encourage you, the rest of you, to join the family. All right. So let's get into it. Let's start with UAB. Let's look. The numbers, I don't know if there is a category for the worst coaching tenures in college football history, but Trent Dilfer would have to be on the list. You can't make up numbers this bad. You almost have to try to fail this spectacularly. In 2.5 years with the Blazers, Trent Dilfer was 9-21. He was 5-14 in the American Conference. 0-15 on the road. Not a single road win. And this is what really takes it off the chart. 18 of his 21 losses came by 10 or more points. And 12 of his 21 losses, more than half, came by 20 or more points. Again, you almost have to try to be that incompetent. And what makes it even worse is this was not an incompetent football program that he inherited. This was not a program wandering in the wilderness when he arrived on the scene with zero college coaching experience. We all know what UAB did under Bill Clark. First of all, giving the program hope in 2014. Then came the shutdown. Then came the return. Then came winning season after winning season after winning season, bowl game after bowl game after bowl game, conference championships. The program was so successful under Bill Clark that UAB was able to earn an invitation. It was then, of course, in Conference USA, and with several of its conference members, it was invited to join the American Athletic Conference. And that move happened primarily because of the incredible work done by Bill Clark and his staff and Bryant Vincent, his offensive coordinator, who, when Bill resigned, retired, stepped down because of back problems, which were real. Don't misunderstand. His back issues were real, but his real issue was much bigger and more concerning than his back. So Trent Dilfer inherited a program that even under Bryant Vincent in his 1 year as the interim coach, they went 7-6. They lost so many close games that year, but they also closed the year with a bowl win. After Bill Clark's last game the year before was a bowl win over number 13 BYU. So UAB had a new stadium, protective stadium, beautiful downtown Birmingham. They had a new indoor facility. They had a new football facility, I should say. And they had the covered pavilion, which was a brilliant idea. They couldn't afford a complete indoor facility. So they built a pavilion so they could practice, for the most part, out of the elements and not have to go across town to other schools, other fields when it rained, because their old facilities were, when Bill Clark got there were countless high schools in the Birmingham area who had better facilities than UAB. Well, UAB upgraded all of that. Bill Clark went out in the community. Bill Clark rallied people who didn't much care about UAB one way or another and got them on the bandwagon. And they contributed in a big way, the Gang of Seven that helped bring UAB football back, and then allowed Bill Clark to do the things he needed to do to build a winning football program. And then it all went away. Because, well, there are several reasons why, but one of the exhibits on the front page is the hiring of Trent Dilfer. So he was in over his head from the start, and the problem was he thought he was the smartest person in the room. Now, I'll be honest, I never got to know Trent Dilfer while he was here. I reached out to him several times to set up interviews. He ignored me every time. So that's his choice. Was his prerogative. But the man, from all accounts, everyone I talked to, I know a lot of people who know a lot about UAB football and about UAB athletics in the city of Birmingham. I talked to those people. They share things with me. And They have for years, and I've always appreciated it because they have UAB's best interests at heart, as do I. So that's why I get angry when people say nobody cares about UAB football. That is one of the biggest lies that gets told in the state of Alabama about college football. UAB was drawing 25,000, 30,000 people a game at Legion Field when Bill Clark was there winning games and winning championships. And that may not compare to 90,000 at Auburn or 105 or 108 or however many people they can jam into Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. Apples and oranges. UAB was at or near the top of Conference USA in attendance on a regular basis under Bill Clark because they won football games and they competed for and won championships. And Trent Dilfer thought that he was going to come in here and he was going to take UAB to the next level. As he said, he didn't inherit, in his introductory press conference, he said he didn't inherit a fixer-upper of a house. He just inherited a house that needed, some upgrades here or there. And he was going to be the man to do it. This man who had never coached a college football game as an assistant or as a head coach, who'd been a high school coach for only 4 years at a private high school in Nashville where you could buy a roster, you could recruit, and you had a lot of advantages that a lot of your competitors didn't have. UAB doesn't have those advantages, didn't have them then, doesn't have them now. So you had to work. You had to get out in the community. You had to make friends with the most prominent boosters. You had to get them on your side. And he never accomplished any of that because he never built up any capital. If we were in Texas, you would say he was all hat, no cattle. Here he was all mouth, no results. Got worse every year. And to be frank, I'm a little surprised that UAB had the wisdom and the fortitude to fire him now. And Alex Mortensen, the offensive coordinator, will take over as the interim coach for the rest of the year. Alex Mortensen, the son of the outstanding sports journalist Chris Mortensen, may he rest in peace. Alex is well-schooled. Alex spent a lot of years on Nick Saban's staff as one of those behind-the-scenes people that didn't get any credit, at least publicly, but helped make the operation go, helped make the organization work as well as it did. Nick Saban has a lot of faith in Alex Mortensen and recommended him to Trent Dilfer to take that job at UAB. So we'll see how it turns out. UAB is undermanned. They will be overmatched starting this. They have been for several years because Trent Dilfer didn't know how to recruit either. And yes, he was handicapped and hamstrung by NIL. UAB doesn't have the funds that its competitors in the American have. And part of the reason is Trent Dilfer never provided proof of concept. He never showed what was possible at UAB because he first of all hired a bunch of guys as assistants who had no college experience. Big mistake to start. Bring in somebody that knows more than you. He didn't. And he paid for it. And even this year, he brought in a bunch of guys with NFL experience to help turn around a defense that was one of the worst in the football bowl subdivision. And I think they've gotten worse. So the real issue, the real culprit, the blame for UAB football's failure the last 2.5 years lies squarely on the shoulders of Trent Dilfer. He will not be missed. Now, so while some UAB fans are celebrating and thinking, well, ding dong, the witch is dead. Now they can get back to putting together first a respectable program on the field. There's a problem with that. And it's a bigger issue for the Blazers. Let's look at what that issue is. Actually, that should be plural. It should be issues. It's the gentleman on the left, Ray Watts, the president of UAB, and the gentleman on the right, Mark Ingram, the athletic director. There you see them they're all smiles. That was at Trent Dilfer's introductory press conference. And the words of Mark Ingram at that press conference still resonate in my ears when he said, "I'm not hiring a high school coach. I'm hiring the number 6 pick in the NFL draft." Well, North Carolina just hired maybe the most successful NFL coach of all time. How's that working out for the Tar Heels, who play college football? So just to think, because Trent Dilfer was a very good college quarterback, a mid-NFL quarterback, who talked a great game, except when he said things like, during his work at ESPN, you can't win in the NFL by losing. And maybe the breaking point for UAB with Dilfer was a week ago at his Coffee with Coach Monday morning visit with the media, and he pulled out a sheet of paper. He pulled out a white sheet of paper, and he did this, and he put a little circle on it. He said, "What is that?" And it was a dot, of course. And he went on to give a soliloquy about the dot of negativity and how you can't make the dot bigger than it is. You can't see the dot as something larger than it actually is. And again, it just became a running joke. But the problem is, he was in that position to turn UAB into a laughingstock because of those two gentlemen right there, Ray Watts and Mark Ingram. First of all, Ray Watts is the man behind shutting down UAB football in the first place. Oops. There's a fumble. Back in 2014. Did it in a disingenuous way. And Ray Watts doesn't much care about UAB athletics. Now, I know he has a lot of other things to worry about. He is the president of the university. But he has never seemed to grasp the concept that athletics is the front porch of your university. And the more successful your athletics program, the more it can benefit the rest of your university. As UAB has grown as an undergraduate destination, as it has improved its facilities, not just for athletics, but in other ways for regular students, if you will, made a true on-campus atmosphere. A lot of that was driven by Bill Clark's success. The enrollment continued to rise during those years. But Ray Watts, he would rather not have to worry about athletics in general, and football in particular. Which is funny because he was a high school football player in the Birmingham area, back in the Stone Age. So the real problem, and Ray Watts isn't going anywhere. I hate to inform you, UAB fans, but he's not going anywhere. I don't think anytime soon. So you have to deal with him. But the bigger issue is the man on the right. That's Mark Ingram, the athletic director. Mark Ingram, well, how should I put this? He may be the most disliked, mistrusted administrator in college athletics I've ever encountered. And that's saying something. I mentioned earlier Bill Clark retiring because of his bad back, and he had to have fusion surgery, which was true. But the bigger pain in his backside was Mark Ingram. Mark Ingram is primarily responsible for pushing Bill Clark to make the decision to leave. And it wasn't intentional on Ingram's part, I don't think. It was his lack of understanding that your job as an athletic director is to give your coaches the best opportunity to be successful, to show up on a regular basis, not just when they're handing out trophies and taking photos, but behind the scenes. What do you need, coach? What can I do to help? How's this working out? What about this idea? Come to him with ideas. And yet Bill Clark felt, and I can say this with very good authority, that he was in a tug of war on a daily basis with his athletic director. because the athletic director was more concerned with pinching pennies, with being overly officious. Look it up if you don't understand what it means. And really wanted to be seen as someone who deserved more credit than he did for UAB football's success. And probably, not to play amateur psychologist, but probably harbored some jealousy because Bill Clark got the credit as he deserved for UAB football's success, not Mark Ingram. Now, Mark Ingram hasn't been a total disaster at UAB the way Trent Dilfer was. Mark Ingram has improved the facilities. He's done some positive things there. But he has never understood what UAB is about. He has never understood the relationship, what it should be between an athletic director and a head football coach. So his two biggest sins have been helping push Bill Clark towards the door and then opening the door to Trent Dilfer. And I'm telling you this right now. If the firings at UAB stop with Trent Dilfer, nothing is going to change. If you let Mark Ingram hire the next football coach, you have failed as a university. I can't tell you how many texts I got last night, phone calls from people within that athletic department, boosters of that program, of that university, who said that very same thing. Ingram's got to go next. Do I have confidence that that will happen? No. Because I think for some reason I cannot fathom, and others that I know can't either, Ray Watts likes Mark Ingram, or he's comfortable with Mark Ingram as his athletic director. So, unless something changes behind the scenes, it will likely be Mark Ingram hiring another coach. And that is a bad, bad idea. So good luck to UAB. Who's on the short list? You know, just to point out the incompetence of Mark Ingram when it comes to helping shepherd a football program as the AD. You know who he could have hired the last time when he hired Trent Dilfer? He could have hired Barry Odom. Barry Odom was interested in the job. But Mark Ingram told people after talking to Barry Odom, he at least had him on his list. They had known each other at Missouri when Ingram worked there and when Odom coached there. He told people behind the scenes that Odom was too boring. And I think that's what he thought about Bill Clark as well. Barry Odom, defensive-minded coach, as Bill Clark was. Bill Clark won games on defense and toughness and a hard-nosed running game. He didn't blow people out. He didn't throw 50 passes a game. He didn't light up the scoreboard. But he hung W's on the scoreboard. And that apparently wasn't good enough for Mark Ingram. And so he passed on Barry Odom, who went on to UNLV and had enough success there to get the job at Purdue. Good call there, Mark Ingram. Good call. So you're going to let that guy hire the next football coach? Again, if you do, you're not serious about football at UAB. And there are a lot of people in this community and across this state who do care about UAB football deeply, who care about that university, care about that athletic department, and it's not just football. And if Andy Kennedy hadn't fallen into Mark Ingram's lap, who knows where UAB basketball would be? So we're gonna move on from that before I say something that really gets me in deep water. I'm just going to tell you, UAB deserves better. It deserved better than Trent Dilfer, and it finally understood it. It deserves better than Mark Ingram, and when are they going to see that light? But there's another football program in this state that is in deep water, and another coach whose seat just got a little hotter after what happened Saturday in Jordan-Hare Stadium. All right, we're going to get into some details, but let's look at first the numbers, the bottom line, because the bottom line is the bottom line. And who still believes in Hugh Freeze? I asked that question on Twitter yesterday, and the answers were not promising for Hugh Freeze. Overall, he's 14-17 in the middle of his third year. In the SEC, he has the exact same conference record as Trent Dilfer had when he was fired yesterday. Hugh Freeze is 2-7 in SEC games in Jordan-Hare Stadium. So he is helping to bury the idea that Jordan-Hare is one of the best home field advantages in the country. That is gone, except for the Alabama game. It still exists when Alabama rolls in there. But otherwise, the mystique of Jordan-Hare, that crowd on Saturday night was off the hook. The light show, the noise, the ceremony to retire Cam Newton's jersey. Auburn had everything going for it. They couldn't bring it home. And we'll break it down in a moment in more detail. But against ranked teams, Hugh Freeze is 1-11. And in games decided by 10 points or less, the closer the game, I believe, the more impact a head coach has on the outcome. A personnel decision, a play call, a motivational moment on the sideline with an individual, whatever it might be. And in games decided by 10 points or less, he's 2-11. That's not good enough. It shouldn't be good enough. Not for Auburn, not for anyone in the SEC. So let's get into what happened. I know the anger among Auburn fans, and not just Auburn fans, at the officiating on Saturday night reached new levels. You had Alabama fans coming to Auburn's defense and just howling about a number of play calls in that game, but particularly the tush push. Now, Auburn hadn't pulled this out before. This was a new one. Auburn had a week to prepare, so they come out against Georgia. First of all, they did a great job game planning for that game. The Auburn offensive staff, led by Hugh Freeze, they went right down the field, scored a touchdown on their first possession. Second possession, they go right down the field, but they bog down in the red zone. They kick a field goal. They're up 10-0. Georgia's doing nothing on offense. It looked somewhat like the Tennessee game when Georgia went to Neyland Stadium, and the home team was just pouring it on. Now, in Auburn's case, 10 points is pouring it on because that offense hasn't exactly been very spectacular under Hugh Freeze's tenure. So we get to late in the second quarter, and Auburn is on the doorstep again. And they decide to go with the tush push. And it is a scrum, as those things always are. The ball comes out. No one knows. They don't signal touchdown. It appears, watching it live on television, that Jackson Arnold crossed the plane, which is all you have to do. The nose of the football crossed the plane, and it's a touchdown. You can't tell, though, and they show replays, and they don't have the angles aren't great. The view isn't perfect. Obviously, there are a lot of bodies in there. The ball gets punched out by a Georgia defender. Was the ball coming loose before he crossed the plane? The replay, they didn't call it. They didn't call it a touchdown on the field. They called it a fumble recovered by Georgia. Not sure why they didn't allow Georgia to run down the field with it as they did and count it as a touchdown for the Bulldogs. This was, as many people have pointed out, the first time in SEC history that they took away a touchdown, that SEC officials took away a touchdown from both teams on the same play. But it appeared to me and to a lot of other people, after watching the replays, the best angles they had, that Jackson Arnold had crossed the plane with the football, or the football had crossed the plane while he still had possession before it was punched out, and therefore should have been a touchdown. And after the extra point, a 17-0 Auburn lead. But that's not what happened. After, 10 minutes of scrutiny, the review, the replay booth, checking with Birmingham, of course, where the replay center is located at the SEC office, and they decided they didn't have enough evidence to overturn, so it remained a fumble. Okay, at that point, all hell was breaking loose in Jordan-Hare Stadium. And then the next drive by Georgia, there's one penalty by Auburn after another. And I'm sorry that was a target. Sorry, Auburn fans, but that was a targeting along the way. That was roughing the passer. They're going to protect passers. It's just the way it is. There's a screenshot. Jackson Arnold, the ball, he does not have possession there. The ball's already coming out. You see the Georgia defender who is punching it out. But it really was too close to call. And the replay was truly not definitive. So whatever they called on the field was going to stand. It just was. Because you're supposed to have clear and incontrovertible evidence to overturn a call. And the replay angles, the nature of the play, didn't provide that. So it was going to stand. And everybody wearing orange or navy and orange went nuts, including Hugh Freeze. And then the next drive happens, and there are several penalties against Auburn, which, again, I believe actually were penalties. And Georgia kicks a field goal. Okay, so we get to halftime. John Cohen, the Auburn athletic director, is walking off the field. He's walking not at the officials, but near the officials. He's barking at the officials. I'm not sure that's the right thing for the CEO of your athletic department to be doing. I know John Cohen is a competitor. He's a former baseball coach in the SEC at Mississippi State. I'm sure he was incensed, and that's understandable. His anger was understandable. Hugh Freeze's anger was understandable. And if you watched Hugh Freeze, though, in his halftime interview with Molly McGrath from ABC, he just seemed defeated. He just seemed like we can't win no matter what we do. And, of course, you can all flash back to the Oklahoma game a few weeks ago, the hideout touchdown that should have been penalized and wasn't, and it stood. But as I've pointed out, Auburn still had 40-something minutes of football left after the hideout touchdown to get its act together and win the football game in Norman, and it didn't. And then it got completely shut down at Texas A&M and was a disaster in the fourth quarter. So you already have this backstory of Auburn. Look, Auburn people historically feel like they get the short end of the stick. From the SEC office, which is located in Birmingham, and Birmingham has long been a Birmingham town. I've lived here a long time. There are plenty of Auburn fans here, but there are more Alabama fans. And when the Iron Bowl was played at Legion Field, it was not a 50-50 ticket split. There were more Alabama fans in there than Auburn fans. And Alabama played a bunch of its home games there. Auburn at one time played a few home games there, but then they moved all of their home games to Jordan-Hare. So it was not quite even. So Auburn fans, with some good reason, have always felt put upon. They have always felt like the underdog, that they don't get the breaks. Although I might remind them, funny that Cam Newton was in the stadium on Saturday night, and he did all he could. He's out, he's grabbing megaphones, he's in the student section, he's leading the swag surfing. He is into it. I'm old enough to remember when people, Auburn rivals, opposing fan bases, said Cam Newton would never darken Auburn's door after that 2010 season. After he won the Heisman, he led the Tigers to a national championship. He doesn't care about Auburn. He's off to the NFL. You'll never see him again. Obviously, another lie told by Auburn's rivals about the Cam Newton experience. But Cam was doing all he could. And if you recall, in 2010, when people were making accusations, unfounded accusations, never proven by the NCAA during its 13-month colonoscopy of the Auburn football program and the recruitment of Cam Newton, they never proved that Auburn gave him a dime or gave a dime to his dad or his dad's church, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But who stood up for Cam Newton during that time? Who went to bat for Cam Newton during that time? Mike Slive, the SEC commissioner, and the SEC office. So Auburn has not always been, there's Cam, who has a creative way of dressing, particularly in his hat selection. There he is with one of the cheerleaders' megaphones. And again, I have to say this. I have to say this every opportunity I get. Greatest individual season in college football history, 2010, period, end of discussion, don't at me. So it was cool to see. And you know what? Maybe the coolest thing on Saturday night was Cam Newton saying, I gave Auburn 365 days of enjoyment. Auburn has given me a lifetime of appreciation. You can't say it any better than that about what Auburn means to former players, to alums, to generation after generation of the Auburn family. Other people mock it, but it's a real thing, and it matters to them. And I understand your anger. I understand your frustration. I thought it was a touchdown also. But, and this is a big but, you have to turn the page. This is sports. This is life. Adversity is going to hit you in the face. And after the tush-push call, or non-call, however you want to look at it, after the replay was not overturned, after the touchdown was not awarded to the Tigers, there it is again. First of all, maybe don't fumble the ball. Maybe secure the ball so it doesn't come out at all. All right? That's something you can control. I know it's hard to control when the guys are punching at footballs more and more. That's the standard now for defensive players. Punch the football out. But maybe if you secure it, the ball doesn't come out. We're not having this conversation. But even after that, after Georgia's penalty-marred drive for a field goal at the end of the half, you're still winning the game 10-3. You still have put up over 200 yards of offense against Kirby Smart's defense. You have 20 minutes or so of halftime to regain your composure, to steady your team if you're Hugh Freeze, and then go out and do what you did in the first half. Keep moving the ball. Keep putting points on the board. Keep putting pressure on Georgia. That's not what happened. It completely flipped. It was as if the air went out of the stadium, and particularly it was as if the fight went out of Hugh Freeze. And you could see it in that halftime interview. And I know I'm playing amateur Sigmund Freud here, but go back and watch it. I actually thought at one point that he almost was fighting back tears, that he was on the verge of tears. That's how upset he was. But that attitude, that vibe, that carries over to your team. So should we really be surprised that Georgia outscored Auburn 17-0 in the second half? Should we really be surprised that Auburn had, I believe, 23 snaps in the second half for a grand total of 40 yards, most of them on the final drive, which ended up turning the ball over on downs? Should we really be surprised that Kirby Smart and company made adjustments? Hey, that bunch shut out Alabama in the second half in Athens, but Alabama had put together enough points in the first half to win the game. So Kirby Smart, who has now won 9 straight games against Georgia, with Georgia against Auburn, which matches the longest losing streak by Auburn in a rivalry series, the 9 games that Alabama beat them from 73 to 81. Kirby Smart made adjustments. Hugh Freeze did not counter. His team lost its fight. And who do we blame for that? And then in the postgame, this resonates with me, and I would encourage you to read my column today. You can find it on al.com. I encourage you to subscribe to the Birmingham News. A lot of good stuff there for subscribers that is not available to all people, all readers. But look at this quote from Hugh Freeze after the game. In his opening post-game remarks, he said a number of things leading up to this. We felt like we were going to win the game, and here I am feeling again that we don't quite know how to do that. Hugh Freeze has been a coach in the SEC for 7+ years. This is his 8th season as an SEC head coach. He had a losing record at Ole Miss, 19-21 overall in conference games. And he has a worse losing record in 2.5 years at Auburn at 5-14. He has not demonstrated that he can make a decision or influence a game in such a way that his team will find a way to win a close game. Have they improved the talent level? Absolutely. The gap between them and Georgia is a lot closer than it was in 2023, Freeze's first year at Auburn. And what happened when Georgia went to Auburn in 2023? The game was tied at 20 with about 6 minutes left when Georgia went on a game-winning drive led by Carson Beck and primarily Brock Bowers. So you were closer to beating Georgia in your house 2 years ago when Georgia had far more talent than you did. When Georgia was coming off 2 straight national championships and was making a run towards a three-peat, which Alabama derailed in the SEC championship game, you shouldn't have been on the field with Georgia in 2023. You shouldn't have been close in the fourth quarter with Georgia in 2023, but you were. You couldn't find a way at the end. And now you've got a better roster than you had then. Georgia's roster, I would argue, is one of the less talented rosters that Kirby Smart has put together in Athens. That's the way of the game now. It's the way of college football. You're not going to see dominant programs that do what Alabama did or come anywhere close to it. So you're going to see more upsets. You're just not seeing them with Auburn. You're just not seeing Hugh Freeze unlock a way to win a close game. And at what point do you say, this is who he is? This is the way it's going to be. If he hasn't figured it out by now, not just in 2.5 years at Auburn, but in 5 years before that at Ole Miss, what makes you think that he's going to find some answers now? So that raises the larger question, what does Auburn do? Hugh Freeze was already on the hot seat when the season began. We all know that. But what does it mean? And let me caution you, and this goes for the UAB coaching search, the situation at Auburn now. You will hear a lot of stuff from a lot of people. You will see candidates thrown out at UAB that will never appear or never occur to Mark Ingram or whoever's doing the hiring. You will see names tossed out. This happens every coaching search. And it's kind of laughable, especially if you're covering it and you do have good connections and good sources and you have a pretty good idea of what's happening and you see these names tossed out and you know that's not real. That's not real. He's not real. He's not coming. They're not looking at him. He's not interested in them. There's a lot of misinformation that gets tossed out during coaching searches and during hot seat experiences. So I can't tell you right now what Hugh Freeze's future is at Auburn. I can't tell you. Well, part of the reason is who's going to make the decisions at Auburn. That's always been a fascinating parlor game. Who's making the call? Who's directing the athletic director to interview this person, to push out this coach, to go after that coach? It's not always easy to figure out. There was a time when it was easy to figure out, when Auburn's inner circle was a dot. To circle back to Trent Dilfer's dot of negativity explanation last week. I was going to say something else, but sometimes you have to censor yourself live in the moment. All right, so I don't know where Auburn's going, but I will say this. I will be surprised if Hugh Freeze is the coach at Auburn in 2026. Maybe he'll figure it out. Maybe they'll turn it around. The schedule softens somewhat, although Missouri, which is coming in there Saturday, had Auburn beat 2 years ago, and on its last visit, maybe that wasn't 2 years ago, but on its last visit, actually, Brian Harsin was there. I think it was Brian Harsin's last win, actually, at Auburn. And Missouri did everything but win the game and handed Auburn every opportunity to win the game, and Auburn took advantage finally. This Missouri team's better than this Auburn team. It just is. There's that man. The dot of negativity. Well, there are no words. There are no words for a man who thinks he's the smartest man in the room. And after 2.5 years, he never grasped what it meant to be the coach at UAB, what it took to be the coach at UAB. And all your fast talking, all your big words, all your ESPN analyst explanations fell flat. Never should have had the job in the first place. We'll see if UAB can get it right. We'll see if Auburn can figure it out and get it right. I don't have a lot of confidence in either case. But that's why we watch the games. That's why we follow the news. That's why you follow me on Twitter at Kevin Scarbinski. I hope you'll continue to do that. And hope you'll continue to tune in to Scarbo Knows. Like I said, if you watch on YouTube, please give us a subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. Give us a like. We appreciate it. I appreciate Brendan Martin, the executive producer of the Sidelines.live network. And I especially appreciate our sponsor, Money Management Services, the Rice family, good friends of mine. They'll take great care of you. Until next time, have a great week. Check out Money Management Services. See ya.
Since 1992, Money Management Services in Birmingham has provided individuals and business owners with trusted, fee-only financial advice. We're more than advisors, we're your financial family. From retirement planning to tax strategies and estate planning, our team builds personalized wealth management plans tailored to your life. At Money Management Services, we treat you like family, because when you walk through our doors, you become part of ours.